okay. Good morning. We have Utah Highway Patrol joining us. Sergeant Ryan McGurney, give a wave if there you are. And security, Devon Booth. In case of emergency, would anybody present please use the 2 west doors leading to the hallway to exit the building. We will now do roll call. Sarah Reel. Randy Booth. Here. Christina Bogus. Yes. Natalie Klein. Do we know if she's online or in person? Okay, we'll wait for Member Klein. Member Davis. Member Green. Member Carey, he will be online. Member Carey, are you online?
Yes.
Good morning. Member Wood? Member Hymas? Here. Got it. Member Lear? Member Norton? Member Straight? Member Straight? Will he be online or in person? Okay. Oh, he is. Okay. Vice Chair Earl? Yes. Myself, yes. And Chair Moss will be here shortly. We now have our Pledge of Allegiance, and Member Hymas is leading the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Thank you. This morning we have a very special board member message. Member Norton, would you please do the honors?
I'm on the Utah Teacher of the Year committee, and last year as we were reviewing the applications, one of the questions that they are asked is to give a presentation. What would they say in a presentation if they were the Utah Teacher of the Year? And those writings that when they answered that question were just so inspirational. All 30 of them were just unbelievably amazing. And I just thought, we need to hear from the Teacher of the Year. They need to come and talk to us in the board. We love our teachers, and that would be so important to hear from them. And so today we have that great pleasure. I would like to bring Mrs. Carly. My brain just went. Maloney. I've only said it 10 times this morning, but Carly Maloney up here to speak with us and talk to us about her year. So I'm so pleased to turn the time over to Carly Maloney.
Carly, if you'll just hit the button.
And when it goes red.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much to all of the Utah State Board of Education for having me here this morning. As Board Member Norton said, my name is Carly Maloney, and I am the 2024 Utah State Teacher of the Year. And I thought it would be an incredible experience to come and tell you about my year and the experiences that I've had as your Teacher of the Year. First of all, thank you so much for supporting this program. It's an incredible professional development program, not just for the State Teacher of the Year and the finalists, district finalists all over the state, but for the teachers and students that those teachers impact. And I just want to tell you a little bit about some of my experiences. So I remember seeing many of you at the banquet in October of last year. I don't know if you remember that, but I cannot believe how fast time has gone. So from October to December, as soon as that banquet concluded, I was able to have experiences with a variety of media outlets from KUER to KSL, inviting them into my classroom and talking about some of the things that I'm incredibly passionate about, including supporting multilingual learners, advocating for student and teacher mental health, and one last topic that I'll focus a little bit more on, which is teacher leadership. Teachers who remain in the classroom leading from their classrooms. That research shows helps with retention and recruitment, and I'm so excited to talk a little bit more about that. So after experiencing some of those media outlets coming in, which is really exciting for my students as well, I was able to participate in some virtual professional development. There are 55 state and territorial teachers of the year, and I was able to meet with them online. And we experienced connecting with each other. We immediately found similarities. We also learned from differences all around the country and how we approach education. And immediately I felt close to this cohort, even though we were miles and miles apart and had never met in person. So I had the opportunity to work with our National Teacher of the Year organization and learn about things like social media and how we can use it in a positive way to promote education and media and building bridges with communication in our states. And I wanted to show a few pictures from that. So on the left, you can see my incredible cohort of State Teachers of the Year. I remember meeting them online and thinking, how am I going to remember everybody's names? But if you've been a teacher in the classroom, you know that same feeling happens when you meet all your students at the door. And immediately you start to make connections. And now I can say not only do I know their names, but I know what they teach, and I know the impact that they've all had on me. Over on the right, you'll see some of my students in AP Psychology as KSL came in. And then on the bottom, I want to mention that from October to December, one of my favorite experiences was that I was invited to talk with student teachers across the state of Utah. And if you have not had an opportunity to sit in on a student teacher conference, I highly recommend it. These incredible student teachers, they have passion, they have energy, and it's contagious. I was also able to go talk to high school students who are interested in becoming teachers. And I'm very hopeful about the future of education in our state because there's a lot of students who are excited to be teachers. Okay, I want to tell you a little bit about January. I told you that one of the topics that I'm passionate about is mental health. I'm an AP Psychology teacher. And I believe that students and teachers need continued resources for mental health, like we all do, right? Someone else who's very passionate about mental health is our First Lady, Abby Cox. And if you know, she's done a lot with Show Up Utah and showing up for teachers who show up for so many students around our state. And she actually invited me through Superintendent Dixon to be part of the Educator Roundtable. That was an incredible experience. I was a K-12 representative, which was a little intimidating for me at first. But what I did was I immediately reached out to all of the teachers, students, and administrators that I knew. And I said, give me your feedback so I can take it to this roundtable, so I can be a voice for you. And what was really neat is they brought education professionals all across our state together, and we talked about education. And then Chad Wernick, who's the 2023 Utah Teacher of the Year, he and I got to get together. He lives clear in Delta. So he drove all the way up to my school in Bountiful, Utah, and we got to get together with the First Lady and put out the magazine called Elevating Education. And this was put out by Utah Business, and it was given to every educator who attended the Show Up Utah conference. And then lastly, but very, very dear to my heart, was that I got to have Superintendent Dixon and my district superintendent together in my classroom as my AP Psychology students were doing presentations on functional fixedness. And that was so fun to have them there. And just a really neat experience because, you know, normally I tell my students, I want you to give this presentation like you're giving this to your state leaders. And this was a very literal experience for them this time. And those high school students totally did a great job with it. And so I have some pictures from those experiences. You can see the round table, the Elevating Education magazine. Chad is obviously much taller than I am. And then on the top left, I want to talk about this because this is really near and dear to me. So if you guys know Katie Jones, you know that she's our state coordinator over the Teacher of the Year program. And she was new to this with me. And one thing that we were very, very passionate about was bringing the finalists together as a cohort that we call the Fabulous Five. And so these are the Fabulous Five right here. They are incredible finalists from 2024. Many of us still talk on social media throughout the year, but we got to go to Educator Day on the Hill with the Utah Teacher Fellows, leading from our classroom, talking to policymakers. It was an incredible experience. Man, it feels like this year's flying by, and surely it did. Okay, so in February, I got to go and talk with the National Teacher of the Year organization, and my 54 fellow Teachers of the Year in person. Finally, we got to meet in person, and we got to do that at the Google campus. How many of you by raise of hand, I don't know if that's okay, I'm such a teacher. How many of you by raise of hand have been to the Google campus in California? Wow, I hadn't been either, and it was life-changing for me. Just seeing what Google does with education, what they do to partner with educators and technology, it was transformative for me. And one hot topic that we got to talk about was AI. And I know that's something that we're talking about in our state right now, and how we can harness AI and teach our students to navigate this in the future, because surely they will. And so we got to work with Gemini firsthand. I actually got to record a video with Google. I was very nervous about that, but this is all about professional development and taking us out of our comfort zones. So again, I thank you for pulling me out of my comfort zone. It was a great experience. When I was here, they asked me, Carly, when you go back to your state, what is going to be your platform or your message? And I told you I kind of had three, and I'm like, how am I going to bring this together? Supporting students of all backgrounds, mental health, teacher leadership. And I decided that if I focused on leading from the classroom, then teachers could lead with their strengths from the classroom. And that is something I wanted to celebrate. And so that's what I came back and did. I created a website so that I could celebrate, so that teachers could be nominated by community members, parents, students, and that I could go surprise them with a little Utah mug and a little plant and just say thank you for growing teacher leadership. And I'm so glad I decided to do this, because I have to say, visiting classrooms and the incredible teachers across the state, that's been my favorite part of this. And then I was able to create social media platforms around this, and I was able to go to the Utah House and Senate and talk more about this. And so I have some pictures of that. The website's up on the right. On the left is my not so great drawing, yet Google wanted me to post it. We all got to kind of design our own Google, I guess you could say, slogan or theme. You know, when you click on the Google and they have interactive things, this was mine. And you can see the really bad stick figures, but they're teachers in their classrooms, leading from their classrooms, using their voices. And I believe that that's the future of education in our state and our country. And there's all of us at the Google campus. And then I think there's one more set of pictures. Thank you, by the way, for running the slides. You're incredible. This is the House opportunity that I had. I got to speak to a lot of incredible representatives. And then this was the Senate experience I had on the right with President Adams as we talked about teacher leadership. We're almost there. March. So March, I got to participate in some community events, and that taught me that it reaffirmed to me that we cannot do anything without connections to our community in and out of the classroom. And so I got to do those events with some local community businesses, and I'm so grateful for that. I got to go to the Shape Utah conference. If you've ever been, it's our physical educator conference at Salt Lake Community College, and that was so fun. We turned ourselves into neurons. We talked about mental health and growing neural connections. I got to speak at the governor's priority luncheon. I have to say, that was the most intimidating to me at first, just because I was supposed to take all the priorities for K through 12 education and give them in 5 minutes. And I've already taken more than 5 minutes today. So I practiced that so much. I got voices from my students and colleagues and teachers around the state. And when I sat down after the governor spoke, the water and housing representatives leaned over to me and they're like, great, I have to follow the teacher. And I was like, oh, I forget that. I should be celebrated and trusted as an expert, and that I deserve to be in that room just as much as the water and housing experts do, and that we value each other. And that was a really important lesson for me. And then I told you about the nominations, and I'm going to show you some pictures of the teachers I got to go visit with their permission. Here they are. So first, here's the community event. Up on the left, here is that luncheon, and then the Shape Utah conference. Oh, I guess I did it on the next slide. Yep. Okay, I'll remember. No, you're great. This is awesome. We'll go to April. So April, wow, that was a unique experience. We got to take our spouses or our significant others or a plus one to thank them for this year. Because if you know anything about the Teacher of the Year experience, it takes a whole village. It takes your school. It takes your family to support you. And I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 2-year-old, and one on the way. Because why not add to the chaos? And I got to take my husband with me. And we got to go to Washington, D.C. We got to do behind the scenes with Smithsonian educators. We got to meet with the Department of Education. I actually got to talk to Secretary Cardona about supporting multilingual learners. He's a multilingual learner himself. That was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had. I got to talk to the department about creating equitable opportunities for all students with higher education and talk to them about AP and ACT testing, and they actually talked to College Board. So I felt like my voice mattered. I got to have and experience the first ever state dinner at the White House that our First Lady of our country put on for the Teachers of the Year. And I have to say, as amazing as the whole experience was, the thing that brought this teacher to tears was opening up, when I sat down at my table, opening up a letter from my principal, my colleagues, and my students. And all 55 Teachers of the Year were in tears because of that, as you can imagine. That was the best part. So I'm so grateful for that. And lastly, I got to talk to PBS about destigmatizing mental health, and they aired it in May, which was Mental Health Awareness Month. Okay, and here's some pictures of that. And that's our cohort. On the right, Congresswoman Hayes. On the left, I got to go talk with our senators and their interns. So Senator Lee and Representative Malloy. And then that's me opening up the letters from my students, bottom right. Last couple months here. May to June, I continued to get to honor the lead from the classroom teachers around the state of Utah. I was interviewed by the Utah State Board of Ed to reflect on Washington and share that with colleagues around the state. I got to keynote the Women's United Gala to talk about literacy and the importance of literacy for students of all backgrounds. And then I continued to do some professional development. So in Draper, I got to go work with the Teachers of English conference, and then with some local districts as we're helping our educators to focus on their wellness right at the end of that school year. And I believe this is where I have the pictures of the teachers I honored. Yes, so these are just 3 of them. These teacher leaders who have different roles. Some of them are lead teachers in their building. The bottom center picture, she's a lead Microsoft teacher in her building. Top right, a lead special educator who mentors special educators in her building. Top left, an instructional coach and a mentor for new teachers. These are formal teacher leadership roles that they take on, that they're compensated for as they lead from their classrooms. Yes, just a few more pictures of keynoting. And then of course, I had to go back to my alum at some point, even though I was not the Idaho Teacher of the Year. Idaho State has asked me to do a few things with them, and that's been really fun. Okay, that brings me to this, well, I guess it's August now, to last month. I got to conduct some professional development at the Show Up Utah conference. I'm so grateful for our First Lady who prioritizes teacher wellness, and I was able to go and speak at that. I was able to keynote a special educator conference just this week, and I'm so grateful for special educators. It's near and dear to my heart. And then I was able to go work with the governor and the First Lady and Deseret News as an honoree in education. And these are some pictures of that. Oh yeah, and on the left you can see all those teachers turning themselves into neurons, just in case you didn't believe that I do that wherever I go. Okay, last slide and pictures. Okay, I got to go just a week and a half ago to Educator Space Camp. This is in Huntsville, Alabama, and the 55 of us got to take the role of student again. And we got to go through space missions. We got to meet astronauts. We got to talk about NASA's need for educators around the state. And so I learned 4 lessons that I want to touch on as I end today. Number 1, in that essay that board member Norton mentioned, I talked about how teaching, this is my opinion, but I think it has a lot of support. Teaching is one of the greatest professions out there because it's the only profession that all other professions come through, including professions that do not even exist yet. NASA reaffirmed this to me. They said to us day 1 and at the very end of the experience, NASA needs teachers because you will have future pilots come through your classrooms. You will have future engineers come through your classrooms. You will have people come through your classrooms that will get us to Mars. We need teachers. I agree. My second lesson, as I heard from astronauts, a lot of mistakes were made as they were trying to get people into space. I think we know about this as we go through history. But they had a growth mindset at NASA. And what I love about education in Utah is we have a growth mindset. We are continually trying to improve. If something doesn't go right the first time, we pick ourselves back up as students, teachers, community members, board members, and we find a way to make a difference. My third lesson, we can't do anything without a team. You guys are a team. A building is a team. A classroom is a team. Space missions are made possible by a team. We need people to take on different roles and collaborate and communicate and build bridges. Lastly, as you know, I'm passionate about teacher leadership. I believe that just like there were leaders in the NASA program, the first people in space, the first people to the moon, and eventually we'll have, I believe, the first people to Mars. Similarly, we need the first teachers in schools to be supported and empowered to lead from their classrooms, to mentor the new teachers, to lead professional development, because experts leading experts, research shows that's powerful. To be education ambassadors, whether they initially plan on it or not, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. To be community outreach leaders. Just like NASA's needs leaders, Utah education needs teacher leaders who lead from their classroom. And then I have a couple of fun pictures from space camp. As you could tell, I had a good time and I learned a lot. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to the board. For all that this program provides, I'm so excited. We just announced our 2025 finalists. I'm so excited for this program to continue. And I truly believe that by supporting it, you are doing a good thing because you're growing teacher leadership in the state of Utah. Thank you so much.
Carly, you truly have been a wonderful ambassador for teachers. And as a teacher, I am so proud to have you representing us. And thank you for the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you've made to make it work in your classroom and at your home while you were doing all this extra work. It's really phenomenal. And as you heard, we do have now 5 new finalists that will be interviewed later this month for this upcoming Teacher of the Year. And this past week, you should have received an invitation to attend the Teacher of the Year Awards banquet. If you haven't been in the past, you have missed a great opportunity. So, and they make this at a certain date and a certain time just for us. So we are highly recommended that we attend. That will be on September 5th, which is our next board meeting in September at 6:30 p.m. So if you don't have it on your calendar, get it on your calendar now and please plan to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Carly, for being here this morning, and always such a ray of sunshine, as well as the great message that you send. Thanks for setting the stage. It's exactly why we're here each month, is to make sure that we're doing right in education for teachers, for students, and for families. Next, we move to our public comment. Oh, do I have? Oh, no, I've skipped right over half of. Thank you. We're going to do, that was just such a bright ray of sunshine. Yeah, it was habit. Oh, my goodness. We're going to go to education highlight. We've got all kinds of sunshine this morning.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I am here, and it is August, which means we are going to be talking about our Purple Star schools. And really, I should not be the person talking about this. It should be Ben Rasmussen, but he doesn't like the spotlight. If you don't know our Director of Law and Professional Practices, he is quite the person. Oh, and look at him now coming in. I just have to put the spotlight on Ben because this program and all that's done, especially in the past 3 years, would not be possible without him. And he won't say it, but if you talk to any of the other people, like from our state military bases or anything like that from Davis School District, they will tell you that Ben is the man when it comes to our Purple Star schools. So I'm going to share just a couple pictures. Let's see if this... Okay. I'm going to share a couple pictures, which you can also view on our Twitter, plug for that, of the Purple Star Schools Awards ceremony that we held at Farmington High School in June to award our 2024 cohort, which, as you can see, there are a lot of people here. There are a lot of schools who are really putting military families first and making sure that as children of military families move into their schools, into their charter schools or districts, that they are going above and beyond to make sure that those children and their families are welcomed into that school community and that they feel at home and are connected to other people in that community. So we have this wonderful group here. Member Wood and Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings were able to attend that event as well. Got to shake some hands and look very official up there on the stage. And the joy that comes from these schools who are able to get recognized for all the work that they're putting in, you can see is palpable here. We've got a school leader taking a selfie with the Ogden district superintendent in front of the big screen that showed all the school names and their districts, or whether they're a charter school. It was lovely to be able to see all the joy, not just for themselves and all the work that they put in, but for each other. It was a long ceremony, if I can say that. There were a lot of school names to read, and after every school name, you go, you shake hands, you take some pictures. Kelsey's there in front of the stage saying, hold on, scooch over to the left. So it took a little bit, and if you've been to award ceremonies like this, towards the end you start to get less and less claps. That was not the case here. Everybody was really supportive of all the schools and made sure everybody had an opportunity to feel celebrated. So we love that. And then, of course, like I said, Ben presenting here. I just like this picture because he doesn't get to be in the spotlight often, and I like embarrassing him. So that's what I get to do from my powerful seat by the mic. And you may remember, if you were with us last year, I showed a video about the Purple Star schools, and I would just like to show it again, because I think it speaks a lot to how these school and district leaders experience this program and what it means to their the families in their schools and their local communities. I just gotta make sure that... Oh, and it's not gonna work. Okay, never mind. I won't be showing that because every single time I try to have audio, it doesn't like me anymore. So, since we have a little bit of extra time, I would like to invite Ben up to here to share any thoughts he has. And I would also love, I'm going to put her on the spot too, Member Wood, to share any thoughts she had about her experience being able to be at that ceremony and meet all the wonderful people that make our military families feel welcome in their communities.
Okay, Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. I am over the State Council on Military Children, and I would say I'm in the spotlight more than I need to, but I do appreciate the opportunity to join Kelsey in this presentation. We're very proud of the work that's being done in the schools for military students. It's been very gratifying to see this program grow. I can't remember the exact number, but we recognize schools from Ogden, Weber, Davis, Canyons this year. We also have a school in Jordan and Tooele. We have several charter schools that are recognized as part of this program. So they're doing great work, and we just are excited about it and hope we can keep it up.
I was pleased to be able to recognize them on behalf of the board. And having lived next to the Whidbey Island Naval Air Force Base when we lived in Washington, I saw firsthand the impact that a welcoming environment can have for these students and their families. And so to know that we prioritize that in Utah is just an amazing thing. These kids come, they have hardships, but they come and when they can be resilient and welcomed, and they will have more success in their lives. And it was great to see. What I loved was the support from superintendents. Each of the superintendents were there, showing that as a district and as a state, we value these families.
Thank you. I'd also like to add to that. I previously lived next to Fort Benning, Georgia. And yes, these students and families are remarkably resilient, but they need our assistance. Changing schools that many times in their young life is really, really, really tough. It has enormous benefits as well, but schools can do a lot and really help families to make sure that those students are getting exactly what they need. So thank you for all your efforts with this. Thank you very much.
And I know the schools aren't with us here today because that would just be way too many people to try to fit in one room. But I would love if we could give them a through the ether round of applause so that they know we appreciate them as well.
Kelsey, can you make sure that all board members get lists of all of the schools?
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up, we have employee recognition, and we have 2 months.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. We do have 2, and this is kind of fun to change this up a little bit today. So rather than a big chunk of everything, we're going to just focus on our employees. So Dr. Foster, if you will come and be embarrassed. Just get to stand right there. And once in a while, I get to see you really get embarrassed, and this is one of those opportunities. So we were really excited to honor Dr. Foster during the month of July. This is Harold Foster, affectionately known as Chuck. And Dr. Foster and I started about the same time at USBE. And if you know Dr. Foster at all, you will find him to be so knowledgeable, but also such a gentleman. He's kind. He's full of grace. He has a wonderful wit. Everybody who interacts with Dr. Foster walks away just feeling uplifted, and it doesn't matter how hard the subject is or what we're talking about. I have witnessed Dr. Foster over the years really try to bridge gaps with our tribal leaders and community leaders on behalf of our Indigenous students to make sure that they have the opportunities to succeed in their home communities and wherever they might go. So he's being recognized, was nominated by Max Lang, another longtime awesome employee. And for those of you that don't know, Dr. Foster administers the Title VI American Indian Education Program. You know, it's really a unique program, and it requires a substantial amount of knowledge of language, background, context, culture, history, but most importantly, relationships. And Chuck has spent his entire life building those relationships. He is trusted. He has this ability to just, as I mentioned, build positive relationships wherever he goes. And because of that, he has been the cornerstone of everything Indian education in this state. He is really not only a valued consult or resource in our state, but also around the country. People know him everywhere. His infectious smile and laugh, paired with his constant positive disposition, just make him such a treasured employee and resource. So Chuck, we are so delighted to honor you today and always. Thank you. His constant positive disposition just make him such a treasured employee and resource. So Chuck, we are so delighted to honor you today. Encore punctuation. That was awesome. That's funny. All right. Next, for our August Employee of the Month, this is sure fun to be able to honor 2 employees. Teresa McIntyre. Thank you, Teresa. This is going to be fun to embarrass you. All right. So Teresa, if you see that smile on her face, I don't think I've ever encountered Teresa without that smile. And her work is really, really hard. So the fact that she is always so positive and smiling is amazing, and one of the many reasons that she has been nominated. I love her nomination. Just starts off by saying she is awesome, exclamation point. She was nominated by Sydney McCarty, Sydney number 2. And Teresa's had to take on the role of implementing a new statewide assessment platform. And if you are out in the schools and you know anything about that, then Teresa gets a gazillion calls a day of just help me with this and how do I do that, and things aren't going right. And so she has specifically been working on the assessment platform of Acadience Learning online. And she's worked not only with the assessment staff here at USBE and the team at Acadience Learning to prepare for this whole big transition, but then going all over the state and training educators on the system. So imagine you're sitting in a room and you're learning about this new platform, and you get to see this lovely smile and enthusiasm about we're going to make you change everything you've been doing and learn this new platform. So we have had a lot of positive feedback about Teresa and her work out in the field. Another thing that Sid number 2 says about her is that she is a rock star. And after the districts they might have 100 people in the room, and they take the time to call us and let us know how amazing she's been. They praise her professionalism, skills, and attitude. She's also constantly, so that's been a big, big lift this year of why she was nominated. But she's also always working on developing materials to support teachers, implementing new ELA assessments with the new standards, and works across departments to make sure that we have preschool assessments that meets the legislative needs, while also considering what classroom teachers are saying that they need. As you can see, she does this with a cheerful attitude, and she's always willing to make changes based on feedback and requests from the field. So one of the things I really appreciate about Teresa is that she models for all of us this continuous feedback loop. How can I do this differently? How can I do it better? How can I improve? And I so appreciate her modeling that for all of us as we strive to get better in our agency. So I'll just read the last line here that I completely agree with. There's a whole big thing that I will stop reading because she's really involved in so many things. But I love the last line. USBE is lucky to have an employee like Teresa. We're lucky to have Teresa. So thank you and congratulations, Teresa McIntyre.
Thank you. I'd like to just add that Teresa is one of the people that my district alone probably emails multiple times a week. So if you multiply that by each school or LEA, she's busy, very busy, and always so friendly. So thank you. Now we are to public comment. So please remember that the public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. That's appreciated significantly. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. And please keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, we ask that you submit material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. First up, we have Sarah Jones. Good morning. If you'll just hit the person.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, good morning, board members. I'm Dr. Sarah Jones with the Utah Education Association, and it's August, and as students and educators head back to school this month, UEA would like to thank you for all of the work you do as board members. We know it takes a lot of time and study and effort for all that you do, and we appreciate your commitment to Utah's students and educators and families. UEA is also committed to advocating for students and educators and the education profession, and one way we strive to accomplish that is to engage in policy discussions to promote quality public education together with you. As we raise questions about policy issues, it's in the spirit of partnership. We want to partner with you on the important work you do in strengthening public education and engage with you in the critical and sometimes difficult conversations to think very deeply and deliberately about the policy issues that impact students and that impact educators. And we stand ready to be a resource to help together in the collaborative work of advancing education policy. When we work together, we know we can elevate the education profession and attract the best and the brightest to work in our schools. We can ensure every educator has all the supports that they need to be successful, but most importantly, we can ensure that every student finds success by eliminating opportunity gaps or achievement gaps. And so as we start the new school year, we look forward to working with the board in the coming year. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Shirley Dawson. Did Shirley make it this morning? Okay. Dr. Mallory Poole.
Did I just push, or I'm good. Okay. Good morning. My name is Dr. Mallory Poole. I have a bachelor's degree in special education from Brigham Young University, a master's degree in special education and administration from Utah State University, a doctorate degree in educational leadership and policy from the University of Utah. And after almost 15 years in Utah public schools as a special education teacher in both public, traditional public, and charter schools, I am now moving to be an educator, full-time faculty member at Southern Utah University, and also adjunct faculty at Utah Tech University. Today, I am here because I am deeply concerned about the recent decision to remove the Council for Exceptional Children standards from Utah's educator licensing requirements. As an educator, professional, researcher, student, and practitioner dedicated to special education, I see firsthand how crucial these standards are for preparing effective teachers and ensuring high quality education for our Utah students. Without these standards, we risk worsening teacher turnover, compromising educational quality, and undermining the ability to meet student needs. The solution: to address these issues, I strongly urge you to reconsider the decision to reinstate the current 2020 CEC standards. These standards are essential for effective teacher preparation and accreditation, providing a strong foundation for new educators, aligning with federal and state laws. They help ensure that teachers are well prepared, which is critical for improving student outcomes and retaining qualified teachers. By reinstating these standards, we uphold the quality for special education programs here in Utah and ultimately support the community. The action: I am more than willing to provide more information and to support an informed decision about reinstating the CEC standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Marsden. Nate, are you online? Okay, we'll go next to Dr. Vakil. Online?
Yes.
And
Can you hear me?
I am, yes, we can hear you, and I apologize. If you will say your name for us, please.
Shanabaz Vakil, you got that right.
Thank you. And go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would like to speak on behalf of Keeping the CEC Standards. The CEC is our largest professional organization. It's a recognized leader that has been proven to be dedicated to the success of all individuals with exceptionalities, both the gifted as well as those with disabilities. They have been created with research in mind, collaboratively with educators across the country, and they basically define expectations, which is programming, learning environments, content knowledge, as well as assessment. To remove these standards, according to me, would be a disservice to our community, not only to our students with disabilities, but also our teachers, as they form a very invaluable framework within which our profession grows, the way we communicate in the state of Utah, as well as nationally. And they're not just for the initial teacher preparation, they're also for us as professional development through in-services, conferences, etc. And last but not the least, I would like to mention that we have talked about the standard, or one of the elements of the standard, addressing diversity. We're not talking about diversity in the traditional sense, perhaps, but we're talking about diversity in the context of the family who serves, where the child belongs. Earlier, I was listening to a discussion that you had just before we began about military families. When the military families come to Utah as students, we look at the context, them coming as military families, moving around, and we look at the child in context of the family, and that's what that element in the standard addresses. To do away with the CEC standards, which are much larger, would be a disservice to all our students with disabilities as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Melina Alexander, are you online or in person? I believe you're online.
I am online.
Excellent. Thank you for turning on your camera. You can go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I desire comment on the importance of maintaining the CEC standards as part of the special educator preparation competencies. I have worked in Utah in the field of special education for over 30 years, first as a classroom teacher and currently as a professor of teacher education. At our university, we train our future teachers in competencies supported by the CEC standards, allowing our future teachers to be knowledgeable in the best practices for supporting the academic success of all students. Removing these standards appears to be a reactionary measure to our 277328 and House Bill 261, which state that educators may not receive training that promotes prohibited discriminatory practices, including those referred to or named diversity, equity, and inclusion. Nowhere in the CEC standards are these terms used together as a practice. In fact, of these terms, only the term diversity is used, and that is only once in Standard 6.3. Beginning special education professionals understand that diversity is part of families, cultures, and schools, and that complex human issues can interact with the delivery of special education services. This valuable standard speaks to a teacher's ability to analyze the student's whole environment, to promote communication and collaboration between schools and families, enabling positive outcomes for students with disabilities. I urge the USBE to reconsider the removal of these standards. By retaining them, we can ensure that our K-12 students are educated in environments that promote academic success for all learners, which is a fundamental goal of our education system. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kelly Kirschner. Kelly Kirscher, online?
Yes, hi.
Go ahead.
Turn my camera, but I don't think it's working. My camera is, oh, whoops, no. Here we go.
There you are.
Good morning,
Thank
board
you.
members. My name is Kelly Kircher, and I have worked in public education in a Utah school district for the past 35 plus years, all of which I have had a role in some capacity of special education. The Council for Exceptional Children, or CEC as we fondly know it, is the largest international professional organization dedicated to improving the success of children and youth with disabilities and/or gifts and talents. I joined CEC as a college student and have been a member for more than 40 years. CEC advocates for appropriate governmental policies, sets professional standards, provides professional development, and helps professionals obtain conditions and resources necessary for effective professional practice. CEC is known as the source for information, resources, and professional development for special educators. I am currently on the board of the Utah Council for Exceptional Children and very active in many subdivisions. CEC advocates for appropriate governmental policies, sets professional standards, provides professional development, and helps professionals obtain conditions and resources necessary for effective professional practice. I am here to strongly urge you to reconsider the removal of the Council for Exceptional Children standards in the Utah Educating Licensing Competencies. As an educator in Utah schools and as an advocate for children and their families, I feel qualified to state that removal of the CEC standards is not in Utah children's best interests and will contribute to lower outcomes for children and teachers. I strongly urge you to revisit the vote taken on June 6, 2024 regarding the CEC standards. Please consider that that vote was based on the 2012 standards and not the 2020 standards. Also, the International CEC Convention is scheduled to be held here in Salt Lake City in 2026, and the last time we had a convention, over 12,000 educators around the world attended. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Shambi Polychronis. Sorry, Shambi.
Yes, hi.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I am here today on behalf of the Utah chapter for the Council for Exceptional Children. Our council represents educators in Utah's public institutions of higher education, professional development experts, licensed professional special ed teachers, related service professionals, advocates for children, their families, their teachers, elected board members of the Utah CEC division, appointed advisors of our representative universities for CEC chapters, and concerned citizens. We feel qualified to state that the removal of CEC standards is not in our children's best interest and will contribute to lower outcomes. Unfortunately, at no point in time were we asked for our professional and personal experience with these standards prior to the vote to remove them. Our esteemed colleagues are already speaking on the impact of teacher licensing, so the council would like to address a few additional considerations. First, the council takes issue with the simple search, find, and count process taken by members of this board to hunt for specific terminology. Misappropriation of professionally and federally defined terms is harmful to special education, medicine, labor, social services, and society. Terms such as diversity and inclusion have specific, recognized, accepted, and adopted meanings among professionals in these fields, so that they can do their work to help students, parents, patients, clients. Second, CEC standards are based on high leverage practices in education. Beyond their use in higher ed, the standards are used to develop evaluation tools, para-ed's development in schools, and to create professional development opportunities. The CEC standards are evidence-based and best practices to ensure that federal laws regarding the education of children with disabilities are followed so that students are provided with an appropriate education that is reasonably calculated to enable progress to meet their needs. These include ADA, IDEA, Section 504, and the Andrew F. Supreme Court ruling. In closing, we urge the board to reconsider the removal of the premier professional organization standards for special education teacher prep. The Utah chapter would be happy to be a resource to the board and provide expert consultation on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Breda O'Keefe, in person, and please, I apologize your name.
No, it's great. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the time to also speak on the CEC professional standards. I speak on my behalf as a concerned citizen, not on behalf of any organization. I have over 20 years of experience in special education, 17 of which have happily been here in Utah. I started as a paraeducator, a special education teacher, and I'm now a teacher of teachers in higher ed. I'm addressing the same question that many of my friends have been talking about in terms of the removal of the 2012 CEC standards. I will not go into detail on why they're so important. I just wanted to provide 3 different reasons why we should reconsider having them reinstated or consider and review the 2020 standards for adoption and use in Utah. First, these standards are high quality and exceedingly practical. They have the focused goal of improving outcomes for students with disabilities and supporting their teachers. Secondly, as we've talked about, different meanings of words are. Words have multiple meanings, and so I recommend that we consider that, and that these words such as inclusion have very highly technical meanings in special education, and we should not throw out the baby with the bathwater in terms of getting rid of the CEC standards. Perhaps we could add a detail, an asterisk, when those terms are used, that they are defined specifically for Utah. Oxford has a comma, maybe Utah can have an asterisk. Finally, on a practical note, I want to acknowledge the incredible work that the USBE staff engage in. I see you. I know how hard they work. By removing the CEC standards, you will require them to reinvent the wheel in terms of professional standards. I don't think that's a good use of time, money, or the talents of the USBE staff. I very much appreciate your time and listening to all of our comments on this matter.
Thank you. Lexi Cunningham. Vice Chair Earl, Vice Chair Hart, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I bring greetings from the Utah School Superintendents Association and the Utah School Boards Association. I'd first like to say I'm so excited to be here today and hearing from our Teacher of the Year and the wonderful employees of the month. We are so fortunate in Utah to have such great teachers who are working hard every day to support each other and to support our students. August 1st, August is back to school month. We are 11 days away from our first district starting school. Washington County will start on the 12th. And thank you for all that you do throughout the year, but especially this summer. I have seen many of you at events at a statewide level. I've seen some of you in schools, in our rural areas, and I'd just like to thank you for making the time to get out and visit with our leaders, our teachers, our board members, our parents, our students. It really does mean a lot. USSA and USBA, as well as USBO, finished our priorities for the upcoming legislative session this summer. I will make sure that you have a copy of those so that you know what we will be advocating for this year. As in years past, there are many things that we advocate together on, and hopefully we will continue to do that this year. Later today, you will be talking about audits and reviews, and we would like to say thank you for not choosing districts to be reviewed or audited at USBE who are undergoing OLAG audits. That really does mean a lot to us. It's an intensive process to have an OLAG audit, and for you not to have audits while that is going on, we appreciate that. But I would hope that you would consider, when you have that conversation, looking at the districts or the LEAs that have 3 reviews this year. That is extensive, and we would just hope that you would consider that. It is only 5%. I know that that's not a big deal to all of you, but it is a big deal to our districts. Thank you. I hope you have a great meeting, and I hope you have a great year. Thank you. You as well, Lexi. Amber Bonner.
Good morning. My name is Amber Bonner. I'm the Education Commissioner for Utah PTA. And I just wanted to come this morning and first of all thank all of the USBE board members and also USBE staff for all of the work you put in over the summer. You know, it's funny to me sometimes when I hear community members say that education is great because you get the summer off, and I don't think they know how busy summers are for teachers and for educators and for administrators. So thank you for everything that you're doing to help our local schools and our districts as they are gearing up for school. My kids start school in 2 weeks, and I don't know if they're as excited as I am, but there it is. We just wanted to say Utah PTA has been very busy this summer getting ready, getting all of our things set up to be supportive of our schools and our teachers, and we're grateful for the partnership that we have with you in working towards that. Something else, PTA has been partnering with the Debate Coalition, and so we are appreciative of everyone who participated in those debates or came. You know, many of you came and watched. We appreciate that. We will be gearing up to do a second round of debates for the November elections starting hopefully in the next month or so. So we appreciate your support in all that you do, and we are anxious and willing to help you if there's anything that we can do to be of assistance to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Jacine Craven Walker, are you present? And please, apologies for mispronunciation.
You are just fine, and yes, I am vertically challenged, so I will put that down there. Thank you, Vice Chair Hart, Vice Chair Earl, Sidney Dixon, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Jacine Craven Walker. I am from the Clark Planetarium, and how fortuitous for me to be here to hear Teacher of the Year's takeaways from Space Camp. I love those, of course, being a science educator. I am here to request your support of the inflationary adjustment for fine arts, POPs, and science outreach IC. This was one of the approved motions that was accepted by the Public Education Appropriation Committee during the 2024 legislative session. Unfortunately, it was not accepted by Executive Appropriations. If this was supported by the State Board of Education for both POPs and IC, this would preclude us from coming to you folks every single year and from coming to the legislature every single year to ask for a cost of living adjustment for us to go out and teach the kids. As an IC collective, we spent $293,000 more IC funds on outreach personnel compared to last year. We spent $180,000 more from matching funds on outreach personnel compared to last year. We are required to reach every district over a 3-year period. Many districts hit, or many service providers hit every district every year. I do have a one-sheet handout that has our outreach experiences for students and teachers by district, if I'm allowed to give that to somebody to be distributed. And I know it's quick and fast, and I do talk a lot in the classroom, so I'm going to wrap up right now unless you have any questions for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Cassandra Verbruggen.
Good morning, and thank you also for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Cassandra Verbruggen. I'm the Executive Director of Spy Hop Productions. We're a media arts education organization based here in Salt Lake City. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the 15 arts organizations who are members of the Utah State Board of Education's Fine Arts Professional Outreach Program in Schools, otherwise known as POPs. We would like to thank you for your continued support and for recognizing the value that arts play in the education of Utah's children. One of your agenda items today is to review amendments to the board rule that governs our program, R277444, along with R277443 for the IC draft new rule. Our organizations are in favor of separating the two board rules, and we respectfully request your approval of both. The board rules articulate the requirements you all place on us as we serve our K-12 schools, as well as how USBE leadership administers our programs, and they are very much appreciated and needed for fidelity and consistency among us all. I'm also here today, as Jacine just spoke to ask you to revisit your prioritization of USBE leadership's request to advocate during the 2025 legislative session to amend the statutory language in Section 208 of Utah State Code 53F2, the cost of adjustments for growth and inflation, to include POPs and IC programs, enabling us to receive annual inflationary adjustments in our funding. Each year, in order to keep pace with the cost of providing high-quality arts and science experiences in schools, both POPs and IC must currently appeal for increases to both USBE and Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee, and it does take a lot of resources and time amongst staff, both USBE, POPs, and IC to do that. So we are appreciative of all of your time, and we hope you will reconsider our request and leadership's request to advocate during the session for this inflationary adjustment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Amy Shaw. Amy, are you online?
Yes.
Will you turn your camera on?
Oh.
If
it says it's been stopped.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks. Hello, my name is Amy Shaw, and I will be a student teacher for the fall 2024 semester with Utah State University. Each future student teacher spends several semesters before they enter this school determining how they will financially survive student teaching. Between needing to pay tuition and working contract hours at our schools, we are left with only a few options of how to financially support ourselves. Some are lucky enough to have a support system such as a family or a partner that can take care of the financial needs of living. Others will work evening jobs to support themselves, leading them to essentially work 70 to 80-hour weeks. Due to this, when we learned that we would be receiving a stipend to help us, it lessened the already mounting stress that comes with earning a teaching degree. I understand that HB 221 is only giving us a surplus, a way that the state of Utah could show that they understand the difficulties that are facing future educators. I spent most of my college career searching and contemplating how I would be able to support myself. When the bill passed, I knew that I wouldn't need to face constant anxiety caused by the needs on top of the stress of student teaching. Once the application opened up and I received an email from my university where it would state that I needed to contact my school district to become a 1099 contract worker and that we would only be receiving half of the funds at the beginning of our student teaching, it was confusing as we hadn't heard anything regarding this. As I was discussing this change with my colleague, she informed me that being a 1099 contract worker would require a large tax on any money we received. After confirming it with my university, I found myself upset and confused as to why these changes hadn't been communicated. I can imagine the task it was for the board to manage this bill alongside determining how these students would earn and receive our license. I don't know what the details were or how monumental the task must have been to manage this bill, the change in license process on top of all the other duties of this board. With this understanding, I urge the board to reconsider having student teachers become a 1099 contract worker and have this be a true stipend. Losing 15.3% of whatever funds we receive doesn't change the fact that we are receiving funds, but it does undermine the purpose of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your for being a teacher. We appreciate that. Just as a note, both the CEC standards and the teacher preparation program and the stipends for future educators are number 9 on our agenda today. So those both have been, those both are on today's agenda. Thank you for everyone who came to address the board today. Next up, we are just slightly behind time schedule by 10 minutes, and I am confident that Chair Hymas will make up that time.
And I will do it. Okay, so let's jump right in then to agenda item 3.2. And this is the research data sharing agreement with Department of Health and Human Services. The committee recommends that the board approve the committee recommends that the board approve the data sharing agreement with the Department of Health and Human Services.
All right, that motion's been made. Okay, let's go to a vote. All in favor? Are you? It'll be up just a second. No, you're good. Takes a minute to get in the swing of things. Okay. Okay. All right, please vote.
As Board Member Carey.
Oh, yeah. Board Member Carey?
No.
And do we, Member Klein, are you with us? Okay, just double checking. All right, we're still looking for some votes. We're missing Davis has stepped out of the room. Member Green has stepped out of the room. And Moss.
So we've got
okay, we've got everybody. That passes with a vote of 8-3, the noes being Member Bogus, Member Carey, Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you. Let's jump to agenda item 3.3. This is Tintic School District waiver request. This is a renewal. The committee recommends that the board approve Tintic School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-4194.
Okay, the motion is the board approve the Tintic School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-4194. Just warming up. We're good. All right, board members, please vote. Hold on, it's not up yet. All right, board member Carey?
Yes.
11, 12, 13. All right, we've got everyone present voted. That passes unanimously, 11-0. Next.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 3.4, Rich School District Waiver Request. This is also a renewal. The committee recommends that the board approve Rich School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-4194.
The motion's been made that the board approve our Rich School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-4194. Please vote. Member Carey?
Carrie is a yes.
Do you want to vote on this or no? All right, with everyone present, the vote is in 11-0. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item 3.5, R277-124, teacher bonuses for extra assignments. This is a repeal. The committee recommends that the board repeal R277-124, teacher bonuses for extra assignments, on second and final reading.
The motion's been made that the board repeal R277-124, teacher bonuses for extra assignments, on second and final reading. Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to confirm with Member Hymas, because I had a phone call about this, that the code has been repealed and the funding has been discontinued.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And I appreciate that, because when you read this, it is hard to hear.
It is absolutely hard to hear, and I just wanted clarification for the public. Thank you.
Amen. I add to that. Seeing no other questions, the vote will be up momentarily. Votes up, please enter. Member Carey?
Carrie is a yes.
All right, with members present, that vote is 12-0. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. 3.6, this is R277-925, effective teachers in high poverty schools. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-925, effective teachers in high poverty schools, draft 1, on second and final reading.
Motion's been made that the board approve R277-925, effective teachers in high poverty schools, draft 1, on second and final reading. Seeing no questions, the vote is up, please. Board Member Carey?
Yes.
Okay, all present voting. The vote is in. It passes 12 yeses, 1 abstention, and the abstention being Member Bogus.
Agenda item 3.7, R277-482, school personnel email addresses. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-482, school personnel email addresses, draft 2, on second and final reading.
The motion's been made that the board approve R277-482, school personnel email addresses, draft 2, on second and final reading. Member Bogus?
Thank you, ma'am. Through the chair, I'm wondering why we need this information. I understand that There's legislation, but I have a substitute motion depending on the answer to this question. We have teacher email addresses by and through when they register for their license in this state. And this agency has the ability to contact them through that portal. Why are we asking for their work email address, and what is the purpose?
Yes, I believe it's so that we don't use their personal address, we use their work address. But also, a better answer will come from Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Member Bogus, two things. Number one, the law requires us to collect email addresses for all personnel, not just educators. So that would include paraprofessionals, school secretaries, etc. USBE does not currently have email addresses for non-licensed individuals. And as Vice Chair Hart mentioned, the email addresses that we do have with respect to licensing are often personal email addresses, not their work. And so the law requires that we collect the work email addresses of all employees, not just educators.
May I ask for the purpose? What is the purpose?
Madam Chair, I'll move on. This was requested by the Utah State Legislature during this last session. My understanding is they would like to provide up to 3 communications. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 communications per year at their discretion. It does not state in the law the purpose or there's no limit to the scope of their communications.
Is there anything preventing us from communicating with district leaders and having that disseminated through districts?
Go ahead.
That has been the practice up until now. Generally, USBE, when there is something we would like to communicate with educators and our other school personnel, the practice has been for a communication to go out from either the superintendent or board leadership to LEA, district superintendents and charter directors, and then to request that they send the communication on to their employees on behalf of USBE. And that was provided as background to the legislature before they changed the law.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's response to the law. So, did you want to move forward or?
Well, yeah, I think I have a substitute motion.
Okay.
I would move that the board table this and direct staff to work with the legislature to repeal the relevant code.
So there's a challenge. With that. Superintendent Dixon, did you want to? Oh yeah. Do we have a second on that? Member Green seconds. So discussion to that motion. What is the time? What did they put in legislation for a deadline on this?
Madam Vice Chair, the deadline is that all LEAs must submit these work email addresses to USBE on or before October 1 of this year.
Okay. And Superintendent Dixon?
I've been contacted 3 times by representatives of House leadership to see if we've created a solution yet. They're wanting to get something out to teachers for back to school.
And Member Green?
I think my question is when you say they want to reach out at least 3 times a year, is that the legislature?
Madam Vice Chair, would you like me to give the citation to the code and
Sure.
And or pull it up? So the sections of code that this relates to are Section 53G7 224, and I can read this is what the code states. On or before October 1 of each year, an LEA shall provide the state board with the work email address of each school employee. And then below it talks about the state board, and then it also talks about upon request, the state board shall provide the email addresses to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And then it goes on to talk about how the President of the Senate and the Speaker, by mutual agreement, may jointly email school employees for official communication on behalf of the legislature relating to the teaching profession or education policy in the state. And they do have to give the superintendents and charter directors 48 hours notice before they send that out, and they can do this no more than 3 times a year according to that code.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we have a substitute motion before us. We're working on getting that on the screen. Yes, I'm sorry. Hold on. Member Wood has a question, and then Member Green.
Actually, I'd like to substitute, or amend the substitute.
Okay, an amendment is in order.
I move that the board approve R277-428 school personnel email addresses draft 2 and add that the request staff with the legislature to repeal the requirements of section 53G-7224 so that we comply with the law, which is our duty to comply with law, but we also work to improve the law.
Do we have a second on that motion to amend? Second came from Member Reel. So, Member Green. Sorry, Member Green. Go ahead.
I think this is for Deputy Stallings. And I didn't see, I haven't followed any discussion that's happened around this, so I'm just wondering what they have a clarifier for, so B1, right? B-I or B. Do they say why is this a problem? Like, why has this become a problem that they wanted to address in this manner? What is, I mean, communication is always good, and transparency is always good, right? So I can see that. Is it because they're receiving from educators that they feel like they're in the dark, and so they're trying to reach the teachers? Like, what specific reasoning is behind this? And why would we make that a law, and why anyway?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, would you like me to respond? No, I always hesitate to speak on behalf of people. Representative Candace Perucci was the sponsor of the legislation, which, by the way, was coupled with a number of policy requests that the state board requested. My recollection is that the legislature would like to be able to send a message to public educators and public education professionals to let them know about updates potentially after a session. For example, here are some things that we did because we honor you or we want to support public education. I just believe that right now they feel that they're having to do that maybe in a public space where they're not sure if educators and school professionals are receiving communication to them. I do remember Representative Perucci stating that a very large portion of the state's budget, not quite half, but a lot of the state's budget does go to support K-12 education. And so the legislature wanted to have an opportunity to kind of give updates, is my recollection, on things that the legislature is doing in the space of K-12 education.
Can I follow up, please? Okay. Well, this communication was indicated that if there's something that they're trying to pass and there's a lot of controversy there, that communication will go out at that point. It does clarify that you cannot use it for political activity or for any purpose other than as described in subsection 5B. So does this communication with educators during the legislative session affect hot topic items? Is it going to be for I mean, obviously the debate is on the floor, so you're going to have both arguments there. What does that look like?
Superintendent Dixon.
Just with respect to your specific question of the political neutrality or timing, that issue did come up in public comment. There were issues not raised by USBE, but others. And I believe that language, the legislature would likely work with their own legal counsel to ensure that whatever communications they provided was in line with this legal requirement, whether it's timing or content. The other thing that Deputy Norman was reminding me that the legislature or Representative Perucci communicated during the hearings is that part of the other thing that the legislature wanted to communicate with K-12 leaders is that they wanted them to be aware of legislation policy that had passed so that they knew these certain things had just passed, and that hopefully the system would be informed of what kind of the next steps for implementation were. Because oftentimes right now, when it comes to passage of legislation after the session, we as a body go out and we share with different groups. Those groups share out with their touch points, and it kind of takes a while to get down the row. And the legislature did share that they would like a direct opportunity to say, here's some things that passed during this last legislative session that we look forward to watching you implement.
Let's be careful. We don't want to subject our staff to speaking to intent. The issue before us is the amendment. I've got Davis, Moss, then Bogus. Sorry, Member Davis. Would you hit your light, please? Oh, okay, thank you. Then Chair Moss.
I'll just quickly say that there was a lot of discussion about this, but I know board members have questions, and my feeling is it might be premature to advocate or direct to consider repeal when we're given the law tells us what to do and we got to implement. But I think we have a good opportunity to talk to legislators and then formulate a potential policy proposal. If board members want to reconsider or amend, I'd be a little nervous about telling them that we are voting or directing our staff to repeal, because we're also going to be sending up our own suggestions to them for our policy we'd like them to strongly consider, right? So I just suggest maybe we comply with the law now, but then start some discussions to see if we want to advocate for something different. That's just my take.
Yes, ma'am. So I obviously have great concern about this. Incoming, I guess, is maybe considered apolitical, though I would argue the opposite. But once those emails start bouncing from teacher to teacher internally or forwarded out from the government system to any place, then it becomes a violation of using government systems for political purposes. And ultimately, we're putting a system in place that sets up our teachers to be in violation of the law. And it almost seems like a bait and switch. And I think it's very tenuous ground, and I think we have the opportunity to stand in the gap and say, no, we're not going to set them up to fail and put them in a position to maybe stumble, but maybe knowingly violate the law because they think it's okay, because it comes in from that domain. And I would argue this is, I adamantly disagree with Chair Moss. I think this is our place. I think it's something that was done without a full understanding of how this is going to play out in public ed, and I think we need to stand in that place.
Member Norton.
Thank you. I am going to vote yes for this bill because I do think that communication is a good idea, but I agree with this comment, and that was one of the concerns that I have too, is are we opening up the doors, or are we going to hold teachers held harmless if they do respond back to that email for using their school email inappropriately?
Thank you. We now have the motion in front of us, the amendment to amend the first part of the motion to approve R277-482 in lieu of tabling. Is that ready to go? All right, please vote. Member Carey?
Yep. Vice Chair Hart, I have a question. Are we voting on Board Member Wood's amended motion?
Yes, we are voting on to amend the first part of the motion. So in context, it would say that the board approve R277482 draft 2 and request staff work with the legislature to repeal the requirements of section 53G 7224.
I'm a yes on that.
Okay. All right. Member Klein, have you joined us? I don't think so. Okay. That passes 9 yeses, 1 abstention, and 4 noes. The abstention is Member Davis. The noes are Moss, Hymas, Bogus, Green. Now we move to, yep. The amended substitute. Oh, I guess I can do that. The motion as amended is that the board approve R277482 draft 2 and request staff work with the legislature to repeal the requirements of section 53G 7224.
Carrie is a yes.
Thank you, Member Carey. Please vote. All right, the votes are in. That passes with 10 yeses, 3 abstentions, 1 no. The abstentions are Norton, Straight, Davis. The no is Chair Moss. Next item. I'm sorry. Okay. Member Lear.
It may be inappropriate to speak after the vote. Can I make comment or no?
I'll allow it.
Thank you. I agree with this approach. I do agree that this is annoying for educators. On the other hand, public employees work email addresses are public information under GRAMA. What we're doing is having to do a lot of work for legislators to put everything in a really neat, tidy package, which the general public doesn't get. So I absolutely agree with working to repeal this, but we have a law that we have to comply with. I don't like it. I don't think this is one that I would, I won't die on that hill.
Okay. Thank you. All right, moving on.
Thank you. We are at agenda item 3.8, R277-600, Student Transportation Standards. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-600, Student Transportation Standards, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion is that the board approve R277-600, Student Transportation Standards, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no questions, we'll move to a vote. Please vote.
Carrie is yes.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Member Carey. All right, the votes are in. That passes unanimously. Next.
We move to agenda item 3.9, R277-327, School Leadership Development Grant. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board repeal R277-327, School Leadership Development Grant on second and final reading. And I want to just, in recognition of Member Bogus's comments earlier, like why are we repealing this? It's important for the public to understand. The staff recommends repealing this rule as the legislature has discontinued funding for the program.
Thank you. Seeing no questions.
Carrie is a yes.
Thank you, Member Carey. And please vote. All right, the votes are in. That passes unanimously. Next.
Thank you. Agenda item 3.10, R277-321, Paraeducator to Teacher Scholarship Program. This is another repeal. The committee recommends that the board repeal R277-321 Paraeducator to Teacher Scholarship Program on second and final reading. And again, for clarification, state funding for Paraeducator to Teacher Scholarship Program and related code was repealed.
Yes, the motion before us is the board repeal R277-321 Educator to Teacher Scholarship Program on second and final reading, unfortunately. So please vote. Member Carey?
Carey, yes.
All right, we're still waiting on 2 votes, please. Did we get number 4? That passes unanimously. Next.
Agenda item 3.11, R277-324, Paraeducator Programs, Assignments, and Qualifications. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-324, Paraeducator Programs, Assignments, and Qualifications, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before us is that the board approve R277-324 Paraprofessional Paraeducator Programs, Assignments, and Qualifications, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no questions, let's vote.
Carey is a yes.
Thank you, Member Carey. 3 more votes, please. That passes unanimously, 14-0. Next.
Agenda item 3.12, R277-625, Student Mental Health Amendments. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-625, Student Mental Health Amendments, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-625, Student Mental Health Amendments, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no comments, please vote. Thank you. Member Carey?
Carey is a yes. Yes.
Thank you. Member Carey?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. And the votes are in. That's passes 13-1. Yeses. The no being Member Bogus. Next.
Agenda item 3.13, Education Interim Committee Sunset Item, Section 53F-5-214, Grant for Professional Learning. The committee recommends that the board recommend that the legislature not allow Utah Code Section 53F-5-214, Grant for Professional Learning to sunset.
The motion before the board is that the board recommend that the legislature not allow Utah Code Section 53F-5-214 Grant for Professional Learning to sunset. Seeing Member Green.
So just to clarify, so we're telling, this is something that we're going to take back to the legislature. So kind of in reference to what we were just talking about, we do have the authority to tell them to what
we're recommending.
This is, yeah.
A recommendation. Okay, so this is a recommendation to
keep it.
It's
It's up to sunset. The program has been beneficial. We're recommending that it continue on.
And so if we find that something is not beneficial, we can also make that recommendation.
It would sunset. If something was sunsetting, we would allow it to sunset.
Okay.
This particular one, when it was passed, it had a date for sunset, and that date is upon us, and we want to bring legislature's attention to it and say, oh, this is a very valuable program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No other questions? Please vote.
Carey is a yes.
Thank you, Member Carey, as a yes. One more vote, please. Vote 13-1 with 13 yeses, 1 abstention. The abstention is Member Bogus. That passes.
Thank you. Agenda item 3.14, Education Interim Committee, sunset item, section 53F-5 -215, elementary teacher preparation grant. The committee recommends that the board recommend that the legislature not allow Utah Code section 53F-5-215 elementary teacher preparation grant to sunset, but to extend the sunset date.
Okay, the motion before us is that the board recommend that the legislature not allow Utah Code 53F-5-215 elementary teacher preparation grant to sunset, but to extend the sunset date. Now, a note for these items, the chairs of the Education Interim Committee requested a recommendation for the board. So it's not just automatic in this particular instance. They did ask for our recommendations. So we are giving them an answer. So, Member Bogus.
Isn't it common in most professional industries that you pay for your own credentialing?
I do not know the answer to that. It kind of depends. Member Lear? Did you want to respond to that? It's kind of a...
I can speak to 2 other professions that I'm familiar with.
Okay.
And it's sort of a kind of answer. As to legal credentialing, you pay for your own, except that if you work for many employers pay for it, if that makes sense. For if you're in private practice, you're responsible for your own. And or if your employer doesn't pay. And I understand that's the same that's true about the medical profession, but I'm not intimately familiar with that.
I do know that as a school leader and as a district leader, I've often asked staff to take different roles that require different preparation, and sometimes there's that kind of situation where they need a different certification for something that they've been asked to do. So it's kind of a...
Yeah, but that
happens.
Seemed to me to be an institutional thing, not a government thing. And in this case, the government is paying for something for someone's personal employment.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other comments, do you have it ready to vote? Okay. Let's go ahead and vote.
Carrie is a yes.
Thank you, Member Carey is a yes. One more, please. Thank you. The votes are in. That passes with 13 yeses and 1 no. The no being Member Bogus. Go ahead.
Thank you. With agenda item 3.15 being information, we are going to jump to agenda item 3.16, board policy 2004, board member communication. The committee recommends that the board approve board policy 2004, board member communications, draft 7.
The motion before the board is that the board approve board policy 2004, board member communications -7, draft 7. Seeing no comments. Okay, so we've got comments. Member Bogus, then Member Wood.
So, this one does not have line numbers. I apologize. So we'll just go to subsection, I believe it's 4. To me, it seems very cumbersome that someone would have to forward something to the board secretary to forward. And on its face, it almost seems absurd. Can someone help me understand why we would forward it to the board secretary to be forwarded as opposed to just forwarding it?
I will take a stab at that, but it is not an official answer. As a member of board leadership, when things go through the board chair or the board secretary, there's a better accounting or transparency to it. And that's one way of that we make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's, but that is just a an offhand response. Deputy Stallings, you have your, go ahead. Whoops, that wasn't you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. One other thing I just wanted to throw out is that it does reduce the risk of it seeming as if the board is beginning communication outside of, remember that if you have 8 or more board members, you could, if you started engaging via email, violate open and public meetings. So having a staff member do that on your behalf also kind of reduces the risk that it appears as if a board member is engaging in communication, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Thank you.
It's a very good. Thank you. Member Wood.
I move to amend.
Amendment is in order, please.
I'd like to delete section 4.
The motion's been made to delete section 4. Do we have a second? That second's been made by Member Davis. Let's get it typed, and then whoever's driving can show up section 4. That'd be appreciated.
May I speak to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the more I've thought about this, the more I realize that where we're going is this back and forth between leadership and elected officials. When you look at the vast amount of elected officials we have local school board members, we have attorney generals, we have legislators. I believe the end result is that collaboration with outside officials will be reduced, and I don't think that that's good for the power of the board, and I'd like to see this gone.
All right, Member Davis.
I really just have a problem with the language in general, because I think I don't like it when we're gonna just forward legislators or any public officials things without them knowing, written communication without them knowing. I think they should be asked first. And when I am going to forward a public official's email to anybody, I say, how do you feel about this? Can I forward it to so-and-so? Is it ready for a wider audience? Is it ready for prime time? I don't want to have them get a copy back and say, and by the way, this was copied to everybody. I think that's going to reduce communication between the legislature and the board. And at the same time, if you narrow the focus too much, it doesn't take care of the concerns that Member Carey and others have expressed, that we need more communication. And I just think that we need to start informally by just asking our leadership, and this is not a criticism on you, by the way, because I know you've got 100 balls falling on your head at any given moment, and you're trying to decide which ones to pick up because it's busy. I've sat in that seat and I know. But I think we just could respectfully say, if something comes in from an elected official, and we're not going to use it as a gotcha in a board rule and slap your hand because you missed this one and didn't get that one or something, but if you see something like, man, this would be probably important for the board to know, or this can influence the work of the board, these are important issues. I would just ask that you fill us in and let us know and open those lines of communication a little bit more before we start putting in things like this, where elected officials, things are going to start to be copied to more people than they intended without them perhaps being ready for that yet. Maybe they're just exploring their thoughts.
Member Carey, you unmuted. Are you in line?
Yeah, if I could.
Go ahead. And then Member Lear.
Yeah, I just want to speak against the amendment in this sense. Board leadership has had over, 8 months now to come out and do exactly what Board Member Davis said, which is, hey, we're willing to be more transparent. We're willing to share this information. But they've spent those 8 months just fighting this particular motion or policy. So I agree that we need more communication, but we also need more transparent and open communication. And I just don't feel that's been forthcoming. So I speak against the amendment. Thank you.
All right, Chair Moss, and then Member Lear.
I'll just address as an individual my response to this. I have not weighed in or fought any of this, so I'll let the board decide and we'll follow your direction. That's been my position all along. I'm not aware of any communication that falls within this description that we have not distributed in that period either. So I'm in favor of communication, and we'll do what the board decides.
Member Lear.
Thank you. I sometimes think it's good to have a meeting every other month because you do have some time to think about things, and sometimes your subconscious works on them without even thinking about it or consciously thinking about it. And I too have had sort of second thoughts about this, and my thinking is that I have been very direct with the board leadership, maybe to the point of rudeness, in saying that I believe the board leadership was elected to speak for the board, period. And they don't, I believe they should not be, and working with is a broader term than I really intend, but they should not be working independently on issues with legislators, because I don't think you can take off that leadership hat and leaders in legislators' minds. I've heard that from many legislators. This is the other side of that coin. As sometimes I am uncomfortable, I'll be frank, I didn't vote for any of these board leaders, but they are the leaders. And we have to go with, if I believe the first part of the statement, I believe I have to support the second part of the statement, and is they act for the board. And they act using their judgment, and our trust levels vary from board member to board member, but they do act for the board. And I do respect that. And I don't need to have every piece of communication that they address with legislators, because they act for the board. And I will continue to harp on my concerns, but I will also continue to believe that they will do the honorable thing and represent the language and work of the board.
Vice Chair Earl.
And I had two still concerns related to the language that, and when once again, it's not elected public official, and then when that public official sends something on, if it meets this criteria, and I do think it's limited if it's just addressed to three board members or to the leadership, which I appreciate. I'd reached out to board member Carey to get some clarification on that, not if it's CC'd, because sometimes we'll have someone from finance or Scott Jones or something will CC us related to, something going on, and then it just creates this snowball effect of chaos because everybody's getting all this communication, not the full communication. But I do think that just like any of us, if we send a communication looking for some clarification or something, if you're not expecting it to go to everyone and it goes to everyone and it's misunderstood or misrepresented in some capacity or forwarded on in some capacity, then I was trying to figure out if there was a way to adjust that. But I do think down further under 5 that correspondence, being more thoughtful about that and making sure we're engaging in that capacity. And I think this addresses, we've added language in here to move in that direction. I think it gets closer to that. Like I said, I just worry, my concern is, and also, well, two concerns, that initial correspondence may not even be the piece that people are interested in, right? That drove in the end, some kind of response from leadership. That initial response could be something very vague. So it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really get to that either, the way the language is. I'm not, anyways, I feel like, well, at this point, I feel like that the bottom piece is going to get to that more. It's going to drive that more. And I think it sits in the right space. I also think, listening to the committee, I appreciate the thoughtful discussion even on Section 6. I know we're focusing on one piece here, but Section 6, I think it landed in a very sound place And I think there was a very thoughtful dialogue that this particular item, if used, is not misused. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Member Reel and then Member Green.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I explained this in our last meeting when we discussed this, but this is something that I'm going to be a no on because I think generally, as Board Member Lear mentioned, it's when it comes to leadership, it's about trusting leadership, and this, to be honest, feels very petty to me, and I don't think that we need to have rules that are written in this sort of way. I also have concerns about Section 6, and this will be my only comment about it, and then we can continue on, but on D, having been, I'm trained in emergency communications and education. I've gone through live active or shooter trainings. Like, I've been through it all. And one of the most important thing is you never get in the way of sending out a message to people that need to have timeliness on receiving that message. And I do not ever want to get in the way of our school employees getting a message from board leadership if it is something, especially if it's timely. And so asking for it to be sent to us prior to be sent to school employees feels like it can cause damage. That delay, that time, it can often be really important that school employees receive something instantly and quickly, and I don't want to ever get in the way. And again, although we have our differences, I trust our leadership and whoever that may be in the future, and I want to give them the ability to do their work as they see. And this rule is something that I feel like could have just been a really good conversation with leadership about how setting expectations rather than ingraining it into our rules. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Green, then Member Straight, then Member Davis.
I think mine is just in relation to maybe the detail of Section 4. It says that sends policy-related correspondence addressed to all. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, 1 second. I lost it. I went down to Section 6. I'm going to have to come back. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Do you want me to come back to you? Okay. Member Straight, everybody else's lights disappeared.
Yes. I guess my concern right now is we're working on the amendment, and I'm concerned about speaking out of turn. I think the only thing I would have to say is we have the formal and we have informal communication. We're talking about formal communication. I think this lends to pushing for more informal, which there's benefits to each. There's a place for each. And I'm not certain that this will lead us there.
Thank you. I did want to bring the body's attention to the amendment that's at hand, which is it's the amendment to strike paragraph 4 in its entirety. That's what we're speaking to right now. So next up, Member Davis, then Member Green. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Green, did you find your space? Why don't we go to you next?
Pretty minor.
Okay.
I think I just wanted to clarify when it says that sends policy-related correspondence addressed to all members of board leadership. So that means that, like, if an elected public official sends something, say, to only 2 of the 3 members of board leadership, that will not be triggered.
I guess.
I mean, if I'm reading it
yeah,
that way,
the strict reading of that,
imply that.
That is true. I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that means that, which brings us to what Member Straight just said. Like, there's formal communication and informal communication. It would seem that if some correspondence was coming from an elected public official and it was on that level of formality, that it would come to full leadership. If not, then it would be with, well, who are you working with at the current moment to get it to a place where we do want to launch it? So I don't know how you even start to monitor this.
Yep.
You'd have grammar reports. It would be a lot of backtracking, it seems. So I'm just wondering, in what ways do we see that this works?
That's a very good question.
Generally asking.
That is a very good question. I think sometimes I think that rules, I would like to respond to that. Sometimes I think that when rules are put in place, I think someone alluded to it, it's in place of what should have been a conversation, and rules can give the illusion that there's more control over a situation than there actually is, because there are so many different variables at play in so many different unique situations. That's just my 2 cents. I concur, is what I'm saying. It's that question is still out there. Member Davis.
Maybe as we just try things out moving forward, should this amendment pass, to take out section 4 and see how it goes. Maybe we could just make something more routine. Like, for example, in the board chair's comments or something, maybe there's like, did you meet with any legislators this week or this month? What are you working on? What are you working on? What should we know? And how is it furthering the work of the board? And or maybe there's an email once a month that says, hey, this month, these 5 educators were wondering about this board policy and we're having meetings about this or whatever. Just something that's a little more routine so that people feel like, they're going to get periodic updates. And again, it's not for you didn't put this thing in that email, but it's just giving a little more awareness to what is happening in the communication processes.
Absolutely. Any other comments? All right, let's move forward. Are we ready for a vote? All right, please vote.
Carrie is a no on the amendment.
We're missing one. Chair Moss? All right, that passes 9 yeses, 1 abstention, 4 noes. The abstention would be me, and the noes would be Bogus, Carey, Hymas, Green. All right, that means we move to the underlying motion that the board approve policy 2004, board member communications draft 7, as amended. Seeing no comments.
Carrie is a yes.
Thank you, Member Carey. One more, please. Thank you. That passes with 12 yeses, 1 abstention, 1 no. The abstention would be me and Member Hart, and the no is Member Reel.
That concludes the report from Law and Licensing. Thank you.
Excellent. Moving on to Finance. Yes, we will take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes, which means we return at 11:15. But first, please, a comment, Superintendent Dixon.
There's been some work going on out in the street due to a water main leak, and the water was turned off for about 20-30 minutes. So if you're using restrooms and the sinks, like the water sputters or it doesn't turn on, that's the situation. We do have hand sanitizer outside.
Thank you. 5-minute break.
Before the board is that the board approve R277-110 Education Salary Adjustment Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Any discussion of the motion? Not seeing any. Let's vote.
Chair Carey is a yes.
Member Carey, thank you. Do we not have Member Klein online? I missed the opener. Okay. Anybody else? We ought to be, I think that's it, right? Just Member Carey. Okay. Let's see. Got a couple left. We're missing one, so we have one more. Okay, that passes unanimously, 13-0 for those present and voting. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, the next item that we have for you is 4.4. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-479 funding for charter school students with disabilities, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, Member Lear, discussion of the motion.
Right. I just would like to hear briefly from Assistant Superintendent Voorhees about, as I read this, I don't see anything troubling. It's limited to expanding in new charter schools. And I just want to make sure I'm not missing a nuance there that would be unfair to schools generally. And I don't need a long comment from Assistant Superintendent Voorhees. I just like to hear from her because I did not do my homework and listen to the Finance Committee. Sorry, Kristen.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Voorhees.
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. So the purpose of the update to this rule is to, one, make it match statute, but also practice. So there is the change to this rule makes no significant change in practice. It just makes it all match.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
It's very, very helpful.
Okay.
That's all I need.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, let's vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. And that is everyone. That passes unanimously, 14-0 of those present. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, and item 4.5, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-477 distribution of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of the school land trust program, draft 3 on second and final reading.
Okay, discuss the motion. We got Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, can someone maybe direct me where in this document that you have two possibilities here. You have the School Trust Land Council, or you have the charter board who can be the School Trust Land Council. My question is this: who makes that decision and what's the criteria for that? I just can't see where that is differentiated. And I'll just speak to my concern. My concern is that if it's inconvenient or hard to get parents to be on these councils, that I could see an entity just saying, well, we're just going to use the school, we're just going to use our charter board versus using the, then going through the process. So I just want to make sure, and I understand that there's some charter schools that may be difficult to get parents. So I'm not suggesting this is a bad idea. I just don't know where the criteria is, or when you switch from one to the other, or if there's a secondary person that has to say, yes, they tried this and you know what I mean, someone to give the okay. I'm just not seeing that, and maybe I've missed it. So
Deputy Jones, I think we have Elise online. I think you're looking around for her and she is online. I'd just like to point out that there are lots of charters who were formed by parents. So if the majority of the board is parents, you're just somewhat redundant. It's just a board decision, but Elise can probably say that better than I can.
Do we have you, Elise, with us?
Yes, I am here.
We've got you. Go ahead if you don't mind.
No problem. So this part of the rule existed prior to this amendment. We just moved the places so that charter schools can easily see the parts that talk about charter schools and district schools. So there's that. The second part, to answer your question, is that is up to the charter board themselves, and that is in statute that they have that ability to choose either one.
Okay. Well, that answered my question then. I just wanted to, I didn't know if we needed some kind of criterion here. If you meet this criteria, then, but you're saying that they can choose it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, let's vote.
Carrie is abstain.
Got it. Carrie abstains. Let's see. We're missing one, I believe. 13 votes in, and that covers it. That passes 11 to 1 to 2. The abstention being member Carey, no votes being member Green and member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Norton.
That's all of the action items for finance.
Okay, thank you, Chair Norton. We don't know what to do. We're ahead of schedule. We're used to putting things on heat to keep it warm. All right, should we go to that then? I think we do have superintendent's report at time certain 12:30, right? Right, that's what I'm saying. Is that right? We still on for the time certain? Okay. Chair Booth, are you ready to go on standards and assessment then? Yeah. Oh, right. Got it.
All right, in standards and assessment, our first action item is action item R277-443, distribution of money to science outreach organizations, and this is the new addition that was mentioned in our public comment from Jacine Walker, where she talked about now we are having a chance to treat the science organizations and the arts organizations separately because they have their own rule and they have their own process rather than being lumped together. So the motion for the board recommended action is that the board approves R277-443 informal science education enhancement IC draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, thank you. Discussion of the motion, member Bogus.
Yes, thank you. So because the backup doesn't have the documents, is this the same language as the previous one, just now CV'd into 2 and made unique to each ideal? Is that my understanding?
Chair Booth? Or would you
As
like to
far
turn to
as I
staff?
know, it's just a repeat of what has been said about POPs in the past. Now it's being said for IC, for science.
Okay.
So that they have their own money, they have their own rule governing the money, but it's exactly the same rule that has always existed when they were lumped together. It's just separated into.
Okay.
And I'm seeing nods from our staff leadership. Thank you. Okay. Any further question or comments? If not, let's vote. Member Carey?
Carrie is a yes.
Carrie is a yes. And that passes unanimously among those present, 14-0. Back to you, Chair Booth.
All right. Our next item is the R277-444, which is distribution of money to arts and science organizations amendment. And the action recommended is that the board approves R277444, distribution of money to arts and science organizations, draft 1 on second and final reading. And as you read, you can read the backup or the background, that this is the legislature separated the individual program provider appropriations into their own line items instead of lumping the two groups, science and arts, together. And because of the changes, we wanted IC to have its own rule. And the changes from this most recent legislative session are incorporated into this draft.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. Accept, Member Lear.
Make sure we had several. I had several emails, and we had a couple of speakers that were also advocating for a different appropriation mechanism to have it increase with an inflation in the code. But this rule does not address that. That's something that will have to be.
That's something we got to work on.
That's something that will come in the future. Is that right? I read that, saw nothing, but I wanted to make sure I was not missing it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Booth.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, let's vote. Member Carey.
Carrie, vote yes.
Carrie's a yes. And that passes 13-1, or excuse me, 13 in favor, 1 abstention being Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Booth. Chair Booth.
All right, and we have action item 7.6. This is R277932, Teaching Self-Government Skills for Success, Classroom Communication and Discipline Framework Pilot Program. This is new. The recommended action is that the board approve R277932, Teaching Self-Government Skills for Success, Classroom Communication and Discipline Framework Pilot Program, Draft 1, on second and final reading.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing no lights. Oh, Member Davis. It's back there.
Okay. Thank you. Just a quick question. So this is a pilot program that people can choose. This is basically. Did we get a fiscal note for our person? It says we can allocate one person to create this course. Did we get a fiscal note to pay for that person to create this social emotional wellness course, which is basically what it is? Do we have money to do it?
Do we get a fiscal note, or was it funded? You're asking, I assume, if it's funded, right? We presumably put up the note.
Thank you. Yes, we did receive some funding. I believe it is one-time funding, but the idea was to be able to use that for a person in-house or to potentially contract with a contractor to support the program. So we did receive some one-time funds.
And to create the course, do we have to use the curriculum that was referenced in the law, or so it's basically a vendor bill? I mean, is that?
Would you like me to respond?
Yes.
The program information in the code is very specific, and so whoever we contract with, if we do an RFP, they will have to meet all of the requirements that are in the code, and they're very specific.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Stallings. Member Lear or Reel? Do I see a light over there? Yes. Member Lear?
I had some, thank you, by the way. I had some comments that I sent back to staff, but it was late, but I don't, in the week, and so I apologize for that. But I see a problem with this in that, and let me just be clear, I think it seems unnecessary, but the law still says this. It says, in reading back into 53, G-7-1307, going down to parentheses 5, it says the board shall make rules establishing how an LEA provides to a teacher at a participating school the following stipends upon completion of different modules consistent with subsection 3. I don't see that language in the rule. And because it says shall provide, and I don't know what that would look like off the top of my head. Maybe it would talk about timing, maybe it would talk about lump sum, maybe it would talk about independent contractor, I don't know. But it seems to me that the law says that it has to be done and it's not in the rule.
Deputy Stallings?
Thank you. Board Member Lear, could you tell me again which part of the law where it is? 5. So in court, the board shall make rules how the LEA will receive the stipends upon completion.
An LEA provides to a teacher. So there's nothing that spells out how that money will be distributed directly to the teacher. How?
Well, I think that part of that might be part of the contract that we have because it'll probably depend on the vendor. Are you saying you're wondering if the vendor would provide the training or whether or how the stipend will get to the teacher? Is that your concern? I apologize.
My concern is the exact language of the law, that the law says the board has to make rules establishing how that money will be paid to teachers, how that stipend will be paid to teachers. And if it is in the contract, you could, I theoretically, and I come to you with a problem and I have no solution. I have no amendment, but you could say as provided in a contract or something like that, I guess. But my point is, it says that the rule shall provide how this money gets to the end of the row, essentially, and yet it doesn't in the rule.
Yeah. If you would like, we could send it back to committee and work on that. That's the only response I have right now. I will say that the funding will come from TSSA, so it will be up to the LEA to dedicate their TSSA funds to pay for the stipends. There's no funding from the state that will be distributing to LEAs to pay for the stipends. It will be up to the LEA to use their local TSSA funds to pay for those stipends. But I can recognize what you're stating, Board Member Lear, that might need more further clarification in the rule.
And can I just follow up briefly?
Follow up, sure, and then Member Davis.
I don't doubt that you have a plan. I don't doubt that LEAs could do this. I just want to be, there are other times when it's maybe more important to be in strict compliance with the law.
Deputy Stallings?
Mic on. We do have staff who are ready to draft that. If you'd like to hold on this rule for right now and after lunch, come back to this item, we could put in there more specificity on that's coming from TSSA, et cetera, to address that concern, Board Member Lear. We'd be happy to do that ASAP.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Hold on, Member Davis is in line, then Vice Chair Earl.
So TSSA is the Teacher and Student Success Act, program funding that comes to an individual school. If you look at the title, it is in the part. So it's in 53G, Chapter 7, Part 13. And I guess TSSP is sometimes called TSSA, so that might be on me. TSSP has often been used to talk about the stipends that go to teachers with certain credentials like math, science, etc. So yes, but I think we're talking about the same program. Sometimes people call it TSSA because it was called the Teacher and Student Success Act. But you're right, in code it says Teacher and Student Success Program. So that's it's the funding that goes to an individual school, and then the school principal gets to make a plan how they use those funds. It's that program, not the supplement for individual teachers.
We can send around our, yes, back to you, Member Davis. And then
Okay.
Vice Chair Earl, I know, has a response to a couple of the questions raised.
Okay, I'm just looking at section 4 in the code, and it says, an LEA shall ensure that each teacher in the participating school annually receives the materials of the course described in subsection 3. Is this a multi-year? It doesn't say like annually for how many years, or is that there so they only get it one time? And then I guess there's some concern that it's going to be taught outside of the LEA. It's weird. Is that just so the materials will get purchased in the other places, or because they want to somehow control the message, or do we even know on what that means on A or B? Do we clarify that at all in board rule? In section 4, A and B?
Just as a reminder, this is a voluntary program, so people, meaning LEAs and schools, will choose if they participate.
Right.
I think I can't, again, speak to the intent of the legislature. We did not ask for this program, and we did not give, or were not given opportunities to, influence it.
Can I reframe my question? Might be helpful. Does that mean in A that once you participate in the program, then annually thereafter you have to provide the same materials to every teacher in the school that participates in the program?
It's actually a 3-year pilot. Potentially, for if they participate for the full 3 years, it would depend on, I would guess, the LEA's participation. They may choose to do it for 1 year. They may choose to do it for more than 1 year. So I think that will be dependent on the LEA.
And it ends at 3 years.
Currently, it's stated it is a 3-year pilot in the code.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Oh, no, I was going to do the table, but I don't know if Carol's going to do that. If not. Okay, I move that we table this item until after lunch.
Is there a second? It's been seconded. The motion is to table the item until after lunch. If there's no lights, let's vote. Member Carey? Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Member Carey's a yes. And we're missing just one. There it is. That passes unanimously, 14-0. So that will be tabled until after lunch. Back to Chair Booth. Sorry? Well, hold on. Are we done with? We've got some more on standards assessment. We've got.
We have number 7 now.
Yeah.
Action item R277613, LEA policies and training regarding bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation, and abusive conduct amendment. The motion for the board is that the board approves R277613, LEA policies and training regarding bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation, and abusive conduct, draft 4, on second and final reading.
Okay, any questions or comments? Seeing none, let's vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey's a yes. And we need a few more. Let's see, 3 more. Did I have? Uno más. That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, Member Bogus. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Booth.
We have action item R277630-1, child sex abuse and human trafficking prevention training and instruction amendment. The recommended action is that the board approve R277630, draft 2, sections 4, 5, and 6 on second and final reading.
There's no draft 2.
Point of order, Member Bogus, asking which draft is in backup and which one's being moved. Is that the right one then?
Draft 1, I correct myself here.
Okay. So the motion is to move draft 1 on second and final reading. Any comment or question to that motion? I'm sorry, let me.
4, 5, and 6, but in this draft, section 1 is all underlined. So are we negating that and not approving that?
Let me put that back to the chair or.
But only 4, 5, and 6. We're only approving those sections.
So why do we have a rule that doesn't have the rule as a whole? Is there a reason? Yes.
Point of order. We'll put that to Deputy Stallings. Did you want to address?
Thank you. And there was an email that was sent to the board, I believe last week, explaining what happened in the Standards and Assessment Committee. So the full rule went to committee, and because there's some time sensitivity with respect to a requirement for us to enter into an RFP related to a bill that passed. We have to do that by no later than, well, the expectation is that we contract with the provider by no later than January. The Standards and Assessment Committee opted to move forward with sections, approving new sections 4, 5, and 6 only. And then the Standards and Assessment Committee will be looking at sections 1, 2, and 3 tomorrow in committee. But because 4, 5, and 6 are urgent, there's a time sensitivity to that. My understanding is that's why Standards and Assessment made that motion to only make changes today to sections 4, 5, and 6. Practically what that means is if the board approves this today, the full rule will be filed with OAR, but only with changes to sections 4, 5, and 6. As a reminder, this rule is an existing rule, so sections 1, 2, and 3 are already there. There just will not be any changes filed with OAR to sections 1, 2, and 3. Only changes to sections 4, 5, and 6 were moved from the Standards and Assessment Committee. So any changes that board members would like to make to sections 1, 2, or 3 will be in committee tomorrow, in the Standards and Assessment Committee tomorrow.
Thank you, Deputy Stallings. Member Norton.
Yes, I would just like to make a comment regarding this, and that is 1 out of 7 children are sexually abused in the state of Utah. That means that last year I would have had potentially 4 students in my class. We are woefully short on people that can come in to our schools and train teachers, parents, and talk so very gently to students. But it's critical that we get that help, and there's just not enough help. We need more people. I know they've done some pilot programs to train school counselors in the appropriate way to handle this, to allow them to be the ones, but we need the services, and we need them sooner than later. So I wholeheartedly request and urge that this get moving along, and that we make sure that we can get this done sooner than later.
Thank you, Member Norton. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, just to speak to that just a little bit. Once again, this is so we can get the RFP going. These pieces are new for that reason. The pieces that are still sitting in Standards and Assessment had modifications, and we needed additional time to make those modifications and to have those align with law. So just for time-wise, we were able to move these forward, at least so we could get going on that process for those items. So I'm just speaking to kind of thought process there. There's a lot of additional conversations still taking place in this area for what those other sections to make sure they align with law. So I don't know if that helps at all, Board Member Boggess, but.
Okay, thank you, Member Boggess.
Yes,
Chair, if I.
Oh, go ahead, Member Carey. Oh, that's not my job. Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, Member Boggess defers, so go ahead, Member Carey.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say that, I had some questions about the timing of this as well, and I just wanted to thank Tanya Adam Hurd and others, Deputy Superintendent Norman for putting it together. But I had the chance to have all of those addressed by staff, and I want to thank them for that because it is confusing as to the timeline and why these things are segregated. But just wanted to say that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. So I am confused or maybe even concerned that we have an RFP and then an alternate provider process. Is there a reason we need both? Can someone help me understand that better?
Any offers to respond? Is that Deputy Stallings, Vice Chair Earl?
Those are just two very different processes. One is heavily vetted and the other is not. And so I'm just wondering.
Deputy Stallings, did you want to?
I'd be happy to. The legislation requires, there's a $1.5 million appropriation that was given for this, and it was designated that a portion of it is used for a contract that the state board will enter into, that all LEAs will have access to. But the legislature also wanted LEAs to have access to funds to support other providers that they may already have existing relationships with. So right now there's a number of providers that support LEAs in providing training and materials in this space. And although the legislature wanted a single statewide contract, which includes some other elements related to reporting, et cetera, related to the program, they also wanted to separate out of that $1.5 million a pot of funds that LEAs could apply for reimbursement to pay for providers that, say, might be regional providers. For example, in Logan or Cache Valley area, there's a provider that has existing relationships with LEAs that might be different than the state contracted provider. So that is all part of the legislation. It's not something we came up with as staff or, the board came up with. It's in the code.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And may I just add that even those providers, Board Member Bogus, who might apply for the grant, they still have to have their materials have to be approved by the board. So it's not like you get funding and then you can use whatever provider you want. The providers would still have to have their materials approved by the board before they could participate as an alternate provider.
By this board?
By this board, correct. Right?
Okay. That's sweet.
And
Thank
just,
you. Oh, go ahead.
Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman, just as an aside to that, those are listed on our website, and they're listed according to the category of who can present those. Our teachers are the category to use: teachers, parents, and then our students as well. So there's 3 categories. It has to be approved on that site for it to go to that secondary level of vetting process.
Thank you all. Any other questions or comments? If not, let's vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey's a yes. And that covers it. That passes unanimously, 14-0. Back to you, Chair Booth. Would you like to address Section 8? Do we have time for that? You have a separate standards section. What do we have here? Let's see.
No, we have 9, and we're still working on that one, and we'll be meeting on that tomorrow in our committee meeting.
Let's see. I'm sorry, 9. You mean 7.9?
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking about 8, right. Do you want to do 8?
7.8 is what we just did.
No, sorry, not 7.8, but 8. Section 8. There's 8.1 on from the May 3rd, I think.
If you remember, we didn't get to it last month.
I see. Thank you. Yes. All right. We have a motion for the board. Is the board approved 277-495 electronic devices in public schools draft 2 on second and final reading?
Any discussion of that motion? I hear a maybe.
Sigh.
Remember Earl? I mean, Lear. Geez.
I did have a draft of this, and I had to think hard why I prepared that draft or provided that draft. My thinking was we have spelled out a whole lot of specifics in this rule that are already in the law. And suddenly this takes on the magic of sensitive materials where everything has to be spelled out so that individuals with brains better than ours can't go to the law and read what the specifics are of these requirements. So I would prefer a much simpler rule that directs LEAs to have a rule and make it consistent with the law. I was a little confused and didn't have time or didn't take time to follow up because this is on the agenda now, but it's also on the agenda tomorrow, later in the day, some other time for discussion. Am I mistaken, or did I somehow read that wrong, or what was the thinking?
These may be slightly different, and I'll turn to somebody in standards to clarify, but I think
Help me, why they're both on the agenda.
I think the second one might be discussing questions of banning, where this is questions of use and distribution. Banning, prohibition, whatever.
Okay.
It limiting, that I think that's a separate question than this, which is how do you get information out, but I don't want to speak for standards.
Thank you. Can somebody help me with why there's two and how they're different? Because I did
Deputy
not
Stallings?
have the time to
Sure, I can speak to this one. So this one specifically is related to legislation that passed and is limited, or the scope is related to communications that may not be electronic. So making sure that there's multiple types of communication. The agenda item that will be in law and licensing tomorrow is not necessarily limited to this rule. It could be something, it could be a new rule. It's kind of broader about to what Chair Moss just spoke to, a potential at looking at either prohibiting or limiting students having their own personal electronic devices in school. So they are two different topics. Although there's a potential that this rule could be amended, it's not time sensitive, it's not legally required, it's something that the board will be looking into very separately from these changes.
Okay, so let me make sure I understood your comment. If that's okay, Chair?
Yes.
Can I follow up? So you're saying if we were to pass this rule with all of its redundancies as it regards the law, as regarding the law, it might change or it'll stand by itself regardless of what happens to another rule. Is that
Correct.
what you're suggesting?
That is correct.
Which seems a bit duplicative or unnecessary, or to have two rules on such similar. And if I'm confused, I think that your LEAs might have a similar kind of uncertainty.
The only thing I would state is that the agenda item tomorrow is completely separate and is kind of starting to brainstorm potential options. It's not something that, as a result of the last session, we're required to act on. What you have before you today is something that we're changing because the law requires us to do it. So I understand the weirdness of the fact that we might be looking at rule changes to this in, say, 2, 3, or 4 months, but that just happens. You know, sometimes we look at the same rule a couple of times a year, and they're for different reasons.
One final question, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Can somebody explain to me why we've got the elements of law spelled out in this when that's not the case in most other rules, and it's specifically not recommended in the rule writing manual?
Chair Moss, or
Deputy
I apologize, who's conducting right now, but Elise, I was not in the Standards and Assessment Committee, so I would defer to Elise Nui to potentially provide a summary of how that occurred.
And
Elise?
why is, I guess, all equally important to me.
Okay, thank you, policy analyst Elise Nui.
Hi. So with this rule, there was some concern with staff that there was confusion among the LEAs. And so there was a desire to make it more clear, but it is still wonderful, I think, to have just a reference to the code that it is referencing. I think either one would be just fine and spell it out for the LEAs.
And again, one follow-up. I keep saying the last follow-up, but I'll stop saying that.
Sure.
Elise, can you guarantee me that the language in here that uses language from the code is exactly what the code says?
I can 90%. Let me move my screen to look over at it. But yes, I am like 98% sure it is.
Because I think that's one of the challenges sometimes of repeating code language in a rule is that the rule takes on a life of its own, and the law, which had the language that the legislature wanted, is sort of ignored. So I'm not going to go to the especially because it sounds like we'll be revisiting this. I'm not going to go to, I don't want to spend 2 hours arguing about the difference between my draft and this draft. So I'll go ahead with this and vote no, because I don't like repeating the law only when some laws are not more special than others. And I don't like repeating that in rules. So I would prefer that we always follow that recommendation of the rule writing manual. But I can go ahead and vote no and not waste everybody's 2 hours.
Okay, thank you. Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I was just gonna, well, all right, I'm good. This just speaks, to me, this speaks of access, and it does reflect the law. But, and that's the point. You could make a motion for us to amend if you wanted to, so.
Do we want, I'm just throwing this out. We have one item coming back from standards after lunch, or was that from law and licensing? We tabled one. Do we want to?
No, having been urged to pick up my energy level.
We could table and seek further assurance during lunch, or take out whatever other action.
Further knowledge.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, there is a draft 3 that is in Board Member Lear's name to do exactly what she just stated. So
that's what we were
I don't think delaying is necessary,
Okay.
because the material is prepared and ready to go.
Okay. Do you want to move draft 3 then?
Yes, and I'm sorry to even take this much time, but yes, I'd like to move draft 3 that's in my name. And the distinctions in the draft are, I took out the language that repeats the code and merely told the readers of this rule to refer to sections in the code. So there's no uncertainty about what the exact language is that's required by the legislature. And because it's recommended in the rule writing manual that we don't repeat the code in rules.
Okay. Is there a second? Any further?
I've already discussed it. Thank you.
Okay. Lights, I see Member Bogus. Okay. Any other discussion to that motion? The motion then brought by Member Lear is that the board approve R277-495 electronic devices in public schools draft 3 on second and final reading. Seeing no more lights, please vote. Member Carey?
No.
Member Carey's a no. Need 4 more. Three more. Sure. And 1 more. Oh, there we go. Passes 13-1, the no vote being Member Carey. Okay, back to Chair Booth. Wait, did we get that right? Did we?
That was a substitute.
We substituted, we passed it, we don't know, you need to go back to the original and replaced it. Okay, that concludes?
So that concludes our action items. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Booth. Okay, we are in uncharted and clean sailing territory here, folks. We're cranking. Let's see. So I had a suggestion from somewhere. Want to go to the art? That sounds great. Okay. Should I turn it to you, Superintendent, then? Do you want to direct them, or should I call them up? Is this part of... Okay, let's talk about art. So my mom used to have a t-shirt. You got to have art. Let's do that. Thank you for joining us, and take it away.
Lori Baevsky, Fine Arts Coordinator, and it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Liz Bunker, your Fine Arts Specialist, who has curated this month's art.
Liz Bunker, your K-12 Fine Arts Specialist. It's always such a pleasure to address the board and share some art that's happening in our wonderful art ecosphere, as Dr. Baevsky likes to call it. So this is our summer staff art show, and this signifies a time of rest for our educators and our student artists who are taking a well-deserved break over the summer. And it's a great opportunity to highlight what our staff is working on. So USBE staff are lifelong learners, and the arts are such a great way to showcase that. Creating art is a craft that grows throughout our lives and brings so many benefits to just our quality of life and enjoyment. So in this exhibit, you'll see a wide range of mediums and styles. The artists range from being self-taught, hobbyists, and professional exhibiting artists, all of which are USBE staff. So I'm going to orient you over here on my left to this amazing cross-stitch piece. This is from artist and USBE staff Becky Peters. She is in the Student Support Services. This is titled Silers. So it's a picture of her cat that she adopted 15 years ago with her husband, and she used a computer program to generate a pattern to then make this highly intricate cross-stitch that's very, very photorealistic of their beloved cat, and it's beautifully framed. And I just think it's such a beautiful representation of some fiber art work that is happening at USBE. Next up is Andrea Curtin. This is a diptych titled Looking Up 1 and 2. This is acrylic on canvas. So Andrea Curtin, she's an executive assistant who supports strategic initiatives for Director Todd Call and student achievement. Oh, she came in. Oh. Please stand. Please stand.
And be recognized.
Absolutely. She also supports student achievement and Deputy Superintendent Norman. So this is such a beautiful piece, so beautifully rendered. Andrea has always loved art, but she recently took a painting class during the pandemic. She's inspired by quotes, which she adds to the back of her pieces. And my favorite of the ones she provided me were, "Once you have tasted the taste of the sky, you will forever look up." And that's a quote by Leonardo da Vinci. So absolutely beautiful impasto work on this diptych. Next, you'll see a photograph by our own teaching and learning fine art staff, Jamie Workman, who has a photography background from Westminster University. This piece is titled Calm. It's a G-clay print. She says, "Through the art of photography, I endeavor to capture these intimate moments and then use post-production techniques to manipulate color and focus, ultimately intending to create a profound sense of connection for the viewer." This piece was taken at a fountain in Paris. She's an avid traveler and very talented photographer. Moving on to Dr. Quinn Kellis. This piece is titled Sunday Morning. It's an oil on canvas. This is a fictitious scene. This is generated from his imagination. It's meant to depict a early Sunday morning in Italy. And I think this is just such a fabulous generation of an imagination. So he has no formal training, but had spent weeks working on this piece, helping it to evolve as he kind of built on different ideas and techniques. He says it brings him joy. Painting brings him a sense of joy and calm, and I think that that really shows through on this piece. Yep. Beautifully done. He did mention that his children are also very artistic and that their skill far surpasses his own, so they must be fabulous artists. All right, moving over to this side of the room, we have a piece by Jeff Wilcox, who's a staff from Financial Operations. Spaceman Smith is the name. You can probably tell it's mixed media. There's acrylic, spray paint, palette knife, clearly influenced by Bill Watterson's Calvin and Hobbes comics. He said, "My art is a tangled personal reflection of myself. I love that it's bold, graphic, fun, and huge, and very heavy, and very hard to install." So fabulous work by Jeff Wilcox, very, very fun and bright. Moving on to House of Vines by Daisy Rubio in Financial Services. So you can see a considerable amount of detail in this piece. Penwork is meticulous, tedious, and it leaves zero room for error. I loved doing penwork with my students because it's also an accessible medium. You almost always can scrounge up a paper and a pen no matter what you're doing. So nice work to Daisy. The remaining pieces are my work. These are based off of photographs I took during times when Salt Lake Valley was experiencing great inversion. So I always put the date of my work along with the title of the location of where the photograph was taken as kind of way to document our air quality. So that's our fabulous, talented staff. I also would like to say that we will have a board call for entry for board staff or board artwork as well before the year is out. So.
Well, Liz, congrats on your own, and then I want to open it up for more, but didn't realize one of your own was here. Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Moss. We actually have one more, and I would like to note that sometimes staff does not mind me when I ask them to do things. Deputy Norman is also an artist, and she has one in her office that I was hoping she would come in and put on display, but she is she's amazing and can make bush furniture and all sorts of things. So
she could probably just bring it in like after lunch.
She could actually hang out on the Soul Survivor reality show. She's so amazing. But she did not bring her art in spite of my asking her to do so. But it is in her office if you want to stop by and look at that.
Which is how many doors down? We're gonna find it.
Yeah,
just around the corner lovely. For anybody interested. All right.
And I just want to thank Liz for not only submitting her own beautiful art, but for putting this together and showcasing staff art, and for all of our amazing staff who have so many hidden talents. It's always fun when they can emerge and we find out all of their talents, whether it's cooking or artistry. There are just so many talents on this staff. So thank you so much, Liz, for putting this together.
Absolutely. And can I just ask before we say thanks from all of us, how did this come about? Did I miss that up front? Just the decision to highlight staff?
I believe that this was something that Kathy Jensen used to do over the summer to give our BTS partners a little bit of a break. Yeah, school's out of session. So I have participated in this show in the past when Kathy Jensen was the specialist. So I think we took a break last year. Yeah.
Well, it's awesome. Thank you. And I got to channel, my mom, the art professor. The cross collaboration, folks in data and finance and all over the place are also artists and got both sides of their brains working together. That's always fun to see. You tend to get the fine arts students from high school that are specializing, but it's fun to see folks that are doing normal stuff actually have an artistic side too. That's very cool. So, well, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Sorry, Brent, what? Normal stuff. Like, I didn't see any lawyers. Lawyers aren't normal enough to actually have an artsy brain, but apparently other folks are. Carol?
I am just in awe of people who can do this. In my next life, if I can't come back as Randy Booth, I would love to come back as an artist who could do this. As you saw from my really pathetic attempt at doing one little corner of a picture, which was horrible, and Jenny had to hold something to my head to make me do it. I have no artistic ability, and I just find this amazing and beautiful, and you are so lucky because you'll have something to do in retirement. That's a really great
Can't
blessing.
wait for that.
Well, awesome. Thank you very much for bringing the video in. All right. Think we got lunch. Okay, let's see. What did we budget for lunch? Half hour? Yes. So 10 till. We'll be back at 12:50. Or try. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, this month's report is, I would call it a mashup of a few things. I want to start, though, with a recognition, and sometimes we hear about the big things that make the news, and we honor people for kind of some big things. This is one that's just kind of this silent award that came across and not a lot of people heard about. And I think this is so great. This was a national award given to Sevier School District by Healthy Meals Initiative. And it was in recognition for working to provide healthier meals in school lunch. And if you've ever worked in a lunchroom, been around a lunchroom, remember what you had for lunch, what your kids had for lunch, it is pretty hard to feed kids en masse in a healthy manner. So Sevier took on the role of trying to reduce sodium and sugar in their meals, and for their added sugars, I should say, and for their efforts in providing more nutritious meals and involving students and families in actual meal planning, which I thought was so great. So for those efforts, they were recognized by the Healthy Meals and Incentives group, and I just wanted to congratulate them and recognize them for being a small and rural lunch trailblazer, healthy school trailblazer. So congratulations to Sevier School District. You could do a clap, sure. The next thing I want to highlight, it's National History Day, and I know a lot of you get really involved, and you'll go to the display during the legislative session when we have Utah History Day, and the kids love having you come and interact with them, as do the teachers. And we always send, with a larger group, our state winners to the National History Day contest in Washington, D.C. So I wanted to just share a little bit about this. You can see that they met with Senator Romney. He came and spoke with the kiddos. They were there June 9th through the 13th, and there were actually 59 students who competed at the 50th annual, so it was a big anniversary, 50th annual History Day contest in D.C. They presented their work to judges and peers. They visited historic sites. They explored museums. And as I mentioned, they met with Senator Romney. They were made up of students from grades 6 through 12, representing 17 schools from 14 cities. And they competed alongside about 2,900 other students from 54 states, territories, and international affiliates. So they had such a great experience, and just look at the joy on their face. I know they had a really good time. The last thing I want to celebrate is sort of this amalgam of, for as long as I've been in education, and you teachers on the board can relate to this, people will say, oh, how are you enjoying your summer off? You know, don't you love your summer off? I think I remember when, I think it was like my 4th year of teaching, I took 1 month off and read novels and did projects and had a 2nd and 3rd job. And other than that, I've worked 12 months out of the year, including engaging in professional learning all summer. And that's what the majority of our teachers do. They are planning, they are engaging in their own professional learning, and our office is particularly busy during the summer. I mean, we are on the road all the time, presenting, sharing, learning along with others, and you have been there with us much of the time. So I just want to highlight a few of those things. Let's see. So here you'll see the Utah Parent Center. We had a family festival event. Our early learning team, community engagement team were there. We had a family and community engagement summit where you'll see Susie represented there. We had a CTE Health Science Summer Conference on June 10th and 11th, and members of our staff attended the CTE Health Science Summer Conference. We had a bunch of different CTE conferences going on all over the place. And you'll see some of the participants there that were learning about the nervous system. We had neurons earlier this morning, and more about the nervous system here. The photo to the right was July 9th. We had staff attending and presenting at Show Up for Teachers. And I loved getting there early. And I think I have about 10 pictures on my phone of just our staff, how excited they were. They showed up maybe 5:30, 6 a.m. at the request of First Lady, helping a much bigger committee, and they were tasked with checking all of the educators in. So Jody Parker was there with a big sign. Somebody else had balloons, and they were helping the teachers check in so efficiently. I was so proud of our staff. Every teacher walked away and said, wow, that was really quick. That was really efficient. So it was kind of fun to see them all there with smiles on their faces greeting teachers early in the morning. USBE staff also attended URSA, and thank you for those of you who attended. I think we had, at one point, maybe 9 board members that were there, maybe more. I think I counted 11 at one time. So for those of you that you attended, it was such a great time. We had people presenting. So we had our student data privacy team there. We had Megan sharing You Lead Promising Practices on attendance and other topics that she has researched with her expertise and resources. We had members of Teaching and Learning hosted 20 elementary teachers. They were led by Joanna Sorensen and Melissa Mendenhall, and they took them for 5 days. They were spending time in Carbon and Emery County for the integration expedition, looking at content connections with Utah's unique landscape. So it was really an authentic experience of how do you integrate content across standards using primary resources, disciplinary literacies, and place-based learning for local resources. And I'm amazed that sometimes teachers aren't even aware of what they have in their own backyard. So the fact that they were able to have this experience is great. Additionally, in June, Joanna and other members of Teaching and Learning hosted K-2 teachers for 4 days here at our office to discuss and learn about the 4 strands of the new social studies standards: history, geography, civics, and economics. And the culmination of learning resulted in development of lesson and unit plans that will be available to all Utah educators through UETN. And I think people are often unaware of how many of our resources are created by teachers for teachers that we use. First photo, this was just a couple of weeks ago. Kuhn was able to travel to DC with the two winners, Utah winners from Do the Right Thing contest that we presented to you a couple of board meetings ago, Zayden Mon and Adeline White, along with their parents and teachers. And they were able to meet with, I think it was Congressman Moore, if I'm remembering correctly, and interact with their peers from across the nation. We highlighted Dr. Foster earlier. He and his peers sponsored the annual Earth Connection Day Camp. Short narrative is that there were 3 camps for students, and they were designed to expose students to STEM and cultural activities. So again, that integration of culture and STEM. The Native instructors served as mentors for the students, and it helped them make the connections between STEM and Native culture. Here we have our great team of Kathy, Bethany, and Michelle. Michelle isn't with us anymore, but they attended and presented on suicide prevention at the American School Counselor Association conference in July, and Michelle's working in a district, so it was fun to have her back with us. We also had the School Safety Center hosting an awesome conference in Riverton in June. There were over 600 attendees and more than 50 sessions offered by 40 experts in the field. And board members I think some of you were able to attend. Raise your hand if you were able to attend the School Safety Conference. I think Member Carey was there as well. We had really good feedback about the School Safety Conference. So that's just a small taste of how our staff is involved in summer learning with teachers, for teachers, by teachers. I want to end on a more somber note. I want to honor my friend and mentor, Brad Smith, in his recent passing. Brad served the State Board of Education in the state of Utah from 2014 to 2016 as the Superintendent of Public Instruction. Before that, he was on the Ogden City School Board from 2007 to 2011 and served as the Ogden City School District as superintendent from 2011 to 2014. Personally, I just want to thank Brad. You know, he was a lawyer. He loved being a lawyer, and he loved a good debate. Angie can tell you that he loved to get into a good scholarly debate, and he loved so much the Constitution, knew that forwards and backwards, and he loved talking about the Founding Fathers. We used to tease him that he had a hard time articulating an idea without adding in a quote from a founding father or some scholarly research. He just loved to add in these quotes. And he was so passionate about closing achievement gaps and making sure that every student had an opportunity for success. He didn't care who he offended to make that happen. In some ways, I really admired that about him, that he just was so focused on kids that sometimes it caused rifts with groups, other education stakeholders. But his commitment to kids was bar none, and I just always so appreciated that. He was a good mentor and a friend. He brought Scott, Angie, and I all to the place we are today, and just wanted to pay our respects to him collectively as a state Board of Education, the staff, and all that we gained and learned from him. And he will be missed. He was 58 years old. He leaves behind 4 children and 3 grandchildren, and his services are Saturday. So just wanted to end with that tribute to our friend Brad Smith and for all that he contributed to the kiddos in Ogden and the kids across the state. So that's my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent. We will get back to our board business. I think we're on. Yeah, 9. Which one? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm looking for 9. Okay, so we're going to start with R277, 932, Teaching Self-Government Skills for Success, Classroom Communication and Discipline Framework Pilot Program. The point at which we left off, did we have a motion on the floor? Is 7.6, maybe?
Yeah.
And the motion on the floor, I don't think we had any right, but we didn't have any amendments or substitutes, right? Okay, so we need a vote to take it up off the table.
I'll make that motion. I motion that we take off the table, or lift from the table. Is that the right term? R277932, Teaching Self-Government Skills for Success, Classroom Communication and Discipline Framework Pilot Program.
Do we have a second? Second by Member Booth. Now, staff, did we want to start out with what we have prepared? Hold on.
I apologize. Elise said that she did send them. I'm just not seeing them in my email, and it could be my email. So I'm
We'll
wondering,
find them.
Sybil, did you receive the updated draft? If not, would you like to move on, and then we'll circle back again after maybe we do 304 and 331, if that's okay? And
Okay.
the R277304 and
Yeah. So can we have a motion to take that one? Someone give me a number. Okay. Oh, we still. Okay. Well. Okay. Sorry, I'm having a hard time picking up. We have a motion on the floor and a second to pick the item R277932 off the floor. Is that ready for a vote? All right, please vote. Sorry, team. Member Carey?
This is a motion to untable it?
Yeah. Yes, sir. We're, the motion to untable the R277932, it's item number 7.6 in the agenda.
Is staff ready to move forward with it?
we have it. It just
yes.
needs to be uploaded, I think. Sybil, do you have it? Sorry.
So it's prepared, it's just living in the email space. And it's got a
I'll
land.
vote yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, yes. Thank you.
All right, we are missing 1,
It's
2,
3.
Okay, it is unanimous to bring it up off the table. And so it's untabled. So are we to check our emails, or is it going on the screen? Okay. Board members, it will be emailed to you as well as it will be projected. So if you go to your email,
Elise can share her screen online.
and Elise is going to share her screen.
She can if you need her to.
Yes, this passes unanimously to take off the table. Just find wherever it is. Okay, who's going to speak to it? Okay. Elise, are you prepared to speak to the item?
Yes, Vice Chair, I can.
While it's being sent to the members, can you speak to it, please?
Absolutely. So in section 3, the question was if there was enough rulemaking about the process of payment for the stipends for teachers. And so I took section 3 and added.
I thought we were on. Go ahead, Elise. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So I just added an additional line that the LEA shall provide teacher stipends through the Teacher Student Success Program consistent with both the provisions that outlined this particular program and also the provisions that outline how the TSSP program should operate. So I added it there so that LEAs would be clear that that is how they're paying those stipends. It's not coming through the USBE.
Okay, so we are, Elise, do you have the ability to share your screen? Oh, Greg, Greg, you're prepared to share?
Just want things done.
I know, and for everybody's information, whenever something's sent to USBE, all attachments are scanned.
We are super safe.
Almost ad nauseum, but for a good reason. There's redundancies in the scanning of attachments. I'm all for it. While we're waiting, I'm going to take a point of privilege. Our staff also this summer was involved in the yearly Special Education Law Conference. And I got specific feedback on our staff members' presentation on how exceptional it was. So hats off to, I believe it was our special ed monitoring team. So please share our appreciation for their work on a tough presentation. That's a really difficult topic. So, oh yes, we did Title IX training. There was also a wonderful charter conference that board members attended. I mean, we were traveling. All right, Mr. Cannell, are you ready? All right, what you see on the board is, well, go ahead, Elise, if you'll speak to this.
Absolutely, Elise, new policy advisor. And so the question previously from board members was whether there was enough information about that the legislature had asked us to create rule, or the board to create rules surrounding how teacher stipends would be paid through this program. So an additional line was added to section 3, changed the formatting a little bit so it flowed better. But now it reads that a participating LEA shall, and then it has the data measurement aspects that we included previously. And then that final line B, provide teacher stipends through the Teacher Student Success Program consistent with provisions in section 53G 71304, which is how the TSSP money is distributed to LEAs, and then LEAs distribute it to their staff. And then 53G 71307, which is the statute that established this particular pilot program.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to our, let's see, what's the number again on here? 930, so R277, 932, and add, 932 teaching self-government, okay. Line 32, add, provide teacher stipends through the Student Success Program consistent with provisions in section 53G 71304 and 53G 71307.
Is there a second? There's a second from member, that was member Lear. Okay, thank you. Seeing no lights. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I just think this helps create that clarity that was asked for, so just moving it so it has that in there. So is it posted as draft 2? Oh, okay, so this, with the revisions and the changes and the technical changes and stuff, it says draft 2.
But that's not what was.
Is there any objection from the, maybe a better, Molly, ask if there's any objection if we, I'd like to make a substitute motion, but, or do you want to just
hold
vote
on.
this?
If we make the amendment, then we're sticking with what was in Civic. What would be wrong with that? Because we technically haven't put draft 2 anyway, other than our email. I mean, is it okay to proceed that way?
Well, if it were added to draft 1, it's the same thing. And then I just have to probably add on there make technical changes, which is the technical changes she made, right? Am I right, Elise?
They're the same.
The numbering just needed to be
Then
technically cleaned up.
Let's stick with draft 1 oh, go ahead, Elise.
I apologize, Chair. I added the section into the motions document, so we can just say that we're going to revise draft 1 as stated in the motions document, if that works for everyone.
Okay, can someone scroll down so we can see the entire motion? So without objection, can you restate your motion? Like that?
Yes. I can. Let me state it like that. So the motion would be, it would be changing process to procedures and then aligning so that it makes more sense. It would say 1, a participating LEA shall, and then it would list A, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we would add and. B would be provide teacher stipends through the Teacher Student Success Program consistent with provisions in section 53G 71304 and 53G 71307.
Do we have a second for that motion? Second, member Lear. Seeing no lights. As soon as it's up, we'll vote. Please vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. We're missing a few votes, please. we're missing one vote. What's wrong? Touch the screen. Thank you. With all votes in, that passes 11-3. The no votes being Green, Straight, Davis. Thank you. Next item. Oh. Yes, ma'am. Actually, now we need to go to the underlying motion that would be that the board approve R277932 as amended. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. R27932 as amended, Teaching Self-Government Skills for Success, Classroom Communication, and Discipline Framework Pilot Program as draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. That already had a second, so please vote. Board Member Carey?
Yes.
Still waiting on a few votes. The votes are in. It passes. Okay. The votes are in. It passes 10-4 with the no votes being Reel, Lear, Straight, and Davis. All right. That moves us to 9.1. Okay. R277304 Teacher Preparation Programs Amendment. This isn't coming out of committee, so do we have a motion? Perfect. Go ahead, Member Wood.
I move that the board approve the standards for special education program approval dated August 2024, which will then be incorporated by reference into R277304.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. Several seconds. I'll give it to Straight. Straight seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would.
Okay.
So in our June meeting, the board passed a version of R277304, which removed a reference to a specific set of outdated standards and replaced it with board-approved teacher competencies. However, at that same time, we did not pass any kind of companion document with those board-approved items. Once that new rule began to be circulated among our higher ed prep programs, special education directors and teachers within the field voiced concern that we had left them without clear direction on how to move forward. So this document brings back some CEC standards. It's a 2020 version, which was not what was in our previous rule, while at the same time adding 2 additional standards and an additional component to support the needs of our special education stakeholders in the field. This document puts some protections in place for those with concern that we were referencing an outside entity because we're approving specifically this document. So any changes in future standards from this organization would have to be brought again to this board. It narrows the scope. We're not simply referencing standards found on a website with who knows what else is on the website, and the discussion is limited to what is in this document. It adds some additional clarification within the new component that specifically states adherence to Utah rule, and within those rules are references to our special education rules manual with 26 pages of special education definitions, which we approved last July, and our teacher ethics requirements.
Very good. Where can we find this document? Okay, so for members and members of the public, if you would like to see this document, it's available on backup. It's under 9.1 in CiviClerk. And if you have any trouble finding it, you can call our lovely assistant, Sybil, and she will help you. Or your friendly local board member. All right, I see no comments, so we will move this to a vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Just waiting for a few more. Don't want to out you. Okay, there we go. That passes unanimously, 14-0. Thank you very much for everybody that worked really hard on that. Thank you to the field for sharing your specific concerns. That helped enormously come to a resolution that was the best. That was just that. Now you have another motion. Correct. Sorry. There you go.
I move that the board approve R277-304 Teacher Preparation Programs Draft 1 on first and final reading.
Do we have a second? Second to straight. Seeing no comments, please, we will vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
With a vote of 13-1, that passes, the no being Member Bogus. All right, Member Wood?
Yes, and because we passed this last month, we have to do a final cleanup motion. I move that the board direct staff to, one, not file an effective date for R277-304 with the Office of Administrative Rules for the version of the rule that was approved by the board in June, and two, refile R277-304 Draft 1 with OAR on or before August 15th for publication in the September 1st, 2024 bulletin.
Do we have a second? Second. That one goes to Member Reel. Seeing no comments, please vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Medicated, probably. One more. With a vote of 14-0, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we are at R277-331, Stipends for Future Educators Amendment. I know we have some staff probably to speak to this. It addresses concerns that were raised by business administrators, teachers, and student teachers, as we heard today also in public comment. And with us is Mr. Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just a little background as to why this is before the board again. This was originally passed during the June meeting. This is the rule on stipends for future educators. The rule, as was approved by the board, contains a provision that requires LEAs to treat each of the student teachers as independent contractors and pay them as 1099 independent contractors. While this came up with very little pushback before the board approved this, after this was passed by the board and put it and published, we got some feedback from business administrators that this was extremely problematic. There was one district specifically that had been audited by the IRS, and this was one of the issues, and they thought this would be a big concern. So we're recommending that the board pass a new draft to this draft 4, which would just change that to take out the language on independent contractors. This is like the other rule, would also require a second motion to not file the effective date for that rule and to republish this in the next OAR bulletin.
Okay, first up we have Member Norton, then we have Member Bogus.
Okay, so I'd like to make the substitute motion, and then we'll have another amendment following that.
Okay.
The motion is that the board approve R277-331, draft 4. Hang on. I forgot to put the title in there. Stipend for Future Educators, Draft 4 on first and final reading.
Okay, do we have a second on that? Second coming from Member Wood. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think Ben just did a great job explaining why we're changing.
Thank you. Member Bogus. And then Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair. Director Rasmussen, how does this affect URS and all of the things that are associated with that?
So these are student teachers that are not, my understanding would be that they are not in URS at this point. They're getting a grant for the work they're doing, but they're not considered employees that get those benefits from URS. So while they do pay taxes, there's no retirement benefits involved in these payments.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that good? Okay. Member Reel? Oh, do you have a follow-up? Yeah, maybe. Okay, hold on. Go for it.
When it comes to years of service, do these count toward their years of service? I understand they're not getting retirement benefits, but they will have been actively employed by a school district.
They would have to be enrolled in URS to get years of service, would be my understanding.
Okay.
Okay, Member Reel?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I just wanted to talk about how wonderful this program is and how excited I am that these student teachers are being able to be paid for their work, which is work, as they work and learn. But I talked to staff after they had posted the link to accept applications for the stipends, and there was already 152 in 1 week that had applied for a stipend. So clearly there is a need, and I want to encourage our legislature to continue funding this. It's my understanding it's just funded for 1 year, and it would be great to be able to provide our future educators with a better start than coming out of college with these stipends. So. 135, okay.
I'd like to add to that. I could not major in education first in college because I had to pay my own way, and you could not have a job while you were student teaching, but yet you weren't paid for student teaching. So I had to go through another career. I was a social worker for a little while and went back and got my teaching degree. So this is fantastic and wonderful and amazing. So, Member Straight?
Yes, very similar. I had to work at the cheese plant even during student teaching, and that was at night, so my day was full. And even though it was required, we had to work, and I'm sure many had that same experience. So I think this is a wonderful program, and not only that, because you get charged tuition.
Yep.
So anyway, I'm very grateful for this and hope it continues as well.
Member Davis?
Just quickly, I just wanted to thank the legislature for this as well. I do this for my day job. I work with student teachers, and man, I could tell you so many stories about some of my students who aren't eating, who are just trying to get through those handful of months with no money coming in and wanting to do a good job on their teaching, and like taking a Christmas tree to a student who had 3 kids, had no money to buy. You know what I mean? Like, this is going to be just a really big deal for a lot of students. So thank you to those who made it possible.
Thank you. Member Wood?
I just want to speak to the draft because I was very concerned when it came to our committee as a 1099, having worked as a contract, knowing how many taxes are taken out for being your own contracting. So we're finally giving our student educators the full amount of what they deserve rather than a taxable income.
Amen. All right, and
I was
Mr.
just going to
Rasmussen.
comment, this will still likely be paid with a 1099. They'll still have to pay taxes on it. We're just correcting the language so they're not classified as independent contractors. Unfortunately, there's no way to get around the taxes, so I don't want you to operate under a misconception. So I just wanted to correct that.
Yes. Yes. It's simplified, but we'll continue to try to do what we can and encourage the legislature to do so. Seeing no other comments, are we ready to vote? Okay.
I thought my hand was up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Carey, Yeah, go
No.
ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think Director Rasmussen may have just answered this, but the concern I thought we had as a board last time was if we take them off 1099 status, there might be school districts that are reluctant to bring them on board because then they would be responsible for all of the other benefits associated with employment status. But it sounds like Director Rasmussen said, no, there's still 1099s. We're just clarifying the language. Was that correct, Chair? If we could direct that to Director
May I respond?
Rasmussen?
Please respond.
So as I understand it, there are several types of 1099s. The independent contractor language was the concern. State Finance, I think, has indicated that they can still pay them as, I think, 1099 miscellaneous, if I understood correctly. So it's just kind of a different tax form. The educators will still receive the payment in the same way.
Okay. Does that help, Member Carey?
It does. I mean, I do agree that we should look at a different solution, but I wasn't clear on that, so thank you.
Yep. And we'll continue to look for different solutions. I think we may have some information on apprenticeships and other pathways coming to us fairly soon. All right, so we will, with no other questions, we'll move to a vote. Board Member Carey?
Yes.
Two more, please. Double check your screen. Sarah. Brent. All right, thank you. That passes unanimously. Next, we have oh, yes, we need the cleanup motion. Thank you. That passed unanimously. Next up, Member Norton.
Okay, so similar to what Board Member Wood just did, I move that the board directs staff not to file an effective date for R277331 with the Office of Administrative Rules, OAR, for the version of R277331 that was approved by the board in June, and refer R277331 Draft 4 with OAR on or before August 15th for publication in the September 1st, 2024 bulletin.
Do we have a second? Second by Member Reel. Seeing no questions, please, we'll vote. Member Carey?
Yes.
Waiting on one. Brent, straight. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we will move on to the overview of our parent engagement portal. And Cassie Hayes. Good afternoon. And if you will just hit your speak button, the person. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for letting me come and present on this. This is a relatively new position that started in January. My name is Cassie Hayes, and I have been in education for 27 years, which I didn't know that actually until I started counting years this year. And I started out teaching English and biology, and then I ran an online program that had homeschool students for about 7 years, and then I started a charter school of about 650 kids with K through 12 and did that for about 9 years. So I'm deeply immersed in education. My mom was on the state board for I think 13, 14 years, and so that was our topic of conversation at the dinner table. All right, so I'm going to go through these quickly because I'd like you to be able to ask questions. Again, my title is Parent Liaison and Engagement Specialist. My job description, if you ever want to know, is in legislation, so you can literally look up what I do. And just so you know, when I started, I actually just pulled it up and I just started doing what was listed there. So that's how I created what the position is, because there's never been this position before. So in general, the main things I do are basically conflict resolution and concerns with parents. So that's a lot of my job right now. It depends on the time of year, I've noticed, as to what I'm really busy with. Right now, I've got lots and lots of questions about homeschooling and Utah Fits All. So let's see. I don't want to miss anything. So I work closely with internal audit, and they're very good. They're amazing. I'm not going to lie. They've been so helpful, and they track the data for all of the concerns that come in. The top 3 are special ed. The next one is coaching, and then bullying. And to special ed's credit, I have never had a single parent call back in saying that their complaint has not been dealt with. So special ed has been very helpful with taking care of some of those issues. Let's see. So with that, I try and find resources for parents. A lot of times parents just don't understand the process. They don't understand the connection between the agency and the districts and how that connection works. They have a hard time finding legislation, board rule. They don't know the difference between the two. So there's a lot of things that I just help them navigate and try and find resources and give to them. That I'm going to jump over to the parent portal with that, because, which is, well, okay, like on the parent engagement, actually, I'm going to go through that really quickly, just so you know. That's not listed on here necessarily. Well, I think it's on the second slide, but I did create a separate page for the LEAs to have resources, because that is part of my position, is to provide research, resources, framework, best practices for LEAs for parent engagement. So I have created a separate page that you can see at the top of the website, also the USBE website, for that, so that they have those resources as well. I have actually been meeting with a lot of superintendents. I kind of started with rural schools because I'm familiar with a lot of the rural schools boards, and so I've met with quite a few superintendents about parent engagement. I'm trying really hard. One of the things that a lot of people have been concerned about and would like to see happen is more of a, instead of it just being a component of certain programs, for it to be more systemic through the entire educational system. You know, parent engagement is really, it's hard because it's a nebulous thing, and it's very, it's difficult to implement. It takes a lot of time and a lot of dedication to do it the right way, but there are definitely best practices for that. So I try and share those with the LEAs. Let's see, the next slide, which I don't know if, well, military families, I'll go over that as well. I am also supposed to be coordinating on military families, and I have been working with different entities outside of the USBE, and I'm meeting with, for instance, the new PTA specialist for military families. I've been working a lot with the PTA, Utah PTA, on parent engagement also, a lot of different entities for that. I wanted to just mention on the parent portal, that is that's a whole separate piece of legislation. It's 53G 6806, where my position is 807, and it's longer actually than my job description. So there's a lot of components that go into the parent portal. That is, it's supposed to be reviewed yearly, but I review it at least once a month, you know, obviously for broken links or outdated information, and it's quite robust. There's a lot of information on there. I try really hard to go through the USBE website and look at it from a parent perspective because most of the website caters to LEAs, so I try to look at it from a parent perspective on trying to find information and resources that they might need. I'm always open for suggestions if you know of something that you think parents need and that it's difficult to find. So I'm trying to make it easier for them to find those things. It's also ADA compliant, so it might not be really pretty, but it's functional. It's super functional and accessible. I think as far as like the going back to parent complaints, the feedback has been very positive from parents. I've had nothing but praise for this position being put in place because they feel like they have someone that will listen to them and take their concerns seriously. So that's been really positive. And honestly, I love that part of the job. I love talking to the parents. And yeah, I don't know, anything, you guys can ask questions. I would love to answer any questions that you have. You can look up my job and all that stuff anytime.
I grabbed the mic back. Okay. Vice Chair Hart's running the show. I'll just a comment, and if folks have other questions, but I sort of was part of getting this rolling, and Karen Peterson ran the bill, and this board evaluated it and whittled it and sliced and diced and shaped it and then put it up to the legislature, and then it took a little bit to get the funding and the hiring, but you know, we initially described this as having a reactive and a proactive component, and we've had some parent and community outreach through our title programs and still do. My feeling was that we didn't necessarily have at the board level kind of visibility on the wide scope of issues out there and what we could do about it to get proactive and rebuild or reestablish some collaboration and trust. We often deal with concerns and tension, and if you get that parent and teacher and student all working together, you know, there's magic in that, and I think part of this was to elevate that. So Cassie reports directly to the elected board. She helps to advise us on policy. She helps identify concerns both in the micro and the macro level, and then say, hey, what can we do about this? She reaches out to people as diverse as PTA and UPU. Those are both parent organizations, some differences of opinion, of approach, but she is our kind of liaison through parents and through schools, has the opportunity to take a broad look and kind of advise us. So I really appreciate the work that she's done, gotten in there, gotten her hands dirty, dealt with a lot of situations on an individual level where she was able to work through some things that had been tense for quite a while and resolve them. Just personally, I'll say I ran against her mom 8 years ago, Dixie. We both lost to Elisa Ellis, who some of you know. And so it was fun to kind of double back around. I got to know Cassie because she was on the reports and requirements and some other stuff. And so, you know, she's been in the weeds for a long time. And I personally appreciated that she had a deep understanding of both the school side and the parent side. And that hopefully those aren't really sides, but, you know, a collaboration there that really makes it happen. So I think she's already shown a facility with working through issues in a way that brings it back to collaboration. So that's just my personal thoughts on this and of appreciation, but really to open it up also to board members. She reports to us. We only have 6 people who do that, I think, you know, and so that's an opportunity for us to be engaged with a direct report on what does this look like and how can we make it more productive. So thank you, Cassie, and I just encourage any questions. And we as leadership have been talking to her about kind of shaping the role, working through it under the statute, but any board members obviously should have the same opportunity to
and I've
raise
kept very
concerns.
detailed records. I'm a little OCD, but I kept very detailed records from January, the beginning till the end of March, on exactly like every minute basically of what I was doing, so that I could tell where most of my time was spent and what needed the most focus. And then I also keep a living document as to what I do and who I meet with, and you know, the outcomes for that and what's coming up, those kinds of things, plans for meeting different people. So
all right, we'll go to Member Davis and then Member Green. And
thank you, Chair. I want to say thank you especially for the attention paid to the website, because I know people can get frustrated if they need to find something, and if there's a link that's broken or something, it can be frustrating for them. I also just want to make a public note about the top 3 parental concerns that we get at USBE. And I've talked with our audit CAE Davis a couple of times about this, because I want to be really careful that the narrative out there is not that that we have to have more laws because things that parents complain about aren't being taken care of. You know, I was talking to a legislator once, and I said, look, our office works really hard to rectify a lot of these concerns. And he said, well, yeah, but you don't take care of the problems that parents complain about or that care about. And I just really want people to pay attention to this data. Our top concern is special education complaints. The next top concern is coaching and athletics. And the next top concern is bullying. And look across what's happening with all of our rules and all of our laws, and we really are doing a lot of work. And the fact that no complaint has circled back from our special education department chair says a lot about the team that is spending countless hours working as liaisons between the parents and the LEAs, finding situations that are going to meet the needs of these children. So thanks to everybody involved.
Member Green, then Member Carey, and then Vice Chair Earl.
I'm just really grateful that this is something that we have started. I know that this is definitely something that we've needed to address. I've said for a long time at, you know, different microphones that parents come and they put together their thoughts or their concerns or complaints because they've hit a wall with doing that in whatever realm that is. And they come and speak, and that kind of floats off into nowhere, and it doesn't really land anywhere. And I've shared that with, you know, Chair Moss multiple times in conversations that we've had. And so I'm just very grateful that this is a very positive step forward. And I know that this is a role that I'm sure you've experienced can be heavy and get a little sticky and complicated. So I appreciate that you would take on some of these difficult issues. And I just want parents to know that we do have a board here that is trying to address that in a very real way, that we're trying to represent them in the work that we do and the concerns that they have, because parents really are, you know, they have their children that come to school, and sometimes there are things that happen that need to be addressed, and sometimes, you know, locally we don't necessarily know how to address that. I listed and I won't list them out loud, but I just sat here and listed items of situations that I've been brought with, and some of them I've voiced on the record here, that not everything is well, but we have an opportunity to help address those things. So if I may ask now with that question, as a board member that has brought concerns, can we come to you as a board member as kind of that beginning liaison between parents that have stepped outside of their district, come to the state level, to get those conversations going locally again? Like, is that a proper way to engage in this?
May I respond to that? So I would love it if more people reached out, because in my job, I'm supposed to help LEAs in this same fashion with, you know, these same issues. And I would love it if they reached out more sometimes too. So it would be great. And in those responses, I just want people to know I'm very transparent and authentic. I don't like giving lip service to people. I really want people to feel heard, and I want them to know that I am authentically trying to help them solve whatever that problem is. And sometimes I can't solve the problem because it's, you know, not mine to solve. I don't have the capability, but at least they feel heard, and they feel like I'm trying to help them get to where they can get their problem resolved. So yes, I would love that, you know. And I do have some board members will shoot emails and say, can you help with this, you know, and then I reach out to those people. So yeah, I would love that. Yeah.
Thank you. And can I follow up real quick? I think also one of the things that I'm realizing as I've engaged in this over the last almost 2 years is it really comes down to finding the right person to talk to. And I'm learning how to better do that as well. But I think that is, I mean, we had our local tribe down where I live, and about some curriculum inquiries that they had about Native Americans and the teachings, and I was able to find the right people here. I was able to give that to a local board member. They were able to go and take that. I mean, so it was a really kind of beautiful, like, iron out the controversy thing, and help address those needs.
Mm-hmm.
But there was that legwork that was required. And so I would just say, like, I would just encourage parents to reach out with their concerns, because I do feel like there are quality checks here, and there are people that specialize in their questions, and I think that we're here ready and willing to serve them and help them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't know that this is a question, maybe this is a question for the body, but just like some of our other entities that report to us periodically, I mean, I think we could be keeping in mind the frequency. Do we want Cassie to come kind of give us a report on like top things that are surfacing quarterly or every 6 months, where she's kind of gotten her feet wet and filling out where, you know, where she fits and the position fits. As she moves along, that may be something we stick on there quarterly or every 4 months or something, or that is quarterly, something like that, right? You get the idea. So anyways, and one of the things I wanted to just mention is I think sometimes even constituents, when they call me, just getting them a process helps. And I think Cassie's been good about that, providing them the process and then or the person that they need to get the information, instead of out here in no man's ville where they're not sure how to approach something. So thank you, I appreciate that work.
Member Davis and then Member Lear.
Yeah, I want to echo kind of what Member Green said, that this is a board that cares about parents' concerns. And I'm wondering if we could ask Chair for some data to be kept. Like, when you are contacted, who's been contacted prior? How many levels at the LEA did the parent try to resolve the issue? Because I'm finding when parents contact me, I will offer to go with them to the teacher, the principal, whatever. They know where to start, but they don't know what to say. And they're worried there are going to be repercussions for their kids. And so sometimes it's just a bit of coaching. And then we've worked through, issues that come up in my district, and it's gone really well. And the teacher, the principal, or the district folks are responsive. Sometimes I don't even need to go with a parent. They just kind of need a little guide to how to get this conversation going. So I think that data would be really important, because if we're finding that people are coming to you first half the time, then maybe there's some training that could be had on the LEA level on how to train parents about what to say, or how, when they have a concern, or how to go through that process.
There you go. So I will say I've been on this. I'm going to sound crazy. I've been on every website in the entire state, every district's website, to see what the parents see and how accessible some of the reporting processes are. And it's not very accessible. Most places don't have a good. They might have a policy, but it's buried in policy, and if they don't know how to look for that, that's difficult. So I will say that has been, sort of part of the issue. And then they think, well, I'm just going to go, and then they just say in passing in the hallway, to the principal, hey, by the way, this is an issue. And then they just don't take it seriously, maybe. And so then they're like, I told them. But I'm like, let's make a formal complaint. So I do go through that process with them and try and help them understand, and then don't just tell your whole life on the page and, you're emotional and upset, and try and bullet point those kinds of things. And that has been very helpful, because they do actually get more responses back when it's a little bit more formal that way. So yeah, but I've been through all of the websites. I've looked for policies on every single district for complaint, and I've looked for, parent resources, parent engagement resources, all of that. And I even have like started a little spreadsheet to try, it's because I can start to see trends. That's why, not to, nitpick someone, but just I can start to see maybe this is why this I keep getting some from the same places. So then I know it's somewhat just accessibility for information. So yeah.
Hi, Cassie. I've known Cassie for many years, working with her virtually, and never knew what she looked like for 10 years. And so it's very interesting. Always interesting to see that. But I have I have like 2 or 3 questions, if that's okay. Nothing too long. First of all, let me just comment in relationship to Chair Moss's thinking. Just goes to show a lot of variety of board members bring a lot of different perspectives. I personally don't want any more employees responding directly to the board. I don't think we have the best ability to evaluate employees or manage employees or work with them on a day-to-day basis. It's not our training, it's not our day-to-day job. So, I mean, my druthers, if I'd really processed this, would have had you answering to the superintendent. I don't think that would stymie you, or you sound like a very independent person and you would have done your job well. So I wish that were the case, but we are, and we keep adding employees that we don't really have the expertise to manage, I don't think. But that's a little bit of an aside and just a concern. Secondly, though, do you feel like there is an even balance, or do you feel like this is kind of an impression kind of question, but do you feel like there's a balance between what parents bring you and getting the LEAs to work with them? Do you feel like it's, are the LEAs always, and I know you're going to say, no, the LEAs aren't always wrong, but I mean, do you feel like it's a good, you have an opportunity to sometimes tell parents, you know what, the LEA gets to make a choice in this case? And then you also said districts a lot, but I'm hoping and thinking you are also working and looking at websites of charter schools, which brings up the number of them to 160 instead of 41. But anyway, so back to my question. Do you feel like there's a balance of sometimes when you say to parents, you know what, this is a wicked problem, we can't fix it?
Yes, so I do wish, like I said, I had more interaction with the LEAs, because I think some of the issues that come up could be mitigated more quickly because of if I had more communication with them. I do reach out, but in all honesty, some of those situations, the LEA will be slow to respond sometimes to the parent, because they are trying to, get their ducks in a row. They're trying to investigate what's been going on, those kinds of things. So I do tell the parents sometimes, a lot of the times the parents just don't know the process, and so they assume something, and then that makes them angry because they don't hear back or something like that. But I do tell them sometimes, like actually and a lot of parents, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of parents have the idea that this agency has, is like a mom and can say, stop it, and that's not the way it is. And so I try and explain to them, like these districts and charter schools, they have autonomy. They have their own policies even. And so once I explain it to them, it makes more sense. And sometimes it fixes the problem, because they start to understand that, oh, that's not even in the realm of possibilities. And sometimes it is something that's not fixable. And sometimes it's something that's much higher up than we are. It's like vaccinations, like I don't get to rewrite the vaccination law, and neither does the agency. And I've had some parents really angry at schools for that. And I have to explain to them that is the actual law. So they don't get to change that. And so they're like, oh, so I need to go to a different location to remedy that. Yes. So yeah, it is that way. I do think there's a little bit of a gap with the I feel like sometimes the LEAs get very frustrated. They don't know how to respond sometimes to the parents and their complaints and some of these situations for legal reasons. You know, I think they get worried about that. And so, and being a director of a charter for that long, you know, I mean, I'm familiar with that kind of stuff, so.
So when you say you, sorry, just two more. When you say you talk to the LEA, do you have a usual protocol? Do you usually contact the superintendent or the
Not generally, if they have an issue with the administration, then it would be like the principal. But that is a little bit of an issue too, because there's no, sometimes I don't know who the appropriate person is to contact because those maybe aren't updated or something, or they're not listed. You know, like we kind of were wondering if we could get, if there is a parent engagement person at that school, if we had a list of those, that would be helpful because we could even start there, you know, or someone that's an advocate for the parents at the school or something like that. It would be nice to know if that is in play. But otherwise, it's the administration, you know.
Of the school.
Yeah.
That you contact.
Of the school directly, unless it's escalated for some reason beyond that already to the district or board level, like a charter board, and they're the ones handling that.
And do you feel like the principals or the administrator that you contact is sometimes uncertain how to respond to you because they're not really in charge?
Yeah. Well, I think they don't know what I am. I
Okay.
think that's really what it boils down to, because my title, they just don't know, you know, they don't understand. They think I'm just advocating on the side of the parent instead of me trying to help them as well.
Okay.
And so I have to explain that. No, I'm here to help you as well, to try and just, you know, fix this issue.
Okay. Two final thoughts. I agree absolutely with Member Davis that keeping data, we should have done this in some other areas more consistently than we have, so we know what are real problems and what are
Yeah.
supposed problems.
I will be absolutely, I've kept data, so I can do that for you.
I think the audit staff has done a really good job, and almost to a fault in terms of keeping absolute clear information about what their complaints are about or their concerns are. So I would love for you to keep data like it sounds like you are.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
And I had another thought that's left me, so
Well,
I appreciate these comments.
Thank you. While you think of that, we do need to move on. But you had something you wanted to say, and then maybe you recall. Okay.
If it comes back to me, that's all right. I can contact.
I'll stall for Carol, see if it comes back to you. No, I'm not. I had my own comment. I just, I wanted to say also that, you know, part of my discussion with the legislature when this was going through and Representative Peterson sponsored it is that, you know, some parent concerns or complaints find their way into bills because maybe they feel like that's the next stop on trying to get things addressed. And I've been in constant communication when I've talked to legislators, hey, let your folks know Cassie's here, it's one more resource. Her job is partly to direct you. She's mentioned SPED and how helpful they are. Sometimes they just need to know that that's where you go, and Cassie directs them. And so in that sense, she's a traffic director. Other times she's down in the weeds resolving. Other times she's advising us on what are the trends and what might we think about doing about it. But part of it is I also hope that we've made the case as leadership, we'd like to share your load at the legislature. And so that you don't need maybe 180, 200 ed bills. Sometimes you do, but sometimes it's a problem that we can resolve, and we're beefing up our tools to be able to do that and directing them to tools that already exist. So that was frankly part of this, at least in my view. And I hope that's another message we can continue to provide, is that we're trying to share the load. And here's a new tool. Take it our way. If a legislator has a concern, bring it to us, to Cassie, and maybe we can fix it. And they'll be satisfying their constituents that way without necessarily having to open a bill file.
Very good. And thank you, Cassie. We'll have you, okay, but it's got to be 30 seconds or less. Go for it.
I really hope that we can maybe take the message that she sent, and this is more of a Sid thing, and let LEAs know who she is and what she's doing. I do a better job of that. I'm caught up in a dilemma like that, and I'm maybe oversharing, but in a church situation I'm in, and it's like somebody needs to tell the LEAs out there what authority she has.
The bill, so.
We need to
Yes,
do it better then.
and I think that one of the things I talked with Cassie about is this is just the tip of the iceberg. We've got a lot of moving pieces that we need to get in place. But first she needs to be able, she needs some space to be able to figure out the lay of the land. And then also the intersection between this role and other roles within the agency. Those things, we need to provide some space for those things to work out, and I think we'll be inviting you back shortly to talk about some of these ideas that have come up. So thank you very much. Okay, very quickly, Member Green.
Real quick, as well, I was.
Go ahead, just, she can. Cassie, hold on just a second. There's one more comment.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to also ask, when you do get that feedback from either parents or LEAs, if there's a way that, or to contact us as well, like as needed, so we're aware of it as well. And I don't know what that looks like. I know that the way it is now is that sometimes their last resort will be to email us, and then we open those channels of of communication. But do you feel comfortable doing that? When is that needed?
For sure. If it's anything serious, I do go out to, agency leadership if I know that they're involved, it's something that they can help with. And I'll send to board leadership, hey, by the way, this is going on. And I even reach out to Kelsey, just in case something might come of it that might be, serious. So yeah. So I do feel comfortable. I try not to bother them. I'm not going to bother them with every little thing, but if it's something that seems like it's an issue and it could get bigger, I do for sure. Or if it's a trend.
Yeah. And I would love that communication back from board leadership too.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Right.
If it's in our district.
Yep.
Right.
Yes. Go right down the line.
I'll start trying to disseminate the data by, area too. So that makes it a little bit easier. I do have it by school, but just not by area. So yeah.
Yeah. And I know that CEA Davis is working with some of that, and she'll be able to help you with some of that data reporting. Thank you very much. Monthly budget report. Deputy Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So at your direction, we're on item 11.1, which is the monthly budget report. Also, last month, I was asked to do a revenue overview. Obviously, we didn't get to it last month, so I'll go ahead and, at your direction, ma'am, cover the revenue overview. The key takeaway from the presentation on revenue today is hopefully it'll make you even more informed on your decision-making process towards requests for funding going into the next legislative session. But first of all, in the backups is what's called a reference to the period 12 report, or June of last fiscal year. We are in the new fiscal year 2025. I can attest that the Utah State Board of Education is fiscally viable, that we can meet all of our known obligations and commitments, and that we are in a great position going in, or starting, we've already started, the next fiscal year. We are deep into year-end close processes for 24. We anticipate closing and sending our package up to the state finance, who should certify it somewhere around the September, October timeframe. So with that, now this is the revenue summary report, but I'll just pause right here, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, and see if there's any questions on the budget report, which is for period 12, that's also in the backups before I get into the revenue summary.
I see a question. Member Bogus.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed that you said known with inflection. What
Correct.
outstanding balances would we have that would be unknown, and could you give me an example of an unknown obligation?
So the reason why I say that is it's part of the industry standard to ensure that you know that there is the possibility that not oftentimes, sometimes there occurs what's called unauthorized commitments or obligations. We don't know of any of those. I'm not saying there's any out there, but what I have to do is make sure that you know that I only know what I know. So what I know is by our contracts, by our payroll commitments, those types of things too. That's why we have such a good internal control system, though, is that if someone does make an unauthorized commitment or an unauthorized obligation, we would find out about that. And if it's something that is in excess of your approved budget, then I would advise you at that time. My response is through the chair, of course. Madam Chair, does that answer Board Member Bogus's question?
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I've just never heard you say it like that before.
Yeah,
And
well,
so
I
was
say
very-
that because we're at year end, and year end is, if I may, Madam Chair, year end, we go penny, by dollar by dollar. We have such an outstanding staff that just really do that. And if we do discover something, I would report that to you immediately. So,
All right.
which
Thank-
I'm not anticipating we will at all. So
Thank you,
I
sir.
just,
I
it's just
appreciate
the
that.
emphasis is on year end close.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just break in for just a minute?
Sure.
The air conditioning is out. There is someone working on it. Just letting you know that it's not your imagination.
So with that, ma'am, if I could go into the revenue summaries. Now, also too, since we didn't get to the revenue summary last month, I've included both last month, which, I know, well, I'm sorry, last meeting, which was in June, not last month, because we didn't meet in July, which references the May revenue summary, and now I'm including the June revenue summary as well. I call yours and the board members' attention to the background aspect of the memo. There's the narrative in there regarding revenue. So if we could pull up the revenue summary for May, I think it was up there originally, so that as I narrate that, you can refer to it. And again, this narrative is in your background, the background of the memo. Are you whispering to me, Kelsey, or? Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, I was feeling some Jedi there, but what's going on? Okay, so is that the June one? I'm sorry, I can't see that far. Or I'm sorry, the May one. Yes, see, yeah, good. Okay. All right, so as you can see in the background of your memo, I already referred to the USBE board report for period 12, and then we start the narrative. So it was on Friday, May 17th, that the Tax Commission, along with the Legislative Fiscal Analyst and Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, released the latest revenue monitoring reports detailing collections through May 9th through 10 months of the fiscal year. Revenues to all state funds have kept pace with the astronomical collections observed during tax season of FY 2022. While stalled revenue growth can make budgeting a challenge, economists have prepared the policymakers with accurate revenue forecasts, correctly projecting the 0.1% revenue growth to all sources seen through May. The trade-off of living in a world without pandemic stimulus is that revenue growth is limited, but also far more predictable. Then the next paragraph goes into the general fund specifically. It posted a 3.7% growth rate year over year. That's what YOY stands for. Thanks once again to our friend investment income. While a revenue surplus is off the table for this year, previous general fund surpluses are providing insulation for current economic conditions through the investment of rainy day funds. Sales tax is up 1.5% over fiscal year 2023, while oil and gas severance tax is down, 37.4% year over year. Now, the next paragraph is one of the key takeaways as it relates specifically to the May summary. In the world of income taxes, which we know income taxes funds public education, withholding remains positive, underscoring the strength of Utah's labor market. While final payments are down 22.7% compared to last May, while the income tax fund lags the forecast by 0.06%, legislative economists know that the only thing reliable about final payments is that they are unreliable. As such, during the 2024 general session, And I think this is important too to emphasize. Policymakers treated $150 million as high-risk revenue, which was appropriated contingently and can be rescinded in the case of a shortfall. For more information, check out the 2025 budget slideshow and economic update to EAC from earlier this week. So again, this was going to be given to you in your June meeting, but we missed it, right? So my plan is to go ahead now, and if it's okay with leadership, to send you that EAC report in support of my report to you on revenue, so that you can see it, firsthand and reference it. So that concludes the May revenue summary. So since the June meeting, we obviously had the special session. I've received a couple of questions about, well, hey, did anything happen in the special session as it specifically relates to revenue or it specifically relates to public education funding? The answer is no. There were 2 bills that there was impacts to revenue, but the first one was HB 3002. I won't go through every word in that, but you can see that was an effect on the general fund. And then there was HB 3004 that had a positive ongoing impact as well to the general fund. These positive fiscal impacts, however small, were welcomed by the relatively stagnant revenue growth observed in the latest revenue reports. So remember, we're in June now, right? We're in the June revenue summaries. Last week, the Tax Commission published collections through June 7th. The revenue summary report shows individual income tax down $250.3 million, or 4.1% less year over year. So if we can pull the June one up, that's fine right there. You can see that. Now, if you'll scroll down a little bit, I call your attention and the public's attention to the income tax fund block that's highlighted there. I mean, the whole report's important, but this should give you some more perspective and some additional information on where we're at with revenue. On the other hand, state sales and use tax is up over 2.2% year over year. Still, as shown in the June revenue snapshot, which you're looking at right now, total collections from all sources to the income tax and general fund are within a percentage point of the consensus forecast. As discussed last month, the legislature built into the current budget a $150 million buffer. So last month was May. I told you about the buffer. I would have told you about that in June had I got to the report, which is about 3 times larger than the current deviation between collections and forecasted revenue. Economists suggest that the final quarterly payment for corporate income tax somewhat funds public education, currently up 4.4% over FY 2023, could prove to be a source of volatility as the fiscal year comes to a close. On the bright side, vehicle registration fees are continuing their upward trend, contributing an additional $31.2 million to the transportation fund when compared to last year at this time. And finally, I wanted to emphasize this is why it's at the last part of it. It's worth remembering that this month's report reflects sales and wages that took place in April and were collected in May. As always, July's report will preview the FY 2024 year end, while the final report will be published in October after we close out. And so that's why it's so important that we do the closeout. And that October report is typically what they use, they being EAC, for their December meeting, right? When they have the revenue, they do it. So with all said and done with the reports, and I encourage you and the public to go ahead and review these reports and the summaries in here, we are revenue deja vu. And what do I mean by that? We are pretty much where we were last year. And last year, if you recall, just in the sense of an example, we came out of the legislative session with a little over 200 million plus of new money. So after the legislature meets all of their statutory obligations, like, the inflationary increase, those types of things, we realized around 200 plus of new money. Also, it's important to note that last year, and I can show you this as well at any time, the income tax funds were used mostly for the other entities that can use the income tax fund legally, which is higher ed and the disabled community that was all part of the 2020 Amendment G. And most of our one-time money came from the economic stabilization account. Why is that important? Because as you see with the income tax fund proceeds that are going in, we can probably, while there's no guarantee on the approach the legislature will take, and they'll always really do well in the due diligence of ensuring that, you know, our budget is balanced, is that we could see that similar trend again, where public education one-time funds, so I talked to you about the ongoing funds we saw last year, and now we have the one-time funds from the economic stabilization account. We could probably, or likely will see a similar approach, right, to doing that. Also, considering too that what's going on in November is the amendment, right? The proposed amendment, or that goes in front of the ballot as well. That certainly has to be on the minds of our policymakers and our legislators as we all jointly go into, and we're grateful to them for their support of public education as we move together into the next legislative session, considering the revenue that's out there. Madam Chair, that concludes my report update on revenue. Next month, we bring in Dr. Nestor Rodriguez. He's our economist to take you through revenue all the way beginning with, you know, the new fiscal year, the revenue report in July, which is huge, right? The October report, and, you know, he'll run the economist viewpoint for us. So surprise, Dr. Nestor, welcome to the group. So, ma'am, pending your questions or any board member questions on revenue.
Sure, we have Member Davis up first and then Member Wood.
Bless you. Thank you. So we are projecting potentially roughly 200 million in ongoing funds, is what I'm hearing, which would be roughly a 5% increase on the WPU. So,
yeah,
and that's it.
Well,
I mean, but my other question is, do we know roughly a total amount we could be looking at, or a window for one-time only funds? And then I have one more question after that.
yeah. Madam Chair, if I may, I do want to be clear. At this point, Scott Jones or any of the USBE staff are not estimating $200 million. All we're saying is if you look at the trends of the revenue that's coming in, and you look at the outcome that was from last legislative session,
Similar.
I mean, we're still subject to the July report. We're still subject to the, I mean, we could see an exponential increase in income tax realization. I doubt it. You know, I think as the report points out, they're pretty good at forecasting and estimating and doing those things. They've got some great economists up there. So I don't want it to be that I'm unduly influencing you to say, well, you know, you can only expect $200 million of new money. I do not want to do that. All I'm trying to do is show you trend analysis with the revenue and outcomes that were based on similar trends last year. So it could be more. It could be more ongoing money.
Understood. Okay. And based on the trend analysis, with you not predicting but just looking at past trend last year, what did we end up with a total on one-time funds?
I believe it's a little over 800 million. Where's my, little over 800 million.
And final question, the 153 million that I read about, or 150 something plus million that they want to hold, have they already decided to hold that in reserve in case they decide not to bring our monies back from the federal government? Where's
so
that
now
coming
you're talking
from?
about the federalism
For the
piece,
federalism,
right?
is that coming out of the income tax fund also, or is that coming from somewhere else?
That's a great question. I don't have that answer. I'd have to follow up with you on that. So specifically, no. I'd hate to say yes. My guess is yes, but I don't want to guess. So may I follow up with Board Member Davis specifically and the board on her question?
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Member Wood and then Member Norton.
Just a quick question on the 150 million that was
Sure.
tagged as high-risk revenue. Do
Yes.
we know what items those were flagged at? Is there a certain place?
Madam Chair, I tried to get the list. I'll have to follow up with that as well, specifically on that one too. So
Excellent.
Okay, perfect.
yeah,
Thank
I'll
you.
get that to you. Yes.
Appreciated. Member Norton.
I don't want to be a doomsday girl, but you know I'm a doomsday girl because from what I was hearing from you, we were in a declining position last year.
Yes, from
And-
income tax receipts,
Yes, from
Madam
income
Chair.
tax
Yes,
receipts.
yep.
And we are continuing in a declining position this year, which means we are maybe less than we were last year, so we may get less. We're not we don't know, but we don't want to assume that we are going to get $200 and $800 million. And in my words to all of us are we need to look at needs, not wants. Because I know our legislature really works extremely hard to fund public education, higher education, and disabled before they do much of anything else.
Right.
Much of anything else. But, so they're going to try, I know, to take the best care, but we are in a period of declining revenue. And, you know, we'll just have to watch what those numbers look like as we go forward. Maybe they're going to be a bright new future, but in the meantime.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
So income tax receipts, and you know, you see the percentages. You know, again, I really encourage everybody to look at the charts. I know they're busy charts, but they're very informative. And if you have questions about how to read them, staff are available to help you at any time. The key, though, too, some of the key takeaways are there is look at the general fund. I mean, the general fund has seen increases, right? So as the legislature balances the budget and do it, I mean, a lot is going to depend on what happens or not in November, right? Whether or not the income tax fund becomes open to, you know, multiple entities, those types of things. But then conceivably with an uptick in the general fund, perhaps you wouldn't have to use the income tax fund to the level that's due. I mean, all those things we'll have to just wait and see how that plays out. Again, our legislative colleagues, our, you know, my colleagues with staff to staff, they're just really awesome at keeping us advised and up to date to the fullest extent possible. So.
Thank you for your reporting on that.
Okay.
Seeing no questions, next.
May I proceed to, well,
please.
If I may, Madam Chair, just remind everyone that an integral part of the monthly budget report is the CARES Act update. We're not going to do a drill down on that. We only do that once a quarter. But there is a presentation in your backups that can provide updated numbers on CARES Act funding. I mean, we are getting close to the close of it, obviously, with September right around the corner. So I'd encourage you to review that as well, you and the public to review that as well, and let us know if you have any questions or concerns. Finally, if I may, at your direction, Madam Chair, go to the discretionary funds report. If you'll pull that up, please. I just want to point out one or two things. First of all, is it not? Yeah, discretionary funds report. Yeah, right. Yeah, the next one. Yeah, yes, sir. Yep. So if you scroll down, yeah, well, make it bigger maybe. If you go towards the bottom, you can see that we captured the board's action last board meeting in June for the $100,000 that was identified to be used. $50,000 for a legal services review of Title IX, and then the other $50,000. I mean, we say $100,000 there, but it's $50,000 for an external audit of direct and indirect costs. We're proceeding with those. Staff have worked to get those RFPs out. We've identified the law firm. My understanding is the due date from them is right around this time frame, so we should have a report from them shortly. But we'll update you if that's changed. The audit process will take a little bit longer because of the sheer magnitude of data they're going to need for the federal programs, but this is where we stand as far as all of the board-directed uses of discretionary funds. It is next month that we respectfully have requested in the past that it become an action item for you as the board to decide if you want to continue on particular projects. We will advise you if particular projects have ended, and if there's any leftover balances, you know, maybe our estimate was a little too high, those types of things. So if you'll just take some additional time to really familiarize yourself with where we are with the projects, that would be great in preparation for next month's action item on the discretionary report, of course, subject to board leadership. If you go up to the upper right-hand corner, these are remaining balances. If by chance there's a motion to use FML dollars in a certain amount, don't worry about that. We'll have enough money for FML to cover that, even though it shows a little bit less than maybe the motion would be. I just wanted to make sure to point that out. Again, you know, I really encourage board members. We get accolades. a lot of good feedback that the board is not spending money just to spend money. You're doing a really great job of trying to make sure that you're maximizing the use of these funds. Tomorrow in Finance Committee, we'll be talking about the potential, subject to recommendation from the Finance Committee, for even additional uses of carry forward balances. And finally, related to the year-end close process, I do want to remind the board and remind the public that the board has prioritized $3.26 million of funds from our carry forward balances, subject to certification by state finance, that are available for district administration purposes. So right off the top, when we get to the point where we're certified, we'll be looking for $3.26 million to meet that requirement that the board has directed. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in Finance Committee tomorrow. Madam Chair, subject to any questions or concerns, that concludes the monthly budget report for this board meeting.
You're not getting off that easy.
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're kind of clear.
Yes.
Next month, the discretionary funds would be an action item. It doesn't
Correct.
require 3 board members to send in a motion to use discretionary funds.
It does. So, Madam Chair, if I may, it's been a business practice in the past to bring this report to the board to say, okay, here's where we're closed, here's what projects are done, here's those type of things too. Yes, it would still take 3 board members, though, to take an action on a particular item or to ask for more money or to do that.
And that would come but that would come out of committee. I'm just trying to seek clarification to ask for the item to be placed for discretionary funds or to actually, right? I'm just trying to make sure we're clear on that, just because of the action items already listed there.
Yeah, sure. So, Madam Chair, if I may, it's been our practice in the past to that 1 month in September is for actions to be allowed to take place by you, by leadership, in the full board meeting. You know,
and are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on what you're asking. So you can.
Maybe.
Yes. Yeah, we don't take.
Did that get confusing, or was that clear for everyone else?
Right. So we don't take the whole report back to the Finance Committee. We don't do that. We bring it to you as the full board to make sure that you as the full board see where everything landed in September, because we're right at that. It's a timing type issue. So.
Right. So I guess what you're saying is that you're showing us where each of those funds was spent, what's left with each of those funds.
Correct.
My question would be, if there's discretionary funds and there's a request for something, what does that entail?
Well, for the September meeting, it entails that 3 board members would make that motion, but it would be made in the big
main
board
body.
meeting. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I see no other questions, so you actually did get off easy.
Thank you.
Next, we move to general session legislation preparation. For that, we'll have, yes, already on their way. Good afternoon.
Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, and Greg Cannell is here with us as well. We're going to just share with you 5 proposed requests for statutory change that staff have identified. A couple of these were on the agenda in June, but we didn't get to them, so that's why we have a little longer list this month than normal. So I'll go through the 5, and then Madam Vice Chair, if you'd like, I can go through the 5 and then take questions, or we can take questions as we go. So you just let me know when you'd like me to stop. The first request for statutory change would be to amend 53E to 304. And if you look in subsection 2B3C, which is quite a long subsection, there's been confusion by LEAs by the language in there that makes it look like there are 2 plans that are required. And it mentions an individual learning plan and a plan for college and career readiness, when really the individual learning plan is a subset or is encompassed in the plan for college and career readiness. So staff are just asking for that individual learning plan portion to be eliminated in order to reduce confusion. So that's the first one. The second one is a request or recommendation to amend Section 53F4 203. And this is related to recent changes. I guess it's been a little over a year ago that the legislature changed the early interactive reading software program. Instead of it being managed by the state, the funding now goes out to LEAs, individual LEAs. And because of that, there are a lot more providers. Annually, there's an evaluation that is required by an outside provider, an external evaluator. Because there are so many new providers, there has been a request for additional funds. So you might be saying, well, don't we need to talk about this in the funding request? Actually, the code allows the board currently to use up to 4% to pay for the external evaluator and other administrative costs. And what we're recommending is that 4% be moved to 6%. So all it would do is give the board some authority to use additional funds from that existing appropriation to contract with the external evaluator to do the evaluation of the efficacy of those providers. So that's what number 2 is. Number 3 would be to amend Section 53G7 to 18. This is the section of code related to the early literacy plan. Because the legislature eliminated the what used to be called K through 3 reading program or early literacy program, there's no longer funding or dedicated restricted funding for early learning related to literacy. And so the staff are recommending that there be changes to 218 to be in line with the changes that the legislature made by eliminating the early learning appropriation, including having more of a focus on math, removing the requirement that a local board or charter school governing board approve the plan because no longer are they tied to funding, so it will reduce reporting burdens, etc. So that's what number 3 is. Number 4 is a recommendation to amend 53G10-403. This is the section of code that lists the topics regarding sex education instruction where parental consent is required. There has been some confusion about the list there, and the idea would be to just review the list, update it, and ensure that, for example, I'll give just an example, that there's a listing for HIV/AIDS, but that's a subset of sexually transmitted diseases. So there's this intent and request from the field for more clarity on some of those terms in order to ensure that educators are clear when they need parental consent. So that would be number 4, and you can look in the backup documents for more examples. And then the last one is to amend Section 53F2 504, and when you look at this section in the code, there are 2 versions of 504. There's a version that is in effect until July 1, 2025, and it is currently called the Teacher Salary Supplement Program, TSSP. Beginning 25-26, that program is being renamed the SHINE program, or the Salary Supplement for Highly Needed Educators. When the legislature renamed and rebranded the TSSP to SHINE, they inadvertently forgot to include USDB. So currently, USDB educators qualify for the TSSP, but when they wrote this program, they just stated school districts and charter schools, where the old just said educators in general. And so the staff recommend that we update 53F2 504. And again, there's no impact this year. USDB educators will continue to be eligible for the stipend for this 24-25 school year. It's just proactively making sure that they will also be eligible for the rebranded program beginning 25-26. So that's what number 5 would be, is to ensure that USDB can be included. And we did check with the legislature, and it was not their intent to exclude USDB. It was just a kind of instead of using LEA, they changed to district and charter, and anyway, it changed a bit. And that's it.
Chair Moss?
quick question on 3. How much is going out? How much is going to that evaluator? And are they balking at the cost currently? 2, sorry.
So that is a good question.
Well, money we allocate to the evaluator pay, correct? There's an external evaluator that's been doing this for a while. It's gone back and forth, but I'm just curious if they're sort of telling us we don't. And who's our current evaluator? I apologize. That's
So is
2 or 3
Amber
questions.
Wright here?
Amber Wright is online, and it
Oh,
looks like she's prepared
great.
to enter the discussion.
Thank you.
Amber,
Hi,
go
Amber
ahead.
Wright, Digital Instructional Material Specialist for USBE. So our current evaluator is the Educational Technology Institute, or ETI, and they have had a contract for $150,000 when we had our state contracts, which was 5 provider SP. Just to give you an idea, with the changes in legislation, our providers went from 5 providers when we had state contracts to 20 providers this year. And so when they're doing that evaluation, they were estimating what that existing cost would be. And then this year, they have been working on figuring out what the evaluation looks like with those 20 providers instead of 5 providers. And that involves them getting all of the usage information from every single provider for software and then doing that evaluation. So they estimated this year that for those additional 15 providers, it would require an additional $70,000, and we were able to find those funds from a different funding source, but we're hoping to not have to do that in the future. So.
Got it. Thank you. And is ETI the one that's been doing it for a while? I mean, like 15, 20 years?
Yes, each has been doing it since the beginning of the program. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Member Lear?
I have a little different question related to parentheses 2 also. I misunderstood to begin with. There's one independent evaluator, so the appropriation would just provide that independent evaluator with more resources because there are more, because there are now more providers for the software.
So if I may move forward, the current appropriation, the 4%, is used for more than just the evaluator. It's also available to support administrative costs here at USBE, which I could include staff, for example. But my understanding is the reason that we are seeking the 4% to the 6% change is to increase the funding to the independent evaluator, because there are so many more interactive reading individual providers that need to be evaluated. So code requires annually all of those providers be evaluated by an external provider.
Okay, and a follow-up to that, please. So I'm in favor of that. I want there to be enough money. But what do we see happening if the independent evaluator gives low marks to somebody? If nothing happens, then I'm not going to give them any more money for, I would not vote to give them more money to do more with no consequences. So have there been examples of when the independent evaluator gave low marks and the person and the program went away, or something like that says this is an effective use of our money?
Well, so let me speak to this first, and then I'll allow Amber to clarify with her expertise. So previously, before the funding was, previously it was administered at our level. And oftentimes we were asked to give a report on what the external evaluator said. And at one point there was some potential for contracts to be ended with certain providers based on, as to your point, maybe some were had lower efficacy than others.
Right.
Now that it's at the LEA level, I would guess that evaluation would be used by individual LEAs to say, ooh, this LEA, look, they're using this provider, look at the marks this provider got versus another. So it would probably be more of a useful tool now for the LEAs to look at that evaluation, and then as they determine and enter into their individual contracts, they'll be more informed on how the one, each of the 20 are doing, or how they've been evaluated.
Okay, one more follow-up, please. And so, and I can't remember where we are in that process of switching from our office to LEA oversight, but similarly, unless I see evidence that the LEAs are using that information productively and making decisions based on it, and especially it makes me concerned that we've had the same independent evaluator for 10 to 15 years, then until and unless I see information that says LEAs are using this, I don't want to increase the funding. So I'm trying to say, can we get that? I don't want to make a lot of work for anybody, but I also, if we're being asked to increase the funding, I want to see some ROI.
If I may,
a favorite phrase.
What I think I'm hearing from you is maybe you are entertaining or interested in entertaining a motion to repeal the external evaluation. Like does that make sense? Because I think what you're saying is you're not sure the external evaluation is
Well, no, I just don't know either way. That's my concern.
Yeah.
It could be, I think every program that we have should be monitored and evaluated, period. And so I don't have a problem with this, but I do have a problem with it if they're asking for more money, it's in statute, but LEAs are not using it to make informed decisions.
Yeah. I don't know if somebody could speak to this, but I guess the issue right now is we're required to hire an external evaluator. Their workload has gone from evaluating 5 providers to 20 providers. So our staff have identified and their staff have determined that they think it's a value add to recommend that the external evaluator receive additional compensation to fulfill that legal requirement. But I think what I'm hearing from you is potentially wanting feedback from LEAs on if they're using that or not.
Yes, exactly.
And then I would think that the policy recommendation change might be to just eliminate the evaluation. But I don't know, all I can tell you is that the staff identified this approach based on the increase from 5 providers to 20.
Would it be hard to get feedback?
That might be a better question for Amber.
Could I ask Amber, somebody? Amber?
Yeah.
I think if you followed that rather convoluted conversation, how hard would it be to receive feedback from LEAs about how they've used the independent evaluator feedback?
So right now that evaluation is posted on the USBE website, and we also, I send it out to LEAs to let them know when we have that evaluation done. The evaluation takes student usage data and compares it with the state literacy scores, and that's kind of how that evaluation is done. So I know that we do have LEAs that are looking at it. I would have to think about how we could track that. Like I said, a lot of them are looking at it because it's on the USBE website. And I know that a lot of LEAs have reached out to me and asked for that report if they haven't been able to find it on the website. But I do think it's something that LEAs are looking at and know that that report exists. But we could figure out a way to track it. That's not being necessarily tracked right now. I just know that they're asking about it and using that report. So.
Which is sort of helpful, so thank you.
All right, are we going to, we have no other lights. Are there any motions?
Well,
You don't
I
have
can-
to, but you are,
I see no other lights. except
yeah,
for
that is
s-
correct.
All right,
That is not a
I
light.
spoke to number 2 and got my questions answered, so I'd be happy to move that one. I guess the language would be that the board directs staff to work with legislature. Wait. Well, I guess we could entertain a motion for all 5 and see if folks want to separate. I will do that. I move that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to the Utah Code as proposed, numbers 1 through 5.
I'm sorry, Chair. What did you, I didn't hear a word you said.
I just changed your salary.
Oh, did you? Okay, from 0 to -0.
I'll be by to collect later.
Okay, which ones did you move
I
forward?
moved all 5. I moved that we
Oh,
approve
no.
proposing all 5 to the legislature.
Okay. You
We'll see
have,
if that-
there's a second. Okay. I got a lot to say about that, but I will defer to Member Lear. Yeah, move to divide, please. But will you please hit your button again?
It seems to be on.
Okay, thank you.
I move that we divide that motion, at least taking number 2 out of the mix.
Okay, the motion's been made to remove, to divide out number 2. Do we have a second on that? Second from Member Straight. Would you like to speak to your motion?
As I said in a conversation probably most of you checked out of, I don't want to increase this amount till I know if it's being, if the independent evaluator is being taken seriously by LEAs. And
Okay.
I also don't want to make a lot of work for LEAs, but they're asking us to increase the amount. So I can't in good conscience do that until I know that the information is being used effectively.
Okay. Member Bogus?
Thank you, ma'am. Just for clarity, these come back for final approval, yes?
Will you speak to that, member, or Deputy Stallings?
Yes. So when you make this motion, there's those 5 proposed policy requests. The next step would be for staff, one of 2 things. Like last year, we might present the full list to the Education Interim Committee, and then the Education Interim Committee might, decide to do a draft committee bill with 4 out of 6 of the policy requests. That's one approach. And if that were the case and the draft bill were to come out, we would bring it to your attention. Another often more common approach is that we work with individual legislators, ask them to open bill files, and then they draft a bill. They will generally send us the draft bill. And of course, once the bill, sometimes we can get the draft bill to you to look at before it's numbered. Other times it won't be until it's numbered, but we could bring it to your attention if there were things you didn't like about the proposed amendments. The board could make a motion and request amendments, et cetera. I don't know if that's helpful. So the next step is to work with legislators on bill files.
Okay, then
Can you put the list of 5 back up, please?
I have, unless you're, if it's for me, I don't need it.
Oh, you don't, I do.
But I would move to amend Member Lear's motion. And
Go for it.
and cordon off number 4 as well.
Okay, so the amendment would be to add number 4 to
Just to divide
divide out number 4 as well as number 2. Do we have a second on that? Is there no objection? Yeah, okay. So once you type that, if you'll go back to the list so I can see the 3 remaining. So 2 and 4 have been pulled. What? Well, it's a motion right now, yeah. No, it's not. Okay, so the motion to divide is to divide out 2 and 4. Did someone else have an additional amendment to that? Are you? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Once we vote for this, will that end the agenda item? Like if I have something else I want us to consider, do I?
Right.
But I don't want to slow this one down. Can I wait till after
Yeah,
and still
yeah.
have time?
So after we finish these 5, then we would open it up for any other motions. So we've got 2 and 4 out. You ready for a vote on that? Okay. Wait, you don't want to vote on 2 and 4?
I want to have further light knowledge.
You want further what?
I want further information.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. What'd she say?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, where's the banning police? I want a little more information on 2. I don't necessarily want to disrespect staff's opinion, but I would like to get more information in the next month or 2 to be informed to make this vote.
And quite frankly, I have my own concerns about number 2. I don't like kindergarten through second grade students on the computer at all. So I'd like to look at more into the underlying law or rule and find out more information as well. So I share that concern. Is it possible that we bring that one back next month with additional information?
That would be a helpful
That's where I
motion.
was thinking it was going to go.
And just a reminder, this motion right now is just to pull 2 and 4. So if
Right.
you do that,
Right.
then we'll vote on the other 3,
Oh,
and then
It's
then
to
separately.
divide.
yes,
And then we'll consider them.
Good
2 and
reminder.
4 separately.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, and Chair Moss was reminding me of that as well. Just wanted to get that in there. All right, the motion to divide is before us. Member Bogus, do you have a question on this motion? Okay, let's vote and then we'll go back to you. The motion is to divide. The motion to divide is that the board approve items 2 and 4 separately. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. We need 2 more. Please check your screens. 1 more. There we go. That motion passes unanimously. Now we go to the underlying motion, which is the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to the Utah Code as proposed, with the exception of items 2 and 4. Would you like to speak to that motion? Okay, we've got that's in order.
I would move that we direct staff to bring back more information on 2 and 4.
Okay, so we're voting on the other 3, and then we'll address 2 and 4.
Oh, so it had the other one I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
apologize.
no, we could, I mean, theoretically, we could do it either way, but.
I was just looking at the highlighted portion.
Gotcha.
I apologize.
No worries. So, do you have that ready? All right, please vote. Member Carey, are you prepared to vote, or you want me to restate it?
No, I'm a yes.
Okay. He's a yes. 2 more, please. Check your screens. 1 more. And that passes unanimously. Yes, that passes unanimously. Now we will address the remaining items or not. Go ahead and now there is not a motion on 2, so it would be just making a motion.
Then I would move that the board direct staff to bring back more detailed information on 2 and 4 to
Okay,
allow the board to make a decision at that time.
is there a second for that? Second from Member Lear. Any speaking to that? Would you like to speak to your motion? I think
People
it's,
would like information.
I-
People would like information. Otherwise, I'm happy to just move this and let it come back.
I think we're good. Did you have a comment?
I want to make sure that staff understands at least what my concerns were about
Yeah.
too. Is
Yeah.
that, was I sufficiently? Okay, informative. Thank you very much. And I don't, thank you.
Can you ask?
What are you?
Go
ahead.
Yeah, I want details on specifically what our staff are recommending for 4, specifically.
Yes.
So-
What she said.
Very good.
My mic is on. I concur with Vice Chair Earl.
Very good. Are you ready to? Okay. The vote is up. Member
Carey is a
Carey?
yes.
Yes, thank you.
And my mic is still on, not that I care, but.
We're just giving them extra. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now open for any other motions. Member Davis, please.
I have a question, Chair. and it may lead to a motion. I would just like to know if we have had feedback. When I was at the Charter Symposium on Saturday, I had some folks express real worry about the financial repercussions of the safety bill that passed this last legislative session. And as they were talking to me after, I mean, a couple of the Singletons were saying, you know, if we get into compliance with this bill, we won't exist anymore. Like, we can't afford what they're asking us to do. We won't exist. So I guess, I don't know, we have to figure out, is the point to have safer schools, or what is the point of having safer schools if some no longer exist because of the exorbitant costs? And is there a way to mitigate that by either asking for fiscal notes or reducing some of the requirements? And do we need to have a conversation with the legislature about these real concerns that folks are having? Have any of you heard this, or is it just me?
I am gonna, Chair Moss is gonna address this because it's an
Chair,
ongoing
yes.
conversation.
Thank you.
And I haven't heard from the schools, but I did talk with Representative Wilcox earlier today. And my question for him was, what are you hearing? What is your plan? Do you have something in the works? What are you proposing that we consider? He's hearing the same thing. He's also heard it from districts. There was a shortfall in the amount of funding, obviously, to cover it. Now it's expanded to everybody. They're looking for further data on which schools have turned in their grant applications. Apparently some have started to trickle in. Rhett would know this. They put the date for the final application apparently at the end of the year. They're hoping to accelerate that so that we can find out what the needs are. But at this point, they're looking long-term to include this as something pegged to the WPU, is my understanding, is what the legislature is considering. So my question to him was, we're about to start talking about this. Where are you guys? That's where they are. They're looking for more data, and then they're looking for a long-term fix. And they're planning to have some discussions. I think Member Carey's been appointed to a task force. Any of us could be involved. Towards the end of August, my understanding is they'll have more information from some of the discussions they're having, both nationally with other folks and also locally in terms of grant applications. And they will have information that we might use to consider our position on additional funding in September. That's what I'm hearing. I see Patty nodding her head. Nothing there sounds inconsistent with what you're hearing.
And
so I think there's digging going on. There's process underway, but we're still a little bit in the dark as to what's coming at the grassroots level and what the legislature is going to consider a priority. I think there is a general sense among the folks on the Hill that they want to build this in as some kind of baseline. Peg to W.
So I'd like to add to that
Matt's on there.
as
Sorry.
oh, you're the one on the task force?
Oh, I thought Joe was on
Okay.
on the safety task force.
There's two of them, and
All right.
there's different.
I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah.
So we've got Member Hymas and Member Carey involved in those discussions.
The other thing is, as an LEA,
Gotcha, sorry.
the next deadline is that we all have to have our self-assessments done by December 31st. So before that, it's really hard to tell where the baseline is for the needs. And so, in my view, the next step may be simply to adjust dates so that people can take a collective breath, because you can't have anything, we really don't, we're stabbing in the dark. Oh, that's bad. We are making guesses until we find out what each district and school needs. So we're looking for answers before answers are even possibly in the realm. So I think for me, yes, it's a funding question, but I think that's been universally recognized. To me, some reassurance or some right sizing of timelines would be enough for some of us to feel better, I think is just one perspective.
And do you mean adjust the timelines for the grant applications?
No,
and submission of the needs analysis?
Because part of the
Because
problem...
they're hoping to accelerate that to get a better idea of what's...
Right, but the problem is that you've got LEAs and schools that see a bill that has a deadline that's already passed, and you feel like you're in no man's land because you can't comply with the deadlines of the bill and you feel like you're at risk. So if the deadlines from the bill changes, I think that would lower the temperature for our LEAs and schools as we try to figure out what rises to the top for priority and costs and the realities. It's just another perspective. Please.
So then I guess that question is, if there is a need for some adjusted timelines, is that a motion that we would request the legislature consider in some kind of a special session? Or is this just an informal conversation that needs to be had with them as you're having your conversations? And Chair, I'm just going to add, and then I won't say anything else about this unless you need me to make a motion. I am asking, have any LEAs, charters and districts, asked for this to be attached to the WPU? Because I've never heard that before, but I have heard many LEAs ask for a weighted to the WPU be attached for self-contained, categorized or evaluated special education students.
And I'll say, I don't know enough to know that. My discussion with Representative Wilcox was that this was being, this is where I think those focused on safety in the legislature were leaning, and that it's being discussed and developed. I don't know where it came from. I know, at least my sense is they're very interested in having LEAs submit their needs assessment grant applications so that they get a better read on what's needed, what's being applied for. I think the more of that that's front-loaded, the better in terms of assessing the long-term funding need, and I think they do have an interest in that. My response was, just guessing, our body would support this, that, and everything if we can take it from roads and prisons and everything else, right? But we know how this works. Just roads, okay. I mean, right, it becomes a matter of our board expressing a priority at some point. So I don't think they're looking for a special session. I think they're looking to have the discussion, hear from the LEAs, and then have that formulate where they're going and hear from us on where we think they ought to go in the session. That was my takeaway, at least.
Patty Norman, am I good? You're good. Okay. Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. I just wanted to also reiterate what you said in the very beginning, Chair Moss, about the work of the School Safety Task Force. Just as a reminder, what those numbers came down to last year was a shortfall of $37 million of Priority 1 needs, what are considered Priority 1 needs on a rubric. So that's with about 700 of our schools applying. We do have an additional 300-something schools that never applied, and now they have to do that needs assessment. It is a requirement. So schools that didn't get funded last year, more requirements that are going along with that that were in HB 84. Angie, I always look 82, 84. 84. Oh, there we go. Okay, and so with that, if you look, it's actually it's on the next agenda item where it's talking about legislative funding requests, and there's a business case, and there are legislative requests for funding in there that speaks to the needs, and that in there it's $100 million, and there's a formula for how that was decided upon. But as Chair Moss was speaking, right now that's a beginning point to just with the needs that were mentioned before that hadn't been fulfilled of the $37 million, and then fulfilling that with what could be Priority 1 needs with the new legislation.
Okay, so I just want to take a time out for just a minute. We have made the decision to cancel dinner, so we are on the clock. Remember that we have moved through the 5 items that staff have brought to us, so where we're at right now is if we want to propose and vote on any items that you want staff to work up for legislative or for statutory changes. That's what we're doing right now is statutory changes. So let's stick with statutory changes, get through those, and we will talk about draft legislative funding requests in just one moment. Does anyone have, or are you prepared, or would you like to make any motions, anybody, for statutory changes? Member Carey, I know you've got your hand up.
I did, Deputy Norman address the same issues I was going to raise.
Great.
So
Okay. Member Bogus.
So I cannot find my notes on this, but I would move that we direct staff to work with a legislator to amend the code related to testing, and that an alternate district test cannot be mandated when a parent opts out of statewide testing.
Do we have a second?
second,
Second, I'm going to give it to Member Carey. And would you speak to your motion, please?
Yeah, so this is just an ongoing concern that's brought to me. And the concern is that they opt out of the statewide test and their kid is thrust into a district assessment that is mandated and it's presented as required. Because they opted out of the RISE testing, they have to take this other test. And I think we need to just be very clear and explicit that if you opt out of statewide testing, LEAs may not in any way, shape, or form require alternate testing in lieu of the RISE assessment.
Okay, does, any questions from other board members or comments? Member Lear.
And I'm just trying to understand the motion, Member August. Can I ask her a question?
Oh, please, she may or may not answer it.
What if their alternative, what if the district's, the LEA's alternative is to say, you can opt out of that, but you will be then required to write a paper as directed by your English teacher or some, so that students could go without any evaluation at all?
Oh, sorry.
Right, I get opt out of state testing, I get that, like the RISE test. So then an LEA's option to someone opting out of the RISE test is to say, well, your English teacher will then provide you with a couple of assignments for us to evaluate your progress. That would not be allowed?
So as I understand it, they already cannot do that.
That's not allowed already.
So this student would be completely unevaluated.
No,
May I?
Okay.
go ahead.
So there is a process for evaluation. We're talking about computerized, computer adaptive, the assessments that parents do not want their children to take. We're
Yeah, I
not
get
talking
those.
about a standard assessment applied to all students.
But I get that. That's not my question. My question is about spelling. I mean, to make it really simplistic, the teacher could give the student, say it's a third grader and part of the RISE test was spelling. The teacher could give the student a different spelling test.
I think that that's already done in schools.
But we don't know.
Well, your
Well, I don't know
motion-
of any educator that does not provide an end of unit spelling assessment for students.
And that's what I'm saying. This doesn't reach to what educators would require for their own assessments for students.
You can't use it in.
You can't use it in lieu.
That's
That's already in code.
That changed. You cannot.
Yeah, to evaluate the student. I'm not
No,
talking, the in lieu thing is what's throwing me. I'm not meaning, I'm just saying there has to be evaluation methods that teachers can use for students.
Do we have,
So may I
Darren
query
Nielsen.
Member Lear?
Darren, would you like,
So
to-
may I talk
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Member Lear? The intent is not to circumvent or prevent a teacher from evaluating their students. It is to prevent the mandating of a secondary assessment when the RISE is opted out of.
I get that. I totally get that. Intent either is not what I'm interested in. I don't want teachers to be discouraged from evaluating students. I don't want that to be the net result of this kind of a
Yeah, I don't think that
motion.
would be the net result. I don't.
And I
No.
think that intent is sometimes different than what that teachers are saying when I'm saying. So I mean, I can't evaluate the student, or the district can't evaluate the student, or the
hold on, I have a question for,
Darren.
Yes. I believe that the provision, what you would be looking at, Member Bogus, is specific to standardized testing and the do's and don'ts, isn't that a different part of, that is a part of rule and law that is separate from, that is just having to do with standardized testing?
Yeah, Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning. We do have identified in state code what is included in the parental exemption form, and this board has taken that up annually. Typically, we bring that and we review it, and there's discussions about that. And most recently, the last time the board discussed that, there was, I think it was Board Member Carey asked questions about right of conscience, which is a separate piece of legislation, and students can exempt themselves from anything that violates their right of conscience from. But you're right, there is a code that talks about which assessments are included in the parental exclusion form. That doesn't mean that you can't also exclude yourself or your child from right of conscience. I was just looking at the rule that the board has, and I think this line is probably the closest to what we're talking about here. The administration of any assessment that is not a statewide assessment, so a district assessment, including consequences associated with taking or failing to take the assessment, is governed by policy adopted by each LEA. And so right now the LEA would determine if a student decides, if they offer an alternative assessment to the RISE or whatever statewide assessment is, if the parent or the student decides to exclude themselves from that, the local policy determines what the consequences for that would be.
And is it correct, Member Bogus, that you're looking to amend that part?
But yes, to amend the part that allows them to mandate a secondary computer adaptive assessment.
Only computer adaptive?
Well, any assessment that a parent would take issue with, in particular, the data mining assessments that take place. And I just happen to cross over to a district that I get a lot of complaints about that.
Can I ask you, oh, no, can I get
No,
in
go
line?
ahead.
Thank
If I'm
There's
next in
nobody
line.
else. You're next in line. Go ahead.
I should have had my question formulated better. What are the other types of assessments? I think Member Lear raised a couple. This just goes to clarifying the nature of the amendment. If the alternative assessment is a writing something or other, right, or an assessment that's not computer adaptive, you're just looking to say you cannot use a district version of computer adaptive testing because presumably that's the reason for the opt-out. I don't know that the opt-out opportunity is limited to computer adaptive testing, though, is it? Can I clarify that? So maybe that's the question, is what are the current bases for opting out of the state assessment?
There is in code, it identifies what qualifies for or constitutes a statewide assessment. There's a couple of criteria around that. One is paid for by the state, delivered on a state system, and I think there's another element that I can't think of off the top of my mind right now. And that's what governs this board when you create the parental exclusion opt-out form. That's what governs what assessments get included on that. To Board Member Boggess's, as I listened to her talk, rather than computer adaptive, it might be that what your concern is computer-based assessments, because schools will administer assessments that could be delivered on a computer that's part of a system that they purchase directly with a third party. NWEA might be an example of that. There's a number of those. Or the district might contract with a party that allows them to build their own assessments and deliver those to students on their own computer delivery system. And that would be the pieces, when you mentioned data or concerns with data and data mining, in order for any entity to access that, they would need to be delivered on a computer-based system. We also have assessments that are delivered on paper pencil, or as was talked about here, essay-type formats of questions that could be asked and then answered by students.
Those are reasons for opt-out?
Those are types of assessments.
Those are types of assessment, but the reasons that the legitimate basis for opt-out, is that enumerated?
Oh.
Computer adaptive, state
No, the
mandated?
reason doesn't, the districts can't even ask what the reason that the parent wants to exclude their child from the test is.
Okay.
So there's not a list of reasons for and reasons that
Yeah,
aren't
that's what I was
acceptable.
getting at. Okay, because I think Member Boggess is talking about a particular reason for an opt-out from the state assessment, and not allowing the district to impose a mandate to do that same type of thing. Just clarification question from Member Bogus. Would you be saying that once you've opted out of a state test, the district can have no alternative assessment, or is it a limited form of alternative assessment that you would be seeking to prohibit?
Oh, sorry.
So the example that comes to me most often is, and I'm glad you mentioned it, Director Nielsen, that they opt out of RISE assessments, and then here comes the MAPS assessment from NWEA, and it's mandated by the district because you opted out of RISE.
So
and that's not okay. If parents opt out of testing, they opt out for a reason, whatever that reason might be. But we can't have a required assessment in lieu of an opted out of required assessment.
Would
and
you
it
be-
seems to be an ongoing issue
Sorry.
that people don't seem to get, that opt out means I said no and I really meant no, and I kind of get tired of having to walk parents through this, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but our districts should learn that no means no, and if we have to go to code to get them to understand that, then we need to go to code to get them to understand that.
Would you be open to working with staff and working something up and bringing it to the next board meeting?
I am happy to do that as long as you're not going to tell me I'm too late.
Oh, no, we've got a number of things coming in September. There is no, just to confirm, there's no deadline that would be before the end, really the end of the year. For statutory. I understand there's a difference.
I was just going to state, you're right, statutory changes, we've asked for bills during the session before that have come up. So yes, we have all the way until sine die, the last day of session, to ask for requests. One thing I will keep, just did want to give as a heads up, last year the Education Interim Committee graciously did give us the opportunity to make a presentation in October for a potential committee bill. So I would say September and October, if board members are interested, that would be a good time, is to bring these up in September, October. If there are potential policy requests that you would like feedback from staff on, feel free to reach out to me or Greg first. And then like we could loop in, for example, on this one, Darren and you and I, for example, or you and Darren and Greg could get together and work on some language and kind of brainstorm what that would look like. If it's an offer, if you would like us to help you with policy requests for September, October, we're happy to do that.
Yeah. I'm happy to do that as long as we get to the desired end.
Yeah, and I think the benefit of that is that there might be more support when everybody's really clear on, I mean, computer aided, computer, blah, blah, blah. There's just too many words in there. So
And
if that sounds good, we can
That sounds
do it
good.
that.
I'll reach out to you both, and then we'll find a time to get together. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Reel, and then Member
Thanks,
Davis.
Vice Chair Hart. My question for Member Bogus is that since we are putting on a hold, I think we need to be specific about alternate tests, saying non-electronic in that motion or in whatever we send up there, because for how this reads now, it just says that they require students to take an alternate test when they opt out, but that just means if they opt out for any reason, not if they specify they don't want to take the electronic test. So I just think we need to be really clear about the electronic piece on that moving forward.
They don't have to provide a reason.
Yeah.
Right, but
So to provide an alternate, that would require them to state a reason.
You could have a limited.
well, what is an alternate? Is it? I mean,
Let's let them work up
Okay,
so
yeah,
that
I'm
we're
good.
all using the same commonly defined words. Member Davis?
Yeah, in the, month, I mean, can we figure out where this is happening and to what extent? I mean, I just texted an assessment director in my area, but to find out, or a curriculum director rather, if that's required, if, because someone opts out of the RISE testing. So I'd really like to know, what are the common practices when somebody opts out of a RISE test, and do they have to take a different one because they opted out? And what is the data used for? Is it looking at that kind of longitudinal trends, or what the situation is?
All right, we're going to pen that one till not officially, we don't need a motion, but we look forward to that conversation next month. Are there any other requests to add? And let me remind you that we did cancel dinner, so every minute is a minute farther away from your next mealtime. And we will move to 12.2, draft legislation funding requests for the 2025 general session. And everybody's leaving. Staff, which staff is speak? Deputy Jones.
Deputy Jones.
Oh, you do have a partner at least. Okay.
I'm in line. Oh, you're in line. Okay.
Good afternoon, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So I'm excited about this agenda item. We're making great progress towards the eventual submission in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act. You can see the reason why we do this, which is the Budgetary Procedures Act, in addition to making requests to the legislature for new funding. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief of Staff Young for her update on where we're at in the process. Again, great progress has been made, so she can share that with you, and we can take it from there at your direction, Madam Chair. So.
I'm sorry. I'll be Madam Chair.
Go.
Go ahead, Chief of Staff.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So Chief of Staff Sarah Young, at the direction of the board, staff have prepared multiple legislative funding request files that you'll see in backup for this item. As a friendly reminder, there are two mechanisms by which these could have come forward. One through recommendations of the Finance Committee that then came before the full board, and with the support of 3 board members in our last full board meeting in June. So our purpose here today is to present you with those draft files to receive feedback. Do the requests meet your intent as board members, and or are there things that we can refine and improve upon before we then bring these back in September to be able to request your feedback on whether these items will be board supported ahead of then a prioritization effort in the month of September and October to finalize the board request that will then go to the governor's office. I appreciate that as multiple steps. We have included a timeline of kind of how that shakes out in the backup as well. But the file I would draw your attention to is the one that starts with the name Tracker. So Tracker General Session 2025 is going to have the full list of what was requested and what has been developed in response to the board member requests. So with that, we as your staff are happy to take feedback.
Okay, not everybody hit your button at once. They're looking for our feedback. Okay, Vice Chair.
Feedback, I have a motion. Okay. I'm looking for support on this too, but this has to do with our critical personnel. It kind of has 2 components. So I'm requesting that the critical personnel needs of USBE move forward for board consideration, and that the board use, should I move them as 2 separate? Or I'll move it as a full if someone wants to divide it. And that the board use $100,000 of federal mineral lease funds from the board's discretionary account to hire an independent firm to conduct a desk audit of state-funded positions at USBE. The independent firm will evaluate positions to determine if the positions are adequate in job duties and responsibilities, market, both government and private sector, comparative pay and classification. The firm will analyze whether state-funded positions are sufficient in quantity and alignment to ensure the capability to meet state laws and USBE rules. The SOW RFP/RFP and selection process include at least 2 board members. The timeline would be mid-December. So it's 2 requests there, and I just need a second.
I'll second.
The motion's been made and seconded.
Yeah, I just want to speak to that. We have
we have some requests for critical needs. I'm just asking that those be written up so we can, right, be considered as possibly putting on there. But even more than that, looking at really an evaluative tool that someone to come in and just say, do we have the staff we need? Are we, you know what I mean? Are we fulfilling what we need to be doing? Where's our areas of that we need addressed or not? Maybe we're, you know, anyways. And part of the reason for that is during the, I hear this frequently, that I hear USBE is bloated, or I mean, I hear that we're overstaffed or we're this or that. And if we are, then that answers some of those questions. If we're not, it seems like we end up with a lot of bills that somehow we are just supposed to assume the personnel. So I guess I'm asking for an analysis just to say, hey, where's our key areas? You know, what do the laws say? Are we missing a lot of people, or are we not? Are we understaffed? So I'm asking that we take a look at our critical needs, but we also have kind of just an independent look at that too. So that's my request.
Did someone get that motion?
It's in backup.
Okay. Do we think that we could? There we go. Thank you. All right. Member Booth?
For the past 4 years, we have talked the talk of the critical needs that we have in the agency, and we've definitely, I mean, we can talk to any one of our area heads, any of our assistant superintendents, just in our interaction with our staff who are working so hard and who do work so hard as we have requests. There's no question that this is an intense need, and every year it has been kind of bounced down and eventually lost in terms of being able to provide the funding and to make it happen. The agency continues to tighten their belt, pull up their bootstraps, and make it happen. I would be very much in favor of supporting their, I mean, they have been very specific in identifying specific needs that they have and where are the areas where they're running short, no matter how efficient they try to be. And I would love to receive that feedback and come up with a very clear statement that this is a priority, and it's a priority that needs to be addressed rather than just letting it drop and kind of sift its way through to the bottom until it drops out of the running. So, thank you.
Member Lear?
I very much agree with Member Booth. However, I've also experienced desk audits, and they're sort of like an LEA audit, only on an individual level, and they're time consuming. They're not necessarily painless. I'm just wanting to ask Superintendent Dixon if she feels like the juice is worth the squeeze. If she's wanting, if she would welcome that, hoping to provide objective information for the legislature, and if she thinks that will be helpful. Is that a okay question to pose to
This is,
Superintendent?
Superintendent, you can try to answer that if you want, or, and I don't know is sufficient.
Sure. I mean, it's always a fair question. I mean, I think we're pretty aware of our needs when we get mandates from the legislature without additional staff. We then have to prioritize internally. So we're always figuring out, what do we prioritize, what can we give up, what can we not give up, and there are things, quite frankly, that we just don't know how to get done. So we've been tracking. I'll give you an example in UPAC. We know, for example, we have data about how far behind we get because we don't have the personnel we need in UPAC. You know, they're just those kinds of things that we're tracking, which is why we then bring the FTE requests to you as a board for your consideration every year. In terms of the, if I got your motion right, ma'am, the HR piece on comparative pay and classification, DHRM does a fair amount of that now. So we have many of the positions that we can go to say, for example, when was the last time a market analysis was done on this? Or do you have positions within the agency? What does a specialist look like in our agency? That's not a good example because I don't know that they're specialists in other agencies. But we can ask about a certain title and even have it looked at across the agencies, and they have that data. I can't speak for Member Earl for her perspective, but we're always happy to have outside perspectives who can do a fair analysis. What is challenging for me, I'm just speaking for myself, are outside purviews who don't know what we're doing internally. And you know, it's easy to say there are too many employees, or they're overloaded, or they're not here doing the work and don't understand that. When you have the conversations and can show how you're tracking the work, then there are some ahas and things that they didn't know. But I appreciate that the perception is out there. I too, to Vice Chair Earl's point, have heard it. It's something that we combat every time there is an unfunded mandate, and people, and I can think of 5 or 6 even just this last year, where well-meaning, truly well-intended legislators said, well, can't you just absorb this? And they were really big lifts. And, you know, my first question was, like, where does that go to whom? There's nobody sitting around just saying, I have nothing to do, could you give me something to do? So we go through this every single year when there's something new that we can't do. And I think we're really honest about, oh, that is a one-time thing. That might take 10 hours and this person can absorb that. So we try to be very judicial in our conversations with legislators about what we can and cannot do.
Okay. My quick
Did I answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, you did. I'm just, in response to that, I'm reluctant. It sounds like we've got the information we need. I feel like the stress of a desk audit is one more thing that these folks don't need, and I feel like it's kind of I feel like it's won't be as helpful. I feel like if the legislature isn't listening to the people who are doing the work, they're not going to listen to an audit firm who really doesn't understand the work anyway. So I guess I'm not. It's $100,000 is not a lot of money in the big picture. I'm just not sure it'll be helpful. Thanks.
Cindy's up.
Member Davis, Member Reel, and then Chair. Chair.
I certainly think, you know, there's merit to having even more when we go to the legislature every year when we get turned down. But at the same time, we're spending a lot of money now on lots of different studies. We're spending money on, you know, to study this thing, and we're spending money to study that thing, and we're spending money to study another thing. And on this particular one, I'm concerned about the double, because some of these, I think a lot of our positions, we already have market pay studies done for us by HR. So I have to ask myself this question. I know that there are students in Orem, Utah, not my area, but I'm going to speak up for them, that just lost 75% of their Title I funding. I ran into a teacher on the walking trail this past week. I said, how's it going? I didn't even bring it up, and she was near tears talking about losing their Title I funding. So at some point, do we use our money to help the kids and the things we're trying to help by studying all the things? Or do we continue to put money into all of these studies instead of maybe when we see a real need, like, you know, the fiscal cliff our medium-sized charters just hit, or our big charters just hit, or the fiscal cliff that our rural schools just hit, or now this fiscal cliff that these Title I schools are suffering at some point I feel like maybe the money's better spent actually doing than continuing to study.
Okay, member Reel and then chair.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Vice Chair Earl, the intention of this I appreciate. At Salt Lake Community College, we recently went through a similar audit where they examined all of the positions at the institution, and they determined if a lot of the different pieces that you have in here, as well as the pay and the pay scale. And one thing that we learned from that is that we needed to find $4 million because we had that many faculty and staff who are underpaid at the institution. So I do want to warn that this could potentially come with us seeing that a lot of our staff could potentially be under market, and we would need to find funds to bring them to market in their salaries. So just something to consider as we think about this. And the other question I had was that, is there a potential for us to once, like, approve the scope of this audit once we have it, or is it just something that, like, once we approve this, then the scope would just go forward? Or would it be something the audit committee would approve? I'm not sure how that process works.
Would you like to?
I think whatever we move forward here, I mean, if we go too far out, the intention was to create credibility, right? An independent look creates credibility to the asks. I mean, I heard it last year, I've heard it for the last couple of years, but we can go with what we've got. We really haven't got the staff that we've requested. This just creates a credibility. It looks at those in depth, but if we want to just continue the way we're going, we can do that. So
I think you missed the first part of what I was saying is that we did this at Slick, and we found that lots of staff were underpaid, so we had to find funds to then pay them, which could be something that we could use as a request to the legislature. But
this is what I'm moving forward. So whatever, I mean, if people wanted to modify it, that's probably the scope of work that would be looked at.
Okay.
Right. So if it needed to be altered, probably now is the time to do it. Or if we needed to set it out.
Or could we approve the scope once then, or is that?
I don't know. Maybe someone that does contracts can speak to that.
Or it goes to audit. I don't know. I just if there's
Yeah, I don't.
Let's run through a few more comments, and then we'll get some answers to some questions. Chair.
Quickly, and I won't beat a dead horse, but we've been up there each year that we've been in leadership pitching our FTE needs, pitching our market, pitching the market shortfall and the pay. We've done it publicly at PEA. We've done it behind the scenes with legislators. We hear the same questions. We hear, you got 385 people or whatever it is, can't you adjust somewhere? And you know, it's a question that you answer often in a business setting. And here, the difference is, a lot of what we have is mandated by law, right? So we don't get to just decide, hey, we're going to chop this and put it over here. But there is a question of whether we're analyzing. So for me, as one who's been up there doing the pitching, I think this helps, to identify this, at least on the front end. What are these positions? What's the market? What does it take to keep these people? In finance, over the 4 years that I've been in finance, we've had a war on talent, as Chair Huntsman used to call it, where we'd lose folks that were working on important issues, moving forward the initial early stages of USIMS. So it's a real challenge, and I think this would help us to quantify it and back it up. I'll just say the flip side is kind of the educational ROI that we're doing in finance, where up front is sort of what does the position do, what are the tasks, what's market rate. On the back end, we've started to ask the questions of, are we getting the water to the end of the row? And beyond that, is anything growing? That's the ultimate outcomes, is what we're doing tied to student success. I think both of those put us in a better position to go up to the legislature and say, look, we're analyzing it, we're looking at the needs, we're asking questions about whether programs you've given us to implement are moving the needle. And so we're part of that discussion that you want to have about, does the money make a difference? And if not, we're open to the possibility of adjusting and advising you, the legislature, on what's moving the needle and what's not. And I think that makes us a partner in that discussion as much as kind of a requestor. So I see this as one part of that same discussion that puts us in more credibility when we go up and make our pitch.
I'm going to weigh in here, and then it will be Superintendent Dixon, Davis, Norton, and then Booth. To be blunt, we can rank it where we rank it
to get more staff. Something like this wouldn't be to prove to us. But if we don't do something different, I don't think we should expect any different than what the legislature has done for the past 5 years. So if we do the same thing, we should expect the same result. If we want to get some relief for our staff that are wearing so many hats, then we've got to think of a different way to make the case. I don't know what that is, but to not do anything and think that we are going to get something different than we've gotten for the past 5 years, I think is folly. So that's just my 2 cents. Deputy Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reference 2 audits, and perhaps what we could do in accordance with the motion is to get some updated numbers from the audits. We had an audit in 2017 that was on related to admin costs, and at the time it showed that we were well below our neighboring states of Idaho, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado in FTE compared to our student enrollment. So our ratio at that time was about 1, even my cheaters aren't helping, 1 to 2,488 students. And the next closest was Arizona at 1 to 2,118. And then it goes way down from there. And then there was another audit in 2022 that gave a few different numbers, and in part we gained more federal funds with the growth of the number of students with disabilities being served. So we could look at the data from 2017 and 2022 and try and update that data. That would give us a ratio that may or may not help. I really appreciated what Chair Moss said in terms of ROI. I think that's always really important when we have discussions. What I'm challenged by, in accordance with what Vice Chair Hart just stated, she's absolutely right. We keep doing the same thing and getting the same result. I'm challenged by how to do it differently when we're not given an opportunity to talk about not just the funding, but policy overall. How are all of these policies, with or without funding, making a difference in outcomes for students? And I feel like a lot of the things that we are asked to spend our time on, when with or without new FTE, don't always get us to the end of the row with return on investment. So I would love to see some kind of mechanism for feedback to the legislature to say, given all of these new bills, here's how it's impacting education or not. I don't know that we have the data and results on that, but to me that is a way to enter into the conversation about how we need more FTE or not. So I think we keep going at it from, we have more work, we need more FTE, we have unfunded mandates, to hear all of the things that you've done to us, with us, for us, and how are all of those things really helping kiddos at the end of the day. So that's what I'm challenged by, how to enter into that conversation in a real meaningful way instead of just a high-level theoretical conversation. And Chair Hart wasn't even here to hear all of that.
We got it.
So I think you got
I think I'm taking her seat.
Cindy,
is it
Randy,
Member Davis?
and then I know Joe Carey's online. Oh. Yeah, Joe Carey was probably in the middle of that.
Let's do Davis, Norton, Carey, Booth, and Straight, if
Okay,
that's all right.
so
Member Davis?
Do you want to hit Davis?
Yes. I have 2 questions and then maybe a motion. My questions are, Chair, how much time will it take for staff to complete an audit of this scope? And the second one is, can we prioritize this for our own independent audit department here, who at least has some knowledge of what we do here, instead of going with an outside firm? And I guess upon those 2 answers of those 2 questions, I don't know, I might have a motion. Just a slight amendment.
If I could turn to anybody involved in audit, I guess Vice Chair
Well,
Earl, you stepping in for that?
Yeah, maybe ask Scott, but I would say it would probably take reprioritization of what we've got going on,
That's
which
fine.
which may be
Just fine.
necessary, so.
Yeah, so if I may, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, I won't speak for internal audit. If we're looking at the scope of the audit being for every state-funded position, we're talking months, maybe even a full year, because of all the details that would have to be drawn out by that. I would encourage you to consult with internal audit on that. An external firm staff would still be involved with, but they likely could do it more quickly, meaning like 6 months, because if we're trying to push to get enough information, solid data for the legislature or ahead of the legislative session, we would have to act now. And I don't think, without a reprioritization for internal audit and or staff, the staff would have time to meet that, to be able to have an informed decision made by the board on whether to support, additional FTEs. So we're talking months.
Thank you. Does that answer the question, Member Davis? We can move on to Member Norton, unless there was.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think all the points have been great points. I just figure out the cost versus the benefits and.
Member Norton. Oh, there we go. Oh, come on.
I would agree. I think this has been a very thoughtful conversation, and great new insights have been brought up that I appreciate. And with that being said, I think that, the numbers do create evidence, and I think that's important. I think anytime we're trying to argue something, we are great people and we do great things, but when you have numbers, that just makes it the picture a little bit clearer. But I have a lack of knowledge in how things are done in Utah state government. Is this something that is common? Is this the way other departments justify additional people? What is the normal?
Deputy Jones?
So, I'll channel Director Watts from DHRM. Desk audits of positions occur quite regularly among the other state agencies. However, a scope of every position being audited, I'm not sure they've ever done that. Oftentimes, desk audits will focus on, say, like an IT segment or a financial analyst segment, or maybe we're unique too in the sense that we have the ops side that has similar positions with the state, such as financial analysts, IT. So, there's some overlap, or with desk audits that have been conducted there. Where it gets a little bit more complicated is in the categories of educational coordinators and specialists, right? Those are LEA type positions, but this is why I also think it's important that we have a external, unbiased, neutral party to advise both you and the legislature, so it doesn't appear that staff in itself are auditing their positions themselves to come up with a thing. But to answer, the short answer to Board Member Norton's question, Chair, is that they occur quite regularly, but not to this scope. So does that help answer her question? Over, or sir?
I see a nod, so thank you. Member Carey.
Hey, thanks, Chair. I guess I'm going to speak against this because I'm just concerned about the timing. And if you've attended at least one board meeting, you know that I'm not a big fan of the framework. But I understand the purpose, which is, hey, we're going to take all these rules, we're going to see how much staff, how much time we spend on each one of these areas. And when I look at the audit request that's been made, I don't know how we can do a staff audit without that being married to the framework, because those two things are now intertwined. And I believe that if we're going to do this audit, it has to be more comprehensive to tell us, hey, you have this as a category 2, it's understaffed. You have this as a category 4. You're not allocating the necessary resources. So without that as a component, I'm just going to vote against this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey. Member Booth.
Thank you, Chair. I am very interested in just understanding what Superintendent Dixon and her team of top-level administrators have already discovered and already studied over the last 4 years, where we haven't received significant input and in terms of more resources. What have they identified as the greatest needs? Is there a prioritization of top 7 to 10 positions or needs that could be studied by an outside whoever, and we could be more focused in terms of how we approach this, so that we could speak our legislators' language in those very specific needs, and then perhaps get those 7 to 10 positions, rather than, okay, we're going to study the entire agency and we know that we need this and this and this. We need $4 million to bring our salaries up to snuff. Well, I don't think we can solve the entire world right now, but there may be some critical needs that we could focus in on. And if we focus in on and then find out the information so that we can speak their language, we may be able to affect a different outcome than we've experienced the last 3 years, and I'd be all for that.
Interesting question or comment, Member Booth. Let me just ask for purposes of clarification. I think in the backup business cases that have been presented, in terms of critical needs already identified, we have an audit case. I thought internal audit, critical function capacity. Is anybody aware of others that go to specific? I think, at least if I'm understanding correctly, Member Booth's asking if we have a focus on particulars that we've identified as the most critical, and whether we might focus a desk audit of some sort on those first. Am I misstating, or am I? So I'm curious if staff have already, just to further his question, other than what I saw in the backup for audit. Yeah, Chief of Staff Young.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question and clarification. So when staff was here in June, we presented a table that included just different kind of needs from the field as identified by staff. One of those was specific to audit and personnel related to that, which was then championed by 3 board members. So we have developed that into a funding case. When it came to the request for critical FTEs, that was in the table, but that was not, staff didn't receive direction to develop that into a further business case. So to provide kind of the why, we do have a full workup for the audit component because it was requested by a board member. We currently do not for USBE critical FTE outside of that scope. It just wasn't selected to be further developed at the time.
I mean, this is a 2-part motion. Is that okay if I speak? Yeah. It's a 2-part motion. If someone wanted to divide it, they could. The one would be moving the critical needs forward for further evaluation. The second would be asking for some kind of a audit or, something from our discretionary funds in order to look at what the, a further analysis to say, yes, this is where we need to go and this is where the staff need to be. So it's 2 parts. It could be divided if someone wanted to, or not. So.
Okay, so
Did he?
I'm picking back up. Board Member Straight, Board Member Davis, and then Superintendent. Board Member Straight, and then Davis.
So it appears we have a whole separate way of going about how we meet the needs of USBE and how we meet the needs of education in general. It appears to me that we have some catch-up we need to close the gap on where we're at now and where we should be, and then we need to somehow tie ourselves into that same system, because right now the WPU, they have the inflationary adjustment plus. And the inflationary adjustment is based on a formula of 5 years. We adjust that, then they work through with the legislature, JLC, us, for additional WPU to meet the needs. Things like we need some type of automatic mechanism because we're getting caught up in ending up getting further and further behind. I think we need to solve that.
Okay. Member Davis?
Yeah, Chair, would it be possible to call Auditor Director, not sure your official title, Kevin John? We are already doing some things in audit that I think lend itself to this. Can we figure out what we're doing, if that would be enough, if there's something that needs to be done? Can we just hear from him for a minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
You welcome. Come on up. Let's manage expectations for a minute. We need to make sure that we keep moving on things, and if it requires some time to develop, then our best strategy is whoever's interested in that to develop that offline and bring it forward, because we could probably spend all day. In fact, one of the items on the study session list is an update on audits that have been done and are being done, and how that process works. So that is in our near future. We're kind of coming at you cold, so please feel free to say, I'm not prepared to answer that question. But do you have can you kind of give him a question? Oh, you don't have a hot mic. Okay, there you go.
I did just go back and ask him the same question I just asked of you, and within understanding some things are confidential that they're working on, but we can at least know kind of the scope, and is some of it going to help us without maybe doing a whole nother audit?
So he's not totally cold. He's been asked before. All right, go ahead. Introduce yourself and then.
It's fair to say that no one in this room is cold at this point with the AC out.
Touché.
But Deputy Audit Executive Kevin John. So to Member Davis's point, you prioritized an audit on personnel management approximately a year ago. That is in the process of being wrapped up. So we anticipate taking those final results, inclusive of a management response. Your superintendency's had a chance to look at it before the audit committee on August 8th, at which point we would anticipate it could come before the full board in September. One of the areas within that audit that we looked at is overtime and effort that's being put in. Now, again, as Member Davis said, it's confidential. We can't release the results at this point, but it may answer some of your questions as to whether or not there's available information out there you could take to the legislature that would support the need for additional resources.
So in summarizing, there's an audit that's just about completed, and we might be able to turbo it to have it in time to further develop this idea, perhaps even by the next meeting, perhaps.
Yes.
Okay. Good information. Does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you, Deputy CAE. Member Booth.
I'm wondering if I could make an amendment.
An amendment's in order.
Okay, so I agree that we need more information, and what Member Earl has put forward is important. I think maybe we can, in some way, I don't want to take all of that away, because we've got to be able to speak, as Chair Moss said, the language of those that we're approaching. We've got to be able to provide them with the information to be able to make intelligent choices and informed choices. But I think a great place to start would be, as I identified earlier, the critical needs that staff has already identified over the past 3 or 4 years where we have not had success. And I would love to propose or move that we direct staff to conduct a thorough and quick study of what they have already identified as critical needs over the past 3 or 4 years. This is not something that is a new subject. They're dealing with it every day, and they're trying to find ways to make it happen every day. And so I think it could be a very clear source of information that would help us move this forward in a very efficient way, maybe by next meeting. So I would move that they come up with their best guess and best information as to what their critical needs are and what they would prioritize in order to move the work of the agency forward in the most efficient manner.
Can I, so in clarifying your motion, are you looking to have them build out the business case with specific areas, or are you interested in, prior to a request for funding being created, you would like to see a perhaps itemized list of what the agency feels like are specific needs?
I trust our team at the agency, and if they feel prepared to apply the information that they've already pulled together over the last several years to a business case, I would say go for it.
Okay, so would that be accepting the first part and amending the second part? Would that be accurate?
Yeah, and I'm open. I'm not trying to, take away the importance of what Board Member Earl.
And maybe staff can clarify this. When we ask for something to come before us and we're saying it's critical needs, are they not putting forth that they're going to be looking at they're going to be doing this to present to us. They're going to be creating an argument to present to us. I don't see where that's different than the first ask.
Okay.
Am I missing something? You're asking him to find the critical needs, look at them, and then find the critical needs.
What I believe what you're looking for is basically saying the first part is internal instead of external.
So you're asking for an external person to come and validate the internal?
You asked for an independent firm to conduct a desk audit, and what it sounds like is he's asking for staff to do it internally without.
Yes, but wouldn't they do that already when we ask for critical needs? They're going to look at critical needs and provide us, staff are providing us with that information. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't change what they would be providing already.
So
the difference is someone validating the critical needs.
So what we need to do is, Member Booth is putting forward an amendment. We need to take that amendment through the process and do our voting. I'm just clarifying the amendment, but why does, Member Booth, why don't you talk right now to Member Davis, because I think she's got an idea. Member Davis?
I have a substitute motion.
Okay.
Can we postpone this until tomorrow when we're already looking at the prioritized audits and just sleep on everything we've heard today and then decide, in light of also what we're already working on in audits and in light of the data that Superintendent Dixon mentioned, can we kind of narrow down to what we still need to know or understand and what, if that could be tagged on as a supplemental audit with our folks if we prioritize it, or if we need to go with a biggie like this? I guess I'm speaking to it, and I should have done that. I move that we postpone until tomorrow, somewhere right near or with the audit conversation agenda item.
So tomorrow's conversation in tomorrow's study session is data privacy and strategic plan.
during those, someone mentioned that we were talking about prioritizing.
That's on the study session list. It has not yet been scheduled.
Let's put it, can we prioritize, or can we postpone this then until the section where it's for unfinished business? On the
Okay,
agenda
did we put
from today.
unfinished business on tomorrow's agenda?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, I don't know who's driving, is to postpone until unfinished business tomorrow. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Member Booth. As soon as that's ready, we're going to vote on it, because I see no other comments.
Point of order, when you said sleep on it, are you suggesting we're going to finish in time to go to sleep tonight?
Yes, I am.
Not only is she
just
suggesting.
checking, I thought that's what I heard.
Come heck or high water. As soon as that's ready, we will vote. All right, please vote.
Yes.
Okay. One more vote, please, unless somebody's left. Okay, that passes unanimously. All right, are there any others that need to come forth right now? We do need to move on to our next item. Thank you. We will move on to our next item. Member Straight. Yes, if you are the next, if you're bringing something forward, now would be the time. Go ahead.
This is for the funding, right? This list?
Yes.
Okay. So at the very bottom there, we have educator incentives, national board certified teachers. And we do have a second draft. I'm not certain that's completely updated. But Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Would it be appropriate and okay if I brought some people forward to discuss?
If anybody has, if board members have questions we have current certified, national board certified teachers. First of all, let's recognize them. Will you please stand if you're nationally board certified? Yay! Thank you for being with us today. Where are we at with this item? Chief of Staff Young?
So we have Julie Lundell, who's taking
Yes,
this from staff.
and Julie is here as well. Where are we at with this particular item? What is the status?
Thank you. So in working with our experts at the agency as well as board members straight, we have taken the educator incentive request and we've split it into two separate components. You can see those represented up on the tracker, and that was to be able to clarify what the specific needs were in addressing the field, and you'll see that represented in the draft backups that are available to the board for this item as well.
So this one's developed out and is ready for our prioritization? It's
Correct.
already been brought forward?
Correct, unless there were any additional edits that the board members would like to request, it will move forward with the other drafts to the September meeting for consideration of board support and then subsequently prioritization.
I would like to, first of all, I appreciate people in the audience as well as online. We have received quite a number of commentary on this and support for this, and justifiably so. Are you interested in making any changes to the case study or to the case, to the?
So there's draft 1, which is in our packet, and there's also draft 2. Does this represent draft 2, Julie? No. Sorry. So Chair,
Yes.
this does represent draft 2, the numbers that are there. That is updated.
Okay.
There were some other additions in draft 2. If you look at that specifically, there have been some changes.
Okay.
Also, the educator supplemental, oh, no, I'm on the wrong line. The educator incentives, learning for student success, that's early grade, that's K through 3.
Mhm.
That is gone. And
Yeah.
so that's looking at bringing that element back to meet the goals of USBE in our strategic plan.
So it appears that we do not need to make any changes to what we have before us. At this point, we would wait until our next step is prioritization. And that isn't until, remind me, September, October? October. So what we would need is any changes that we would need to this brought forward before that time. Other than that, we are good to go with this.
Okay. And I was wondering if the board, if the members of the board, if they have questions or if they have suggestions regarding this, now would be a perfect time to
Yes,
to answer
and that this has already been moved. This is already on the list, so we don't need to do that. Yes. So this is already on the list, right?
I'm sorry if I missed that, Member Straight. We already had a vote of the board to. I apologize. We had a vote of the board to support it, not just
Yes.
the 3 necessary to work up the business case, but voted majority support to put it on the list. And now the question is whether it's ranked and et cetera.
Yes, but
Okay.
changes were
wait a minute.
made. There was a draft 2,
Hold
changes
up.
were made. Go ahead.
I'm asking Kelsey, I guess, did you have?
Chief of Staff
Chief
Young,
Staff, yeah, sorry.
where are we at?
Sorry to be confusing. We have multiple steps. So where we are is we are presenting you with the drafts that were requested by 3 board members.
Uh-huh.
In September, you will have a chance to vote support or non-support for each of those cases. So that has
Right.
not occurred just yet.
Right.
In October, then, you will prioritize
Put 'em in
those
order.
that are supported to be able to then reflect to the Governor's Office per the Budgetary Act what your priorities are in the month of October.
Got it. 3 steps. Bring it forward, support it, rank it. Rank it.
Yes.
We've done bring it forward. We have
And-
yet to
and-
support or rank. Okay, I'm with you.
And draft 2 has been vetted by the National Board of Teachers. The teachers have seen this.
Yes, we met together.
Okay.
Thumbs
Excellent.
up back there.
That's what we want to see. All right. So we are ready to go in that. I don't think we need further action at this point.
Thank you for
Yeah.
allowing me to
Unless
bring
I
that.
do actually see a light. Member Hymas, did you have a question? Go for it.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but here I go.
Okay.
So, we're raising 5,000 for an annual salary, from what I understand, or 4,000 for an annual salary if they are certified, and then 5,000 at a Title I school. Is this more than you would get if that's a lot of money for a school to pick up. So I mean, I guess there's no question there other than like, where's this money coming from? Does this and then does this certification, does it outweigh? It's like I should know this, but a master's program or a doctorate, like does that bring in this kind of increase, or is it? Brent,
Chair,
I'm looking at you,
yes,
sorry.
I could answer that question, but I believe they can answer the question better. So if I could have Tony or
Well, I'm not
Emily.
sure we
are-
have, I'm not sure we're at that.
Well, we have a question.
Yeah.
I would like to give my time to,
Okay, but it needs to be extremely, this is out of the ordinary. Yes, extremely brief.
Okay.
Which I believe, I think it's Tony. Is it Tony? Yes.
oh, we can get in more than that.
Yes, so can I take a shot at
Yeah.
the question.
Sure.
The money would need to come from the legislature. I mean, that's
There you go.
that's all there is to it. The amounts but if you, the board, in September, say, you know, this is ours, and then you prioritize it, then by way of the process, if the legislature supports it as well, they would fund it accordingly. So that's where the money would come from in these amounts, based on our justification for providing those. So.
Tony, go ahead and introduce yourself, and if you have anything to add, please add. I just hit the wrong button. It's me.
I'm Tony Zani. I'm the president of the Utah National Board Coalition. We've had really good support in the legislature. I think they've been wanting a way to have a teacher pipeline that takes you from being a pre-service teacher to a novice teacher to a career teacher to a master teacher that mentors other teachers. That's what National Board Certification is. I would say, in my experience, that a master's degree makes you more knowledgeable, but this focuses on your practice in the classroom. It makes you top-notch master teacher. So my master's degree made me very knowledgeable, but it wasn't really about what I do day to day in the classroom. This is. And National Board Certified teachers almost never leave the classroom because they're so successful at what they do. So your teacher retention dramatically drops, and they become really good mentors because they're really well trained.
Yep. That's a great answer and well within the time frame. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Are there any other questions we have for National Board, the National Board issue? Okay, we will have an opportunity. The next step for this one would be an opportunity to thumbs up, thumbs down, and then to put it in priority order. Thank you.
Chair?
All right.
If I could just briefly comment.
Yes.
The program's already in place. It's
Right.
already operating successful. It has grown exponentially recently. They've been out working hard and representing that, and they have almost 250 around that new individuals for this coming fall. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
That's a good number. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, go ahead, Member Hymes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I don't have a concern with the program. We're always looking at funding. It's just money has to come from somewhere, and so that's what I'm looking at here. I have no qualms with the program itself and the good that it brings in, and I'd love to pay every teacher as much as we can, right? Especially if they are dedicated to the field and doing great work. I just love to do it, but again, it has to come from somewhere, and that's not directed. I'm just shouting that out to the
Ether.
cosmos, and yeah. But anyway, I appreciate the program. I appreciate what it does. I appreciate those who go through it, and that it does produce results. But again, the money has to come from somewhere. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to the general consent calendar. I'm open to a motion. Don't all jump. Okay, so we have a, Member Straight, did you make a motion to approve the consent calendar? Okay, and then Member Bogus, you're pulling the minutes, you said, right?
Yes, please.
Just confirming. Okay. Holding. So we've got, is there a second for the rest of the remainder of the consent calendar?
Second.
Second from Member Norton.
So it's just the contracts and the.
That remain, yeah. All right. You ready? Okay. Seeing no other lights, we're going to vote on the remainder of the consent calendar minus the minutes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Everybody take a look at we're missing several votes. We're missing many votes. We're missing 3 votes. Yeah, I think the power outage might have made things a little fussy. Member State's not in the room. Okay, so that passes 11-2 with the noes being Bogus and Earl. So we are entertaining a motion for the minutes separately. So moved. And do we have a second on the minutes? Second from Member Earl on the minutes. Are you prepared? Okay. Ready for your vote. This is, Member Carey, this is on the minutes.
Yes, and Carrie is a yes.
Thank you. One more? Thank you. That passes unanimously. We are now to our executive session. So I need a motion to go into executive session. Moved by Member Bogus to go into executive session. Do we have a second? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We need to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or mental or physical health of individuals, and pending or reasonably imminent legislation. We need a voice vote on this, so. What did I say? Litigation, people. Yes, absolutely. I was afraid of what I said, actually. Could have been much worse. Member Bogus. Yes. Please use your mics. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Davis? Yes. Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green? I'm a yes. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Carey? Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Reel? Member Straight? Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Chair Moss? Yes. Okay. We are moving into executive session. Thank you. A quick 5-minute break. We canceled that dinner. I don't want to be here all night. Thanks.
All right, we need a motion to come out of executive, I believe, right? Are we ready for that?
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second, and let's get a roll call.
We need
Where's my sheet? Here we go. Motion is to come out of executive session. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir.
Member Booth?
Yeah.
We never had Member Klein, right? Okay. Member Davis? Cindy? Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Got yes from Cindy and Jenny. Vice Chair Hart?
Here.
Yes to come out of executive. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Carey, are you back with us?
I just texted him, so.
All right. Member Lear? Yes. Can he not vote for it since he wasn't in it? Okay. All right. Member Norton? Yes. Member Reel?
Stuff though, if you want.
Member Straight? Here. Member Wood? Member Moss is a yes. Okay, we are out of executive session, and we'll turn it to, I think, Member Norton, right? Okay. Oh. Who's got the, I don't see it up on the screen. You guys have her? All right, we got you.
I move that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar. Do we, we can unless there's someone voting in opposition, we can, right? Yeah, did we end up with board member Carey? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, is there, what's, oh, no, not remember, any, are all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was unanimous, so then we wouldn't have to go through it, right? Okay.
Okay, in case number 23-1968, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC recommendations for case number 231968. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was unanimous.
In case number 23-1990, I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 231990. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead.
In case number 23-1995, I move that the board accept the educator's surrender of license.
The motion before the board is that the board approves the educator's surrender of license for case number 231995. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Recuse?
Okay, so we have board member Straight is recusing himself. Is that accurate? And the rest of it was unanimous then, okay?
In case number 23-1997, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendations for case number 231997. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
In case number 23-2004, I move that the recommendation be tabled with a request for additional information.
Do we, I just have a question. I don't know if we need to make that motion, do we? Can someone clarify? Okay. No motion, I think that one has
Okay.
no motion for the board. Go
In
ahead.
case number 23-2011, I move that the board approves UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendations for case number 232011. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimous.
In case number 23-2026, I move that the board accept the educator's surrender of license.
Okay, the motion, second?
Second, I'm sorry.
That's okay. The motion before the board is that a board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 232026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimous.
Okay. I move that the board accept Philippe Montelet, an individual who is deaf or hard of hearing, for the USDB Council to serve a 2-year term.
Second. Okay, the motion before the board is that Philippe Montelet, individual who is deaf or hard of hearing, be approved. Okay, be approved for the USDB Council. Did I do that correctly?
And 2-year term.
For a 2-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Okay, I move that the board accepts Amy Query to fulfill the position on the USDB Council for a term of 2 years, a person with an interest or knowledge of deaf-blind or deaf-blind.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approves Amy Query, an individual with interest or knowledge of deaf-blind or deaf-blind, to serve a 2-year position on the Deaf and Blind Council. I was probably repetitive there, but all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Okay, I move that the board approves Carrie Harbeth, an individual who is deafblind or the parent of a deafblind child, to serve a term on the USDB Council for a 2-year term.
Okay, that's what I was going to clarify, is it a two-term? Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approves Carrie Harbeth, if I'm saying that right, an individual who is deafblind or parent of a deafblind child, to serve a 2-year term for the Utah School for the Deaf and the Blind on their council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Okay, and I move that the board approves Gretel Sampson to a 2-year term on the Utah School Deaf and Blind Council as a person who represents an educator of deafblind.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approves Gretel Sampson, USDB educator of the deaf and the blind. It says non-voting on here. Do I need to read that off or not? Who's a non-voting member for a 2-year term for the School of the Deaf and the Blind Council. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Okay, I move that Dr. Patty Norman be appointed or reappointed to the UETN Board of Directors, serving until 2026.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approves Dr. Patty Norman for the UETN Board of Directors. What was the end of that? Until 2026?
Mhm.
Did I say that accurately? Okay. The motion, that's the motion before the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, do we need to redo that? Will you read that again and let's second it? I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
I move that Dr. Patty Norman
Well, we're going to do it again.
be appointed to the UETN, be reappointed to the UETN Board of Directors, serving a term until 2026.
Okay, good. The motion before the board is that Dr. Patty Norman will serve as a reappointment to the UETN Board of Directors until 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. We have,
I'm losing it here.
you're good.
I move that Dr. Superintendent Jennifer Covington be reappointed to the UETN Board of Directors, serving on a term until 2028.
Second.
Okay, the motion before the board is that Superintendent Jennifer Covington serve on the UETN Board of Directors until the year 2028. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
I move that Jason Straight's term on the UETN Board of Directors be extended to 2028.
Okay, the motion before the board is that Jason Straight's term on the UETN Board of Directors be extended until 2028. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Passes unanimously. We have
Okay.
the student advisory still.
Okay, I move that Carly Arnold be appointed to the Student Advisory Council representing District 2 for a term of 1 year.
Okay. Okay, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Carly Arnold to the Student Advisory Committee for District 2 for a position of 1 year. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
I move that Ismail Mohammed be appointed to the Student Advisory Council for a term of 1 year representing District 5.
The motion before the board is that Ishmael Mohammed be appointed to the Student Advisory Board for District 5 for 1 year, is that what you said? For a position of 1 year. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
I move that Kaya Palfreeman be appointed to the Student Advisory Council for a term of 2 years representing District 10.
Okay. The motion before the board is that Kaya Palfreyman be appointed to the Student Advisory Committee from District 10 for a 2-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
I move that Zach Davis be appointed to the Student Advisory Committee for a 2-year term representing District 13.
The motion before the board is that Zach Davis be appointed to the Student Advisory Committee for District 13. Did you say 1 or 2 year? I'm sorry. For a 2-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And I move that Malia Meekum be appointed to the Student Advisory Committee for a 2-year term representing District 14.
Okay. Second.
Second.
The motion before the board is that Malia Meekum be appointed to the Student Advisory Committee from District 14 for a 2-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Did we miss District 8 or is that, no? Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, it's just on my notes. Want to make sure we're good. Okay. I think, turning the time back over to Chair Moss.
Okay. We just have, I think we're to 16, 17, 18, right? Yes. Okay, board chair's report. I don't have one. I usually don't. I thought there was a great suggestion, and I do that mostly to just set the precedent that I'm trying to move this along, and you guys have heard enough of me. So certainly not going to stop us now. We're on the verge of getting out of here. I did think, was it Member Davis had a good suggestion that legislative discussions be a good subject of a brief report, keep everybody advised. One of those I shared earlier with Representative Wilcox. I will say briefly, I had a chat with Speaker Schultz, wondered what he was thinking about. He's thinking about CTE. So for what that's worth, interested in expanding that. I will share more next time. I had a good discussion at ECS. Superintendent Montana had interesting insight on assessment, which is one topic of legislative interim discussion. She got what she believes is the only waiver in the country from having a completely year-end assessment to having interim assessments that constitute your end of year. So I thought that was an interesting thing to think about, and it may be discussed. The legislature has on their agenda assessment flexibility. My district, Wasatch, asked to speak with legislators, and I connected them with the chairs of the ed committees. They were interested in whether what is done at 3 through 8 RISE could be done somehow in high school. So that's a discussion that was raised. I haven't pursued anything, but that was an interesting thing that was brought up. The question for them was, we do a good job using our RISE test 3 to 8 to align with the curriculum and the standards so that our assessments are more meaningful, and they felt Aspire Plus was not as meaningful. So I thought that was interesting. So those are two pieces on assessment that have had some discussion. So I'll try to keep a good report next time and not take long, but just let you know what I'm hearing. And, obviously we all have different intel and discussions. So as always, I explore ideas and don't represent the board until it comes to something that might come to the board. But they do have things coming up in interim that one of my districts, Wasatch, had an interest in exploring, which is that assessment stuff. So there you go. That's my report. I'm sticking to it. I'll bring it up next time. Any board member comments? Member Norton.
I'm taking a minute of personal privilege, but this is also a board member report. Today at my school in St. George, Utah, they had a ribbon cutting this morning to open up a new playground addition. Last year in our opening day meeting as a faculty, our principal brought forth a challenge to us to raise $200,000. And there wasn't a time frame on it, and we thought, well, kids can learn that not everything comes overnight. But somehow, miraculously, our school raised $200,000 this past year for this playground. It is a playground that actually has a real bridge on it to bridge the general ed student playground to a special needs student playground so that they're all under a great big huge shade protection. And these kids we have worked so hard to have everybody included with each other through many, many different activities for, the past many years. But our theme this year is Stronger Together, and we just felt like, it was just so hard to see these kids come out to recess and sit by the playground and not be able to participate because there was not access. And now that has changed, and we will be able this upcoming year to have all of our students be able to play together. So
Very
that's
cool.
cool.
Thank you. Member Davis, did you have a light, or Member Lear?
I just wanted to quickly just thank you for your board chair's report. I think it's really helpful to kind of hear kind of what you're working on and some thoughts that you have and conversations and things. And then just thank you all. I was just up there talking to Molly, right? She got one of the hardest assignments, I think, in board leadership. And I was just like, look, this is this hard one. I think it's probably the most. So, I know there are going to be ups and downs on our board, but I appreciate you all for really trying to move the work forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl? Yeah.
If you did not hear, the Utah Supreme Court ruled in favor of Better Boundaries lawsuit that said that and it was a unanimous decision by the Utah Supreme Court, which rarely happens. They ruled that that to remand the case back to the district court judge to figure out how to set the boundaries, all the boundaries that were set in redistricting, consistent with the opinion. And it will perhaps change some of our boundaries, although that is an uncertainty. There's some technicalities in the opinion. And it probably, best information I've heard is it probably won't change things till 2028. So it's not tomorrow, but as far as I'm concerned, a great win for the people. So
Okay, thank you.
Go.
Thank you. And thank you, Carol. Member Lear, excuse me. And what's that?
Don't go running in big cottonwood canyon.
Because kitty cats, bears. Bear bit a runner. Okay. All right.
I move
Looking
to
for a final
adjourn.
motion. Second, all in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. We will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.